What you're going to do is point yourself slightly towards me. Just a moment, as soon as the first crew goes, you're going to paddle across and spin into lane 4. Okay? Take your time, into lane 4. When the moment blue coat moves, move forward one boat length into lane. Ready blue coat, move forward please. Ready blue coat, move forward please. Make space for happiness. George and start position now, there is a bit of a cross.
balance the level with me, please. There's enough room behind.
Bump and two, paddle across please. Bump and two, come. Okay, Hinckley, second your round, move forward one boat length, straight away.
Cruise pad.
Paddle towards me, bump turn.
Go.
Brilliant, bump turn, straight across into lane number 4. Okay, great Marlow through. That's great, keep coming. You're spinning into lane 5 in front of me. Great Marlow, spin in front of me straight away.
Don't tap turn, just get it round quickly. Cruise 12, Coxless. Go.
Nice and quick, great Marlow, straight into lane, thank you. Going off pretty much the second to straight. Are you ready? Winchester, paddle across please to lane number 4, straight away.
Cruise 13, Great Marlow. Go.
Thank you, Winchester. To lane 4, please. Over here. Stop nudging round now, Coxless. Hold it up, bow side, road stroke side. Then as soon as you're straight, Coxless, you are good to go.
Okay, Molesy, just paddle dead straight. Dead straight into lane number 5.
214, Winchester. Go.
Need room for crews to be paddling behind you. Thank you. Molesy. You're only going to lane where you are now. Molesy. Pull and reach. Wait there a sec. Pull and reach, we need you to come
Molesy, get round quickly.
through the yellow zone. Into lane number 4.
Cruise 15. Molesy. Go.
Well done, Molesy, brilliant. Okay, pull and reach, paddle across. Lane number 4.
Pull and reach, row stroke side. Pull and reach, row on stroke side.
Okay, grammar school straight
Pull
on.
and reach, row 4 on stroke side.
To lane number 5, where I am. Lane number 5, KPA.
Okay, lads, it's time to listen to your Coxless, keep the charge. But Coxless, now hold it on bow side, keep rowing stroke side.
Houston, quick as you can, Tim, get into lane number 5. Where's Court School? Paddle behind Kingston into lane 4.
Okay, pull and reach, you're now good to go. The starter will
Cruise
start.
16, full of reach. Go.
They Kingston has to come across the lane, but that's good. Kingston is moving on a top. Ready, come Claire's Court, straight across. Wins the boys. Paddle across right now to lane number
boys, Coxless, you need you further forward. You're blocking the flow now. Please, southpaw, row forward. Thank you, Winter.
Lovely, finish to lane 5, where are you?
Worcester, you're over here.
With the boys. Go. Go, Winter.
Quick, yeah, is the lane well. Then you're going to move forward a couple of boats. Teddy, you're going to go as soon as there's space behind the traffic.
Bradley, move up.
Number 4. Ethan, follow Teddy, you're coming into lane 5. Straight away. Cox, steer towards your right. Towards the finish of the course, and get through behind you. Okay? Start spinning. Behind Ethan,
Chaps, when you turn, make sure your stern is within the red buoys, please.
Good morning, everyone. This is the first time trial of the morning. It's the Tier 3 schools and Junior 8s, and there's a total of 39 crews, of which the 8 fastest go through to an A final, and then there's a whole series of subsequent finals for people, which makes for some very good racing later in the day.
Don't tap turn, just pull it round. Should be turn clean. Stern is within the red buoys. Okay, crew 25, kick, go. Redford, I want you inside the red buoys. Stern above that bottom buoy.
wrong way. He's going that way. The last man quick you can come across. Following the Bedford crew, lane number 5. Last man coming round. Quick into lane 5. Okay, Hampton's going to come round the back of this Latimer crew, Hampton.
Once he turns, I want you stern fully inside the red buoys, please, chaps. Crew 27, blue coat. Go. Blue coat, go.
Stop having the cross to lane 4.
That's about what you stern within the red buoys.
Hampton, don't come any closer to me. Start rowing stroke side, Hampton. Start rowing stroke side. Hampton, you're in lane 4. We'll start going round. That's it. Keep going, Hampton.
Lane number 5 behind Latimer. Straighten up.
So just take one stroke from me, please. Instead, one stroke.
Crew 31. Bedford. Go.
Lane number 4, please.
Bedford. Go.
Okay, ready? Get straight. Get straight, heading into lane number 5. Don't come any closer to me. I want you in the middle of the
Stand back down, Cox, behind that. And straighten up, Paul.
Abingdon, go dead straight. Dead straight. Get to your right a bit. Straight into lane number 5 behind Paul. They'll be gone by the time you get there.
Can you get yourself within the red boys, please?
Lane number 5. Leaving room for space behind. Radley College, go behind Abingdon into lane number 4. Behind Abingdon, please. Abingdon, run against it.
Crew 41. Thanks, College.
Radley is in this
Go.
space, tucking behind Abingdon and then straight down, lane number 4. Okay, ready to Luca. You're going to be in lane number 5. So once Abingdon have sorted themselves out, you'll be where they are.
Okay, Radley, now road stroke side, road stroke side.
Okay, Abingdon, let's just crack on. So, Luca, let's forward on the boat lane. Swim into lane number 5, please.
Go.
Luca, get across. If you start,
Go.
take it.
Get straight as you go.
Battling really hard there, the south side guys. Luca.
We've now gone through the Tier 3 School and Junior 8 time trial, and now we're looking at the J16 8's time trial.
Randy, you're in the wrong lane. It's in lane 4. Do not back up. Go.
There are 7 crews in this time trial, and you can see them finishing now, and they'll be followed shortly by the J15 8's time trial, which has now started. And as crew number 35 finishes, we see the end of the J16 8's time trial, and now the boats on the course are the J15 8's time trial. As with all the time trials, the fastest boats go forward to the A final, and then a series of other finals follow that. Crew number 40 is just finishing now. That's St Paul's School A. Crew number 41, King's College School A, is just completing the course. Crew number 42, Abingdon School, just finishing their leg of the J15 time trial. There's Radley College J15's just finishing now. Crew number 44, Reading Bluecoat School A, is just finishing the J15 time trial. Dulwich College has just finished, and we now see Shipley College, number 46, their distinctive colours, finishing the time trial now. Kingston Grammar School A, just finishing the J15 time trial. Crew 49, the St Paul's School A, just finishing the J15 time trial. Kew House School A, just finishing their J15 time trial. Crew 50, Dulwich College, just finishing now. Crew 51, Abingdon School, just finishing the time trial now. Right, there's Radley College A, Crew 52, just finishing the J15 time trial. Crew 53, King's College School A, just completing their time trial in the J15 8s. Crew 54, Radley College B, just finishing the J15 8s time trial.
Bradley, you're going this side of me, please. This one there.
We're now seeing the women's J15 8s, and the first crew, number 56 from Henley Rowing Club, has just completed the time trial. Followed by Marlow Rowing Club, crew 57, just finishing their time trial in the women's J15 8s. And now just coming out to the finish is crew 58 at Surbiton High School A, just completing their time trial in this women's J15 8s event. And just ending the women's J15 time trial is crew 59 Kingston Grammar School A, coming to the end of their time trial.
Good morning, everyone. We now have the championship double sculls on time trial on the course, and for those of you watching on YouTube, you won't get a clear picture quite yet in the bottom left quadrant, but you will see crews coming through into view shortly. But in the top left picture on your screen, you'll see crews setting off, the quad crews, and now we have the first double scull crew just passing the 1,000-metre mark. That's Leander and Marlow Rowing Club, crew number 61. Leander and Marlow Rowing Club putting in their time trial and opening the championship double sculls cohort.
This event, the Championship Double Sculls, is people are competing for the John Brocklebank Challenge Cup, which was presented in 1946 by the late Mrs. Brocklebank, and this year we're grateful for the sponsorship by T2 Consulting Limited. We're now seeing the competitors in the Championship Double Sculls coming into the final quarter of the event. The Crew 61, a composite from Leander and Marlow Rowing Club, made of James Gare and Harry Rooney. James Gare won the event last year rowing for Bath, and this new composite is a very fast boat, and they're clearly wanting to push their way forward into the final coming up later today. We're now seeing London Rowing Club, Keach and Saunders finishing. Very experienced boat here from London Rowing Club, and anxious to move on in their preparations for Henley, having been 7th at the Metropolitan a few weeks ago. Now two crews finishing rapidly. Crew 63 from Pine Rivers and 64 from Sudbury. And then we're now seeing a composite from Stirling Rowing Club and Glasgow University Boat Club finishing quickly there. Crew 66 from Marlow Rowing Club finishing at the moment. Crew 67 is now finishing the time trial. This is a composite, but actually containing two brothers, Peter and Simon Kerswell Jensen, both having a decade of experience within the sport. Crew 68 is just finishing the time trial. This is from Bexhill Rowing Club, and they are followed by Crew 69 from Southampton Coal Porters, Thomas Oliver and Jonathan Farr. So that concludes the championship double sculls time trial, and that's followed by the J18 Quad Sculls. So here we see the first boat in the J18 quads finishing. That's Crew 70, Windsor Boys School A. The J18 quads, they're competing for the Regatta's Public Schools Challenge Cup, instituted in 1870 and originally offered at Henley Royal Regatta back in the 19th century, and it's sponsored today by Mr. and Mrs. Mike Mounston. There was Marlow Rowing Club A just finishing their race, and then Hinckley Sculling School A just finishing now. You now see Crew 73, Leander Club A finishing their time trial. They in turn are followed by Tideway Scullers A, just coming into the last few strokes of their time trial. Crew 75 from Lee Rowing Club. A crew in the distinctive orange colours. Tideway Scullers B, Crew 76, now approaching the end of their time trial.
And as Richard has commented, the event that the first crews in this Junior 18 Quad Sculls are competing in is for the Public Schools Challenge Cup, but second crews also have the chance to win a trophy in this competition. That's the Junior Senior Fours Cup, presented in 1966 by J.D. Hester and G.J. White, and sponsored by the family of G.J. White today. Many thanks to them for their support for the regatta.
So we're just seeing Maidenhead finishing, before their Great Marlow School. And here's Hartpury University and College A crew. And here's Molesey Boat Club A, just finishing the time trial. Finishing now is Crew 83, St Peter's School. Here's Crew 84, Reading Rowing Club A in the J18 Quads event. Crew 86 is just finishing now, that's Henley Rowing Club A. Crew 87 just finishing now is George Watson's College A. Boys have come down from Edinburgh for this event. Now have Guildford Rowing Club, Crew 89, just coming to the end of their time trial, followed by Crew 90 from Sir William Borley's Grammar School, Marlow, A crew. We're now seeing Crew 91 coming into the closing stages there. Lee Rowing Club B. Always a favourite with commentators, you can't mistake them in their colours. We're now seeing Crew 93, Kingston Grammar School A, sculling, and they're followed by Crew 92, Windsor Boys School D. crew 94 coming into the end of the time trial. They're from Newark Rowing Club. A few crews now are just finishing the time trial, led here by crew 95, Grange School B. They're followed by Kingston Rowing Club B, crew 96, and crew 97 there, finishing very quickly. That was Clare's Court School A. And now here's crew 98, the Royal Grammar School High Wycombe A crew. Crew 99, the distinctive colours of Tideway Scullers School C crew, and then crew 100, Marlow Rowing Club B. And there's the Royal Grammar School High Wycombe B crew, crew 102. Crew 103 is just finishing. That's Hartpury University and College B crew. And crew 104, the American School A crew, just finishing now. There are several crews now finishing out of sequence. Here we see, I think, crew 85, Kingston Rowing Club A crew.
American School, come on this side, please.
And that was crew 105, Hereford Cathedral School. We're now seeing crew 106 coming through. That's the Royal Grammar School High Wycombe C crew. First crew there was Maidenhead Rowing Club B, followed by King's School Worcester crew 107. There's crew 108 finishing, that's Tiffin School A. They're followed by George Heriot School from Edinburgh, just finishing now, crew 109. Just coming to the end of their time trial is crew 110. This is Maidenhead Rowing Club C crew. Just finishing now is Sir William Borley's Grammar School B crew, crew number 111. And they're followed by crew 113, Marlow Rowing Club C crew. There's crew 114, St Paul's School Boat Club A crew, for once in white. 114. And they're followed by crew number 115, Royal Shrewsbury School A crew. Here's crew 116 finishing the time trial. They're from Reading Rowing Club B.
Let's go, Kings! Finish it!
118 crew is King's College School. They're just ahead of crew 117, Clare's Court School B crew. Now finishing together are crew 119, Oundle School A, followed by Shiplake College A, with crew 120.
That's fairly similar to like when it's up.
There's crew 121 finishing. This is Kew House School Boat Club A crew. We now see Crew 122 finishing. This is the American School in London Boat Club B Crew. There's Crew 123, Kingston Rowing Club C, finishing alongside Crew 124, Dart Totnes Amateur Rowing Club A. There's Norwich School Boat Club, just finishing, Crew 125. Here's Crew 126, Abingdon School, just finishing now. Here's Molesey Crew, Molesey Boat Club B, Crew 80. Just finishing then. Just at the start now, we're seeing the beginning of the time trial for the Championship and Tier 2 Coxless 4s. starting to see the crews finishing their stage of the championship and Tier 2 Coxless 4s. And here's Oxford Brooks A, just coming to the end of their time trial, rowing through just as you might expect from a Brooks crew. Here's crew 128, Thames Rowing Club C, just finishing their time trial now. Here's crew 129, Mercantile Rowing Club Australia, finishing, and they're being chased there by Marlow Rowing Club A, crew 130. And here's crew 131 from Upper Thames Rowing Club A, finishing now, crew 131. And here's crew 132, 132, another Thames Rowing Club boat. This is their B crew. Here's crew 133, this is London Rowing Club A. And here's Thames Rowing Club D crew 134. This is crew 135 that's just finishing now. This is Tel Aviv Rowing Club A, just finishing now. Here's crew 136 finishing now, Tyne Amateur Rowing Club A, followed by crew 137 Leander Club A.
So the Championship Coxless Fours today is for the Senior Fours Challenge Cup, presented in 1882, and the Tier 2 Coxless Fours trophy is the Town Cup, and that's presented again back in the 19th century by the Wetheridge, the brewing family of Marlow, and that's sponsored today by the Chapman family. John Chapman, our former president, and it's his family who are sponsoring the Tier 2 trophy, the Senior for the Town Cup. That's the Town Cup for Tier 2 for Coxless Fours.
There's crew 138, St Paul's School Boat Club. And they're followed by a composite from Nottingham and Union and Oxford University Boat Club A. There's crew 133. Sorry, I think that was crew 143, Molesey Boat Club A. There's crew 140, City of Bristol A. Just coming into the finishing area for this bit of the time trial is crew 141 from London Rowing Club B. They're followed by Tideways Scullers A. And here's Vesta Rowing Club A, crew 144, just coming to the end of their time trial. There's Curlew Rowing Club A, crew 145, finishing the time trial. And here's Nottingham Rowing Club, just completing the time trial, crew number 146. Thames Rowing Club A, just finishing now, crew 147, and they're followed by City of Oxford Rowing Club B, crew 149. Sorry, there's City of Oxford, crew 149. And it took that crew 150 was of course Oxford Brooks B. Here's crew 151, City of Cambridge A crew. Here's crew 152, City of Oxford Rowing Club A, just finishing their time trial now. They're followed by 154, Black Sheep Rowing Club A. There's crew 155 from Hereford Rowing Club, completing the time trial now.
So for those watching on screen on the course, as you can see, this is the time trial stage of this morning. We'll move to side-by-side racing a little bit later. The purpose of time trials is to categorise all our crews into similarly fast heats in the, or straight finals in the side-by-side racing, ideally to give close racing throughout the regatta side of the day. Time trials are conducted over the 1900 metres, and as these crews that you see crossing the line, posting a time, and that will then determine which of the final they get placed into. And that means that the challenge trophies that they can be competing for may not necessarily be against the crews that they are racing for against in the final heats themselves. We will of course try to explain more as we come to the side-by-side racing stage of the day.
There's crew 160 finishing now, Lee Rowing Club A. And that's followed by crew 161, Lee Rowing Club B. And then the next crew is crew 163 from the UK Armed Forces. The UK Armed Forces Rowing Club. Crew 164 is just finishing now. That's St Andrew Boat Club from Edinburgh. Here's crew 165 finishing now. This is Worcester Rowing Club A. Here's crew 166 from Putney Town Rowing Club A. There's crew 167 finishing now, Kingston Rowing Club A. There's crew 169 from Molesey Boat Club B. And there's crew 168 from Henley Rowing Club A. There's crew 170, Kingston Rowing Club B, just finishing now.
Time to the 500, the first 400.
There's crew 171, City of Sheffield Rowing Club, followed by crew 172, Peterborough City Rowing Club, just finishing now. There's crew 174, Derby Rowing Club A. And now we're seeing the first boat in the University College Cox Force time trial. There's London Rowing Club, University of London Boat Club A, crew 175 just finishing.
And now we have 177, Edinburgh University Boat Club. This is a Coxed 4, University Coxed 4, followed by 178, King's College London. So that's the time trial for University and College Coxed 4s. And that concludes the University College Cox 4's time trial, which is for the Phillips Rose Bowl. Correction, 176, East Anglia University is coming up to the last 100 metres or so of their time trial. This is it's the last crew of the University College Cox 4's time trial. That's race number 8. As I was saying, this University Cox 4's event is for the Phillips Rose Bowl. presented in 1993 by Dr. and Mrs. Phillips, and sponsored today by Mrs. M. Kerridge. So thank you very much to Mrs. Kerridge for her kind sponsorship. We're now into race 9, the J15 Coxed Quad Skulls, and crew 179, Windsor Boys School, crossing the line. It's the first crew to open up this race number 9. And crew 180 will be in view for those on YouTube shortly in the top right screen. And this is crew 180, Windsor Boys B, bottom right of the YouTube screen, forgive me. And that's crew 180 crossing the line there. Just up the course from the finish, or down the course from the finish I should say, is Grange School A, crew 181. And this race, the Junior 15 Coxed Quad Skulls, is for the Irish Lakovich Cup, sponsored by the Lakovich family. So many thanks to them. Presented by the family in 2007, so been running over just under 20 years. Crew 183 is the next crew to cross the time trial line. That's crew 183, Westminster School. Crew 182 is Marlow. I don't see them on the course, so I think the next crew coming up is another Windsor Boys School, Windsor Boys School C, crew 184, Windsor Boys School C, stroked by Alex Moss. I think 182, Marlow is further down the course, but now we have Hampton 186 crossing the line ahead of 185, Clare's Court A. So 186 and 185 now have finished their race, and now we have 182, which is Marlow Rowing Club A, which are coming into screenshot for the finish line in the next 2, 3, 4 strokes. Correction, my eyesight, this is 187, George Watson's College. Forgive me, not 182. That's a correction. The crew just crossing the line there was 187, George Watson's College. So for those watching on the YouTube channel, bottom left screen, you'll see crew 188, Marlow Rowing Club B. And for those just tuning in, this is the J15 Coxed Quad Skulls. So great boat format for those just embarking on their rowing and sculling career. They can concentrate on their sculling and not having to worry about where the boat is going as they go down the course or on a river, as the Cox can take care of all of that for them and give them some race encouragement on days like today. bottom left-hand screen of the YouTube TV screen. And for those watching on Lakeside, entering the red boys, we've got 189 Hampton School B, and followed by Crew 190 Turbo Scullers School. Just the one Turbo Scullers School in this cohort of J15 Cox Quad Sculls. And those on the Lakeside will be seeing Turbo Scullers crew now coming up to the finishing line, 3 strokes from the end. Meanwhile, further up the course is, further down the course is Clare's Court School B, that's Crew 191, who are about 250 metres away from the finish of their time trial. And so all of these times will count to allocating which of the finals the crews will go into later today. And given that this is for one trophy, the honours will fall to all the crews competing in the A final. So as this crew 191 comes to the end, they'll be thinking about that and pushing out the last few strokes, squeezing the finish as they try to set their time and qualify for the A final if they can. .250 metres from the finish is Crew 192, RGS High Wycombe A. So RGS High Wycombe A approaching the finish here, getting some encouragement from the banks. Very vocal encouragement for this crew, which is great. And RGS crossing the line now. Further up the course is RGS High Wycombe B, Crew 193. 200 metres from the finish now is RGS High Wycombe B. .193, so RGS High Wycombe B approaching the last few strokes of their time trial race, and they will be followed by the last crew in this J15 Cox Quad Sculls time trial, which is 194 Kingston Grammar School. There may be, I think that will be the last crew, but I will bring any information to you if 182 does appear for this race. Next up will be race 10, the Octopulls, one of my favourite events of the regatta, the J14 Octopulls. This is a time trial that will start any moment now, and this will be for the Giles Every Challenge Cup. Giles was a president of the regatta back in the 80s, and this was presented to the regatta then in 1985 by his children, and is sponsored by Guy and Sarah Greenhouse today. So many thanks to them for this wonderful event. And here we have the first crew of the Octopulls coming down, Henley Rowing Club. .195 Henley Rowing Club. This is an open event for the more observant of you, which is great to see. And we now have the first crew of race 10 crossing the line now, Henley Rowing Club, Crew 195. And then they've either had a storming start or the other crews weren't quite as ready for their time trial, as there's some time laid back to the other crews. My binoculars aren't quite strong enough to tell you which crews are coming, so I'll give you a moment's rest from my voice, and we'll pick up the next races in a couple of seconds. So for those of you on the lakeside, you'll see Great Marlow School, Crew 196 now in the red boy zone, which is 250 metres from the finish. So this is the J14 Octopulls. They will then be followed by Crew 197, Abingdon School A. So here we have the second crew of the J14 Octopulls crossing the line now. Great Marlow School, crew number 196. Abingdon School will be after them. Still racing now in their black and pink strip. That's crew 197 of Abingdon. And crew 198 in red, King's College School A. So 188, King's College School A. 5 strokes from the finish or so. And then a little bit of a gap before the remainder of the Octopulls will be coming into view for those on the lake. And I'm not sure I can see Shiplake on the course, which is crew 199. Instead, what I can see is crew 200, which is Windsor Boys School. That's green and gold. Well, Windsor Boys School, about coming up between 1,500 metres and 1,700 metres marks. Of course, that's not the distance they've rode as they start their time trial at the 100 metre mark. It's 1,900 metres, the time trial. So a little bit of rain just speckling around the course at the moment, keeping the athletes cool. Perfect racing conditions, slight tail. About 20 degrees, 19, 20 degrees today on the lakeside. Ideal for athletes. And here we have Windsor Boys School. So for those of you watching on the screens on the YouTube channel, I'm afraid you won't have much visibility of the crew until just now, coming into the last 250 metres. That's Windsor Boys School in the bottom left of your screen. And for those on the lake, you'll see them in the red boy zone, pushing the last few precious strokes of their race now. This will set the time that will determine whether they get into the A crew for the silverware or for the battle honours of the B final. But Windsor Boys School, great heritage in sculling, and sending many athletes up into the senior events at Henley and others like Forley Cup. So these boys just starting out on their rowing career, crossing the line very neatly. And 202 is the second King's College School in this J14 octoples. This is crew 202 crossing the line any moment now. Bottom right of your screen for those on the YouTube channel, and for those lakeside you will just see second King's College School crew finishing. And now we have 199 right on the other side from the finishing tower. For those of you who can see, it looks unfortunately that they've had an equipment challenge, so the bow sculls seems to have not been able to scull his time trial. So bad luck, Shiplake, and very best of luck in the finals stage of your regatta. Meanwhile, back on course, we have crew, I think it's 203, looks like Q House, let me just double check. It's the green of Q House School, 203. So Q House, a relatively new school, and they've really started to participate in the rowing. They are based, as you could probably tell from their name, eponymous name, up on the Thames, and they boat on the tideway. So that's crew 202 finishing 203, apologies, Q House School finishing their time trial. And that concludes race 10. So, once again, good morning everyone. For those of you looking at the screens or indeed from the lake, you'll notice that everything is now concluded for the time trials of the morning. There'll be another time trial session this afternoon, but we now move on to the exciting stage of the regatta for this morning, which will be the finals, straight finals, starting at 10:45. And that will be with the D final for Tier 3 T3 8s, and school junior and school second 8s and J16 events. So this will be the 8s events for straight finals starting at 10:45. It's just a moment of reflection while the hard work behind me for race control and others. I'll just go off mic a moment. So while everything looks calm on the course, there's a great deal of energy going on behind me as the umpires and race control configure the times from our partners time team from the time trial this morning into the A, B, C and so on finals for this next stage in this morning's regatta. And I'd like to reflect on the fact that this is a one-day event, but it takes an entire year to organise, and a huge number of people spend a great deal of time planning this day to make sure it runs smoothly for everyone. Whether that's the obvious people in the committee and the race team and the umpires who come together at this event, for which we're all enormously grateful, but also for all the volunteers today who give up their time freely. And that makes everything run as smoothly as it does. So big thank you to them. And then, of course, the athletes for whom this event we run, but also if you don't turn up, we don't have an event. So I know some of you have come from far and wide, and I hope to give a bit of crew information about some of our crews who have sent in some details on their backgrounds. But for those of you who have had a long way to come to today, I hope your journey was good. We're delighted to see you, and I hope you have a successful and enjoyable day. I should then move on to my next recognition, which is, of course, our sponsors. And without them, whether it's sponsors for the individual events or sponsors for the day itself, we would not be able to run today. I know crews pay their entry fees, and that's essential to us being able to lay today on. But we also hugely value the support we receive from stalwarts of the regatta and indeed the rowing clubs that have had a close association with the regatta over the years. So Marlow Rowing Club is an obvious one, but others are included. And then also our corporate sponsors who we list out later.
lane 2 went as soon as the red light came on. Which, you know, J14 or 15
And for those of you who have seen some of our volunteers, you'll note that we've got the Army Cadet Force from the Rifles, as well as rowing club support from Marlow Rowing Club, but also the Royal Grammar School Boat Club from High Wycombe, Royal Grammar School High Wycombe Boat Club. We've also had support from Marlow Town Council, Archer Technicoat and Stonyware Estates, but also we thank Eton College Services at Dorney for their support to help us run today as well at this magnificent venue.
As everyone was leaning on the handle, trying to get some flexion on the damn thing. And the funny thing was that if you got it right and the starter, went through swiftly enough, you could jump people by like canvas in an eight. You had to get it right. Well, there was that T-shirt, wasn't there, in the late 80s, which was the Pete Burton and various other crew, and it said the start, attention, come back, City of Oxford.
Whose is this radio?
It was Charles's. I borrowed it to talk to a line.
It's on the right channel.
It's on the right channel.
So it's on the upload channel.
On the upload channel, yes.
I wasn't that actually on start wearing people.
I know. We have no idea what the outcome is. Yeah, it's a good one. Channel 2 is race marshals, it says. That's the lake.
Where the hell has Rowley got to? Well, you want to know
Where the hell's Rowley got to? Well, they told me lost that conclusion. It's one of my house. I told you, it's still my housemaster's favourite story about Rowley. He just loves that story.
I'm slightly perturbed we don't have anything, and it's
We have
10:45 is first race.
What do you mean, like a bell?
well, or paperwork, or a bell,
Yeah,
or a
25
backup
minutes to race
plan.
time.
The paperwork should magically appear
No,
as
it's
a
15 minutes.
Well, it's 10:45.
I thought it was 35. We do have a programme.
No, that was net.
Maybe we can try and run to that program.
That'll be entertaining.
Actually, no, what I might use it for is making this less wobbly. That's the good use of the Met
Yes, that is the best use of that. It's fun up here when I look at the city. First, not quite first racing day, it was one of the early ones. And it's champ at 8s.
Yeah.
Should know better.
Yeah, I was going to say.
The strongest should there. And doing
Emphasis on the student.
standard roll call, whatever, whoever, I can't remember all that, blah, 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 and then lane 5, I think there was nobody in lane 6 for some reason. London, and we just go, "Rah!" And we just,
No.
no, stop it.
Yes. Oh yeah, I stopped someone at Bucks for doing that. No names, guess who?
Well, I was then driving back the following day with Gina Scully, and I gave Gonzo a lift up the course. And it was like, have you been told about this London crew that you have to tell off? No, I haven't. Oh, okay.
Are you okay with me just testing the lights for time?
Yes, of course. We tested them for a while. So, yeah.
So the time runs off this, doesn't it?
The radio's here, Charles. We were.
So is that for...
We'll get one of the other ones.
There you go,
Thanks a lot, mate. All right. I remember when I was a multi-lane candidate myself, I was alone.
I think all those other radios are a liner. It's a difference. So we don't have them
need to drive down and pick one up?
We're missing flags.
No, we're missing.
You're missing those as
Missing
well.
everything. We're missing the radio, megaphone, flags, bell, and paperwork.
Okay, yes, that's probably.
Paperwork should.
Well, yeah, but
Plus TV.
You also as well?
Yeah.
No, I'm on the.
But I was in the Linus Hut at Nottingham doing, I don't know what it was. I think it was that champ's actually. A scholar got the most blinding start you've ever seen, and everyone screaming, full start. I said, it's not a full start. And it wasn't, because as he sprung from the end, there was about this much of the disc was showing, so the start had to be finished. He had just reflected brilliantly on seeing this start to turn. And he was out by about a length out. And the reason everyone thought it was a full start was he was a length out of the start as everyone else started. But he had started as the disc started to turn. He was absolutely unbelievable. And everyone else all started saying, listen, go back to the video. They went back to the video, and because the video was brilliant, you could see the disc next to it. And they just went, wow, what a start. I said, he deserves to win on that. The trouble is nowadays the boots for World Olympics completely change the whole structure of the World Olympics stars.
So you won't need to do this. The umpires will start a race. And then what happens?
Red line.
Trying to train your reflexes to twitch at the first word. Just after Henley, Bolton tries to get us at 81, and so the junior pair, Jerry Sturgis, our brother, just takes them to the TV colours, and they handed them to us. I went, off you go then. Stuck in the water, you know. I haven't seen it. No, I'll do it when I get over tonight. Is there some paper in it, yeah? I'll ask Kieran for that. Oh,
you'd assume. Famous last word.
this is their master's handicaps.
Actually, last weekend, we went over to the start. The score was starting. And I oh, I need to do this. Well, yes, that's true. But well, on the occasions I have raced, it becomes quite frustrating. You're there, and it's great if you're the oldest. But, yeah.
The radio to let people know we don't come in.
Oh, there's a radio here. Radio here.
Yeah, there's a base station, but we can't really hear.
But she's looking for radio.
have it there.
Right, well, you see, yeah, it's done the same.
Paperwork is on the way.
Okay,
So
thanks.
Penny will be able to print for you. Any questions about the tools and stuff, they'll be able to help.
Thank you.
They've got, equally, if you have a crew that hasn't been taught but they do it turn up at the start, you let them know so they can
Which is killer.
start. And if you have any false starts, restart.
Oh, it'll be super obvious.
I mean, it will be.
Everything.
But just, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, not panic.
Cool. I'll come back and see what
They didn't start. I think they started popular under Gita.
Where's Judith guide you through it?
Yeah, that's a good way to do it.
What? I didn't hear you start the bike sheet crew. I presume you went back. Well, I was in Boston in November last year, and I went on the ductile and deliberately looked left and bars all the time. And I think the driver turned around and said, "I've heard about this." Yeah, I helped create it. And I explained it to him.
Oh yes, I did say go as well, but I did actually go as well.
I was probably at the time trying to feed some crews in for you.
It's off now.
The one about something is She's just calling you. Judith, I'm going to start calling the first ones through. Race 11A. Tier 3 school junior ace final heat. East Worcester, lane 2. Stop. Grammar School, lane 3. Moldy Oak, lane 4.
We do have a basic there.
Boss, do you have a radio?
No.
Bridge Master's trying to talk to you.
Lampton Pool, lane 5. College, lane 6. Dorney, lane 7. Can we check on Moncton? Can we check on Moncton?
So welcome back, everyone. We are getting to a stage where finished umpires are now in the tower. Race control are just about to start tuning in. Stake boats are now getting busy, and so the first race 11A of our finals for this morning. This will be a D final of Tier 3 schools and Junior 8s. So the two events being raced for in these series of straight 8 finals. And crews are now attaching themselves to the stake boats. We will try to bring you race information real time, courtesy of Time Team. And for those of you watching on YouTube channels, we will also hope to project our time during the race and finish times onto the screen for you to view. And for those lakeside, we'll try to commute those verbally. In the commentary team now, we have Richard and James, and myself, Ed. And we will cover these events. So we have a number of cups up for contention. The first two will be the Public Schools Challenge Vase. This is for the school Junior 8s, and the Jerry Lake Challenge Cup, the school second 8s. So those are the first cups to be contested. Before going on to the J16 8s, which will be for the Fraser Cup. Then the Chiltern Salver for J15 8s, the Platinum Jubilee Trophy for Women's Junior 15 8s, the Friends of Marlow Regatta trophy for school junior Coxed fours. The John Brockbank Challenge Cup for Championship Sculls. And the Giles Every Challenge Cup for Octopools.
Lane 6, you just need to push the boat out a bit further towards the finish.
Tier 3 Schools Junior 8 event is just about to start. This is between King's School Worcester Boat Club in lane 2, Kingston Grammar School Boat Club A in lane 3, Molesey Boat Club A in lane 4, Monkton Combe School Boat Club A in lane 5, Dulwich College Boat Club C in lane 6, and Fulham Reach Boat Club in lane 7. The D final has just started. So it's King's Worcester in lane 2, Kingston Grammar School lane 3, Molesey Boat Club lane 4, Monkton Combe School lane 5, Dulwich College lane 6, and Fulham Reach on lane 7. So Molesey Boat Club were leading at the 500 metre point, followed by Moncton Combe, Kingston Grammar School, King's School Worcester, Dulwich College and Fulham Reach. So Molesey Boat Club continuing to maintain its lead with Kingston Grammar School and Moncton Combe School vying for second place. And we're coming up now to the 1,000 metre point, and Molesey Boat Club maintain their lead over Kingston Grammar School with Moncton Combe in third place. There you see the almost perfect sight of the seeding with Molesey Boat Club leading the charge. A great view down the course, this very special course here that Marlow is extremely proud and privileged to be able to use for the Marlow Regatta. So approaching the 1,500 metre point, Molesey Boat Club maintain a lead over Kingston Grammar School and Moncton Combe School. So coming into the enclosure now, Molesey Boat Club maintaining a lead of just over a length, with Kingston Grammar School now being pushed by Moncton Combe School. But there we see Molesey Boat Club going through, followed by Kingston Grammar School, followed by Moncton Combe, and then it's quite a race for the fourth place, with Dulwich College probably just ahead of Fulham Reach with King's School Worcester there. And now we wait for the umpire's conclusion before we post the winners of that D final in the Tier 3 Schools Junior 8 event.
While we await the results of that race 11, which is the D final of Tier 3 schools and Junior 8s, we have race 12, which is the C final of the same event, and that is away with Emmanuel School A in lane 1, King's College School in lane 2, Clare's Court School lane 3, Hampton School Boat Club C in lane 4, Latimer Upper School in lane 5, St George's College A lane 6, Kew House School lane 7, and Dulwich College B in lane 8. So 8 crews straight all across the lake here in the C final of Tier 3 school and Junior 8s. And while you can see, okay, and for those of you watching on screen now, you can see race 12 in progress, but you can also see the finished results of race 11, where Molesey Boat Club won in a time of 6 minutes 12. Kingston Grammar School Boat Club would just... apologies, just a slight technical issue there on the results. We'll bring those to you once we've formatted them. But the result was that Molesey Boat Club won in lane 4 of race 11. That was the D final of Tier 3 schools and Junior 8s. Pass you back to Richard for race information on race 12.
And there we now see Latimer Upper were leading at 500 metres, followed by Hampton School and St George's College A crew. So quite a tight split there as they now move into the second quarter. Right, the crews have now passed the 1,000 metre point, and Hampton School had moved into the lead. So conditions have improved significantly since a rain shower about 20 minutes ago, and the wind rather happily is a following wind. But the sun has come out, and really we're seeing very good conditions for some good Tier 3 school and junior 8s racing. as the crews are coming up to 1500 metres, you can see Hampton School on the drone shot are leading with Latimer Upper outside them, and we're now seeing quite a close race for the first 4 crews in this event, but with Hampton being pushed by Latimer Upper. So Hampton were leading by a second over Latimer Upper, with quite keen competition now, and I'm seeing crews really committing to this. King's College School have revved up, Hampton going well, Latimer Upper going well, so it's now going to be quite a close finish between Hampton School, who have been leading, but King's College School are coming up very quickly, and this is something that's going to test the Finnish officials, with King's College School, Hampton very close there, with Latimer Upper followed by St George's College School, and a really great race. So congratulations to all crews, and the time team here is going to have to work quite hard to separate those crews.
And here we see underway race 13, which is the B final of the same event, the Tier 3 School and Junior 8s. We have Winchester College in lane 1, Great Marlow School lane 2, Shiplake College in lane 3, St Edward School in lane 4, Hinksey Sculling School in lane 5, Radley College in lane 6, Reading Bluecoat School in lane 7, and Bedford School C in lane 8. And as we see the crews come up to the 1,000 metre mark in this B final, we're still awaiting the final results from the C final. Coming through the 1,000 metre mark, we see St Edward School have established a dominant lead of over a length on the competition. Everyone else is fairly tightly bunched in what looks like it's been an exciting race for second and third place. And we can see here the drone footage from this lovely sunny day here at Dorney Lake. St Edward's still hold their lead of over a length on the competition with a number of exciting races happening. And we still await those final results from the C final after a photo finish. And hopefully we'll be getting some split times from this B final of race 13, the school and junior 8s event shortly. And as we come through 1500 metres, we see St Edward's School continuing to hold their lead, followed by, after about 3.5 seconds by Hinksey Sculling School and Reading Bluecoat School. And for those of you watching Lakeside, you'll see the crews coming into the last 150 metres. St Edward's being pushed a little bit by their competition, Shiplake, Reading Bluecoat looking to make a move, but I'm not sure they'll be able to do it in time, and it looks like St Edward's will take this race 13, the Tier 3 School and Junior 8's Final B. And as we see Radley College crossing the finish line, they appear to have lost one of their rowers and be rowing 8 with 7 men.
They got down the track.
And just underway, we see race 14, the A final of the Tier 3 School and Junior 8s. We have 2 trophies being contested in this race. We have in lane 2 Bedford School B and in lane 8 Reading Bluecoat School A competing for the Public Schools Challenge Vase, and the other crews comprising Eton College in lane 1, Abingdon School A lane 3, Hampton School A lane 4, Dulwich College A lane 5, Norwich School in lane 6 and Windsor Boys School A in lane 7 competing for the Jerry Lake Challenge Cup for School Second 8s. And as we come through the 500 metre mark here, Norwich School have established a lead over their competition with Bedford School in second and Dulwich School in third. And as the crews come through the 1,000 metres, I'm joined by my colleague Alex here in the commentary box. Alex, what race plans and what are you seeing unfold in front?
Yeah, we were expecting Hampton and Dulwich to lead out here in the middle lanes, but But someone's just told these Norwich kids to go off on the first 500s. They've absolutely stormed out the blocks, still holding their lead of about a length out there, looking quite dominant.
Yeah, this is some exceptional junior racing that we're seeing here on a beautiful day at Dorney Lake, and we can only hope to see what will happen next. And we see in lane 6, I believe that's Norwich School still holding their lead over the opposition. And despite the very strong tailwind, we're seeing a break from the usual chevron that we saw in some of the other finals. We see Norwich really executing their race plan and having a great row here. So we'll see if Dulwich College, Hampton School and the competition can catch up with them. But so far, so good for Norwich. And for those of you watching Lakeside, we'll see the crews just coming through the 1750 into the Red Boys, the last 250 metres of the race. Alex, what are you seeing in front of you from the commentary?
Yeah, Norwich have held on. They started really strongly, and in this tailwind they just wanted to get ahead and hold their lead. Now Dulwich have closed slightly, and we'll see if they're going to mount a charge for the line here. But we're coming through the 1750, and time's running out for Dulwich.
We'll really see now which crew can hold their nerve and put in that push in the tailwind when the chips are down. Can Norwich be challenged for the Jerry Lake Challenge Cup for school second eights? And we see Dulwich putting in a big push here. They brought it to within a few seats of Norwich. Can they hang on? I think they will to cross the line in first. Dulwich second and Hampton will take third in this race 14, the A final of Tier 3 School Junior 8s for the Jerry Lake Challenge Cup. And as we just await the final results from that A final of the Tier 3 School Junior 8s, the next race, race 15, the A final of the J16 8s, competing for the Fraser Cup, is underway, and we will have details of that shortly. So for the race currently happening, race 15, the A final of the J16 8 for the Fraser Cup, we have Dulwich College in lane 1, King's School Chester lane 2, Eton College A in lane 3, King's College School in lane 4, Abingdon School A in lane 5, St Edward School in lane 6, and Kew House School A in lane 7. And our unofficial results for race 14, the A final of the Tier 3 School Junior 8s, we have Norwich School with a time of 5:52 in this blistering tailwind, followed closely by Dulwich College Boat Club A, Hampton School Boat Club A, rounding out third place, followed by Eton, Windsor Boys School, Abingdon, Bedford School and Reading Bluecoat. And as the crews come through the 1,000 metre mark, we have a very exciting race in the top few positions here in this race 15 for J16 8+. We have Abingdon and King's College School within a canvas of each other for the first and second positions. And some results from 1,000 metres into this race 15, the A final of the J16 8+. We have King's College School, followed very closely by Abingdon. It seems to be a race for pole position here, with Eton, St Edwards, King's Chester, Kew House and Dulwich falling a little bit further behind. But there's everything still to play for with these very strong tailwind conditions. And handing over to Alex here in the commentary box. Alex, what are you seeing unfold in this race? Is this a repeat of the Norwich race in the previous one we saw?
I don't think so, James. It's looking a lot tighter. Now we've got King's College. That's a program recently received a lot of investment, growing program, and they're tightly followed by Abingdon there. It's going to go right down to the wire, I think, James. Yeah, we're in the crucial third 500 here. That this is the make or break, really. Passing through to the 1500 now, and it looks like it could just be KCS there taking the slightest of leads.
This is where we really see whether those winter ergo miles have paid off for the KCS or for the Abingdon crews. It's heads in your boat, listening to your Cox, tunnel vision, and it will come right down to the line for this two-horse race between KCS and Abingdon, with the others following closely behind. And as we come through the 1500, we see KCS still holding their lead over Abingdon, followed less than half a second behind with Eton and St Edwards, King's Chester, and the others following in the distance.
Now Eton are making a bit of a push now. Abingdon's in trouble perhaps. With a big push to the first K. Eton are coming through maybe. This is going to be a huge last 250 coming to the line. KCS still leading out. They've got a commanding lead now. They're probably gonna take it, barring disaster. But could Eton get us to the line? It's gonna be really tight. It's looking dead level. And is that just Eton by a seat and a half? It looks like it, James.
By half a canvas from the commentary box here, Eton have rode through Abingdon to take the silver medal position in this final A of the J16 8+. King's College will lift the Fraser Cup, with Abingdon taking the bronze medal. And as we just await the umpire's confirmation of those results, we see the final two crews, Dulwich and Kew House, come through the line. Especially shout out to Kew House School, a relatively new program which has been built from scratch within the last few years, and it's exceptional to see them performing and competing at such high level events as Marlow Regatta here at Dorney Lake.
King's College School, late on
And we see the next race, race 16, the B final for the J15 8+, lining up on the start line here. In lane 1, we have Kew House School Boat Club A, lane 2, Radley College B, lane 3, Dulwich College, lane 4, Abingdon School, lane 5, Radley College A, lane 6, Kingston Grammar School A, and lane 7, King's College School A.
Dulwich, Abingdon, Radley A, Kingston, King's College School.
And we can bring you the unofficial results from race 15, the A final of the J16 8+. In first place, King's College School, and in second, Eton, having rode through Abingdon within the last 500 metres of the race, followed by St Edward's in fourth, King's Chester in fifth, Kew House in sixth, and Dulwich in seventh.
Race 17 of A, J15 8.
And for those of you watching Lakeside, you'll see the crews coming up to the first 500 metres of this race, the J15 8 Final B. Alex, what do you think of the conditions this morning? How's that going to affect the way these crews are having to row and make it quite a technical race?
Yeah, we've had quite a strong tailwind this morning. It's just slightly settled down, but we're seeing crews trying to get really direct on the catch there, which a couple of races ago Norwich were really good at, storming to the lead there. It's settled down slightly now, but still quite a strong tailwind, so we're expecting some fast times as well.
And as the crews pass through 500 metres, we see Abingdon establishing a fairly commanding lead over their opposition, with Radley and Kingston Grammar following in second and third positions. We see another very two-horse race in this B final of the J15 8. We see Abingdon and Radley really punching each other and beating it out of each other to really move through the 1K and see who can get in front. I think, Alex, this is going to be a very exciting race. Do you think?
It absolutely is. It looks like a canvas to Radley at this moment. There's an interesting mix of first 8 and second 8s in this, of J15 first 8 and second 8s in this final. We've got Kew House and Kingston on the first 8s, and then the rest of them are second 8s of slightly bigger programs.
Very much all to play for in the second half of this race. And as we get some provisional 1,000-metre time, we see, again, a very small margin between Radley and Abingdon. It really looks like a two-horse race. Can Kingston Grammar and Dulwich put in enough of a push in the second half of the race to challenge the two leaders? Do you think they'll be able to, Alex?
I'm not sure. It might be a slightly too unsurmountable gap. However, we have got a really exciting race for a bronze medal here.
Agreed. As we see this camera angle from the finish tower here, it's a real test of which crews can hold their form and hold their technique in this challenging tailwind. Like you were saying, Alice, it's all about the front end. Which crews can get the blades in and the work on the best to put their bow ball in front. And we see, it looks like Radley have pushed away from Abingdon, moving towards a length clear. Do you think that Abingdon will be able to respond to this challenge, Alex?
I'm not sure, James. That's been a very strong third 500 from Radley there, but who knows that coming into the last 250 what will happen.
We know that the Radley first 8 certainly aims to peak for Henley, and that's clearly seeping its way down to its lower crews as well, as the J15s aspire to one day race. And as we have some preliminary times from the 1500 metres, Radley have established a challenging lead over Abingdon. 3.2 seconds we're seeing here, followed quite a distance behind by Kingston Grammar and the rest of the pack. We can see on the camera here, looks like Radley really rowing their dominant rhythm as those Lakeside will see them come into the last 100 metres of the race. We see Abingdon and Dulwich maybe tiring a little bit. Looks like Radley will storm home to victory in this race 16, the B final of the J15 8s.
Yeah, it's that typical long and loose, powerful Radley rhythm that we've come used to see there, storming to victory in a commanding race. They take the first place there.
And we see unofficially Radley crossing the finish line, followed by Abingdon, Dulwich and Kingston Grammar for the minor positions. And those of you Lakeside will just see Radley B crossing the finish line here. Astonishing for Radley to have 2 crews in this B final of the J15 8s. And we see King's College School and over in lane 1, Kew House School crossing the finish line. Again, exceptional program that's been built really from scratch in the last few years, and amazing to see them showing up to race the established schools at events like Marlow Regatta. And on the screen now you can see just started the A final of the J15 8. We have Dulwich College in lane 1, Reading Bluecoat A in lane 2, Radley College in lane 3, St Paul's School A in lane 4, King's College A in lane 5, St Paul's School A in lane 6, Abingdon School in lane 7 and Shiplake College in lane 8.
Yeah, that St Paul's second 8 did a pretty phenomenal job in the time trial to come 4th, and that means they're de facto winners of the Enveros Trophy for junior under 15 second 8s, considering they managed to cross the line in this race, and that's sponsored by Mr. and Mrs. N. Spencer Jones. And then the rest of the crews, first 8s, J15 first 8s, are fighting out for the Chiltern Salver. So we're seeing some really interesting some cohorts coming through, perhaps from some future powerhouses from both St Paul's and Radley from the previous final. Sam LePage here doing a pretty phenomenal job this season to bring 2 really strong 8s to the A final of this Marlow J15 8s.
And we just see here the final unofficial results of the J15 8B final, with Radley College taking it in a time of 6 minutes 40 seconds. Abingdon School having rode through Dulwich to take the second place with 6:46, and Dulwich in third, followed by Kingston Grammar A, Radley College B, King's College A, and Kew House A. And for those of you lakeside, you'll just see this A final of the J15 8s coming through the 1,000-metre mark. And we see St Paul's storming to lead in a time of 3 minutes 4 seconds, followed by King's College A and Radley fighting for the minor positions. Alex, what do you think will unfold in the second half of this race?
That looked like a pretty commanding lead from that St Paul's boat. They're rowing quite nicely out there. And then who knows who's going to get in there for this silver medal, James?
Yeah, we see St Paul's here rowing that classic long and loose rhythm, really well adapted to this tailwind. Samuel LePage again doing an excellent job of coaching the future stars of the squad as low as the J15s. Really lovely to see. And as we switch camera angles here to the camera on the finish line and even the drone shot, we see this classic chevron pattern emerging. Of course, lanes seeded from the time trials, and with the conditions of the straight tailwind we have today, will be given the faster crews the middle lanes, and we see that really play out here with St Paul's School looking to hold about a half to 3/4 of a length lead over Radley and King's College A. And it will be interesting to see whether King's College will be able to challenge them as we come into the last 500 metres of this A final, the J15 8s. And as we get here, and we have some interim times from 1,500 metres here. St Paul's taking a lead of nearly a length over King's College, and remains to be seen whether Radley will be able to push back into that silver medal position or whether they'll be settling for bronze. We see the St Paul's J15B crew in fourth, looking to take home the Enviros trophy.
There's a decent challenge here from KCS. They've done a really good job of sticking with St Paul's here, but it is going to be roughly a length lead, maybe slightly more, for St Paul's in first, and then KCS also run quite nicely there in second, and then a bit of a race for the bronze medal here perhaps. No medal, sorry, that's third place, but it is going to be a length lead of Radley over St Paul's. And it's running Bluecoat through Abingdon. And a good race between Dulwich and Shiplake there, but Dulwich just got the better of them by about half a length.
And for those lakeside, while we await the official results of race 17, race 18 is now on the course. For those of you tuning in on YouTube, you'll see that in your screen. This is the women's J15 8s. It's a straight final for the Platinum Jubilee Trophy between Surbiton High School in lane 1, Marlow Rowing Club lane 2, Henley Rowing Club lane 3, and Kingston Grammar School lane 4. Whilst I've given the lane numbers in race order, they've actually been shifted into lanes 3 to 6. So they're in the centre of the lake, and they've just gone through the 1,000-metre mark with Henley leading, having set the pace at the 500-metre mark to a time of 1:43. They've continued to lead the field at the 1,000-metre mark. Henley crossing the 1,000-metre mark, racing in first position. And the order for the 1,000 metres was Henley, Marlow, Surbiton, Kingston. Time to 1,000 metres, 3 minutes 28.
And here we have the unofficial final results of that J15 8A final, with St Paul's School taking the win in a time of 6 minutes 11 seconds, followed by King's College A, Radley in third, and the St Paul's second 8 in fourth, who will lift the Enviros trophy once those results are confirmed by our umpires, following by Reading Bluecoat, Abingdon, Dulwich and Shiplake to round it off.
Thanks, James. And back to the women's J15 8s. This is for the Platinum Jubilee Trophy, which is sponsored today by Mr. and Mrs. N. Spencer Jones, who have sponsored all these events in the J15 8 category. So many thanks to them. From the commentary box, we can see that Henley continue to lead by some length and a half or length and a third over Marlow. And that's now in view for those of you on YouTube. And Lakeside, you'll see approaching the between 1,500 metres and 1,750 now. Surbiton continue to lead this final final of J15 8s. Pass you to Alex to see the race home.
Yeah, we're seeing Henley with a dominant lead over this race. It's quite processional at this point, but there is a bit of a tight race on for third place between Surbiton and Kingston. The times to the 1,500 were Henley leading out, followed by Marlow by 5 seconds, and then 5 more seconds to Surbiton with a lead length over Kingston. Coming into the last 250 here, it's Henley continuing with their lead with a sprint to the line here, just to lengthen that lead and solidify that win. Coming to the line here, it looks like it's Henley that's going to take the Platinum Jubilee Trophy. Also sponsored by Mr. and Mrs. N. Spencer Jones, and they're followed in by Marlow for second place. And then we have Surbiton over the line, just rowing past a flock of geese, and then Kingston in for that fourth place.
And for those of you tuning in on YouTube, you'll see underway the B final of race 19, the championship double. With only 2 crews here in lane 4, we have Pine Rivers Rowing Club from Queensland, Australia. And in lane 5, we have Marlow Rowing Club. And for those of you watching Lakeside, you'll see this race 19, the B final of the championship double, coming through the 1K towards the 1,500 metres. And it looks like a very tight race from the commentary box here, doesn't it, Alex?
Yeah, it does. Maybe there's maybe a length in it we can see from here, but unsure about that. It is. It looks to be perhaps Marlow leading out ahead of Pine Rivers Rowing Club. who's come all the way from Queensland, Australia, presumably to race at Henley.
We apologise for the issues that you may be seeing on YouTube here. We are looking for the footage of this doubles race, but we see Marlow Rowing Club. And we can bring you in the meantime the unofficial results from that A final of the women's J15 8s, with Henley Rowing Club taking the win in a time of 7 minutes 2 seconds over Marlow Rowing Club in second, Surbiton High School in third, and Kingston Grammar in A. So that will be Henley Rowing Club. Once confirmed, will take. And then we can switch back to this B final of the championship doubles with results at the 1500 metres. Marlow Rowing Club now establishing a dominant lead over Pine Rivers Rowing Club from Queensland, Australia. What do you think this will say for the next few weeks of racing, Alex?
We've got Henley in 2 weeks. We'll see if this is enough for pre-selection, for pre-qualification for Henley. If not, they'll have to go to qualifiers next Friday. It looks like it's going to be Tim Rollinson and Raznam Tiwana from Marlow beating out Henry Borg and Michael Hart from Australia.
And those of you watching Lakeside will see that Marlow Rowing Club crew crossing the finish line as we speak. Really continue to bring the race to this crew from Pine Rivers. Didn't start to take the rating down and continue to race all the way home. And we see that Pine Rivers crew crossing the finish line now in second place for the B final of the championship double.
The A final of the championship double has started. In lane 1, a composite from St Hugh's Boat Club and Pembroke College Boat Club. In Oxford, it's the Kerswell Jensen brothers, Simon and Peter. Follow in lane 2, Southampton Coal Porters, Thomas Oliver and Jonathan Farr. Lane 3, Sudbury Rowing Club. Lane 4, Leander Club and Marlow Club, a composite made of James Gare and Harry Ruinet, who have the potential to go very fast this weekend. Then in lane 5, Stirling Rowing Club and Glasgow University Boat Club, followed by lane 6, London Rowing Club, and in lane 7, Bexhill Rowing Club. They're competing for the John Brocklebank Challenge Cup for Championship Doubles, presented in 1946 by the late Mrs. Brocklebank and sponsored today by T2 Consulting Limited.
And just bringing you at home the unofficial results from the B final of this championship men's double. We have Marlow Rowing Club taking the win in a time of 7 minutes 10 seconds over the double from Pine Rivers Rowing Club, Queensland, Australia. And as we see this brilliant footage here from the A final of the championship double, we see that the wind is shifting a little bit from a tailwind to a crosswind. So Alex, especially being in a scull rather than a sweep boat and with this crosswind coming in, how will that affect the way that we need to be rowing to win these races?
Yeah, no, you really do feel that difference in each of those hands when you get it into a strong crosswind. It's not quite into that territory yet, but we're seeing this lovely Leander Marlow composite. That's got Dan Bradbury there at stroke. He learnt to row at Hinksey Sculling School actually. He was in that monumental Brit 4, that junior Cox 4 that made it all the way to the final of the Brit back in 2021. He's gone over to Cal to develop his skills, and it's clearly paying off, isn't it, James?
It's exceptional. We see a lead of 5 or 6 lengths here, and continuing to race the race all the way home, really trying to show those Henley stewards that they mean business in 2 weeks' time. And with some preliminary times at 1500 metres, we have a lead of over 10 seconds for that double from Leander, followed up by the double from Bexhill Rowing Club, and in third place, Stirling Rowing Club and Glasgow University Boat Club. As we get a nice close-up shot here from the camera on the finish angle, we really see this excellent technique, this excellent sculling from this double from Leander Rowing Club. And for those of you watching Lakeside, we'll see them coming into the last 50 metres of the race, storming home to victory. So we see crossing the line that double from Leander and Marlow Rowing Club in first place, followed by the double from Sterling, and looking to take the third place will be the double from Cole Porter's Rowing Club. And the full unofficial results from that race 20, the A final of the championship double. We have the double from Leander and Marlow Rowing Club storming home to victory with margin of almost 10 seconds over Stirling Rowing Club and Glasgow University Boat Club in second, Southampton Cole Porters Rowing Club in third, followed by London Rowing Club, Sudbury Rowing Club, Bexhill Rowing Club, and the composite from St Hugh's and Pembroke College's Oxford.
Yeah, that was a lovely row there from that Leander-Marlow combination. It's pretty tough in these kind of conditions to get a good grasp on the water at the catch, but they're doing that quite nicely and staying patient at the same time. So we might just expect that could be a crew to watch to get a few days into the double sculls Challenge Cup at Henley this year.
And we see here, scheduled to begin in a few minutes' time, race 22, the J18 Quad Final G, just attaching onto the stake boats here. And I have in front of me the preview from Junior Rowing News. But Alex, what are you thinking that we'll see in this race?
Yeah, we've got. Well, usually we would have. I think we've got the G final first.
2 minutes. Race 22, J18 Quads Final G.
And as we see on the stake boats here, this race 22, the G final of the J18 Quad, we've received a staggering 57 entries in this category this year at Marlow Regatta, with all but one of the top 16 crews for the Henley entries present. So this will be some really exciting racing that could be indicative of what's to come in 2 weeks' time. And as the start list here, we have in lane 2, Molesey Boat Club B, lane 3, Maidenhead Rowing Club C, lane 4, Norwich School Boat Club, lane 5, Tideway Scullers School C, lane 6, Sir William Borlase Grammar School B, and in lane 7, Kingston Rowing Club C.
Borlase, Kingston. Attention.
And we are underway here in the G final of the J18 men's quads.
Now we're expecting quite a tight race here between those middle four crews from Norwich, Tideway Scholars, Maidenhead and Sir William Boylazers. They're only separated by 1.8 seconds in the time trial, so this could be quite a fantastic race.
Race 23, J18 Quads Final F. American School, lane 1.
And as we see the race unfold here through the first 500 meters, Alex, as a rower, what will be going through your mind in the first 500 meters of a side-by-side race like this?
Yeah, no, you just come off your really hard high strokes at the beginning, and you want to settle, but you don't want to settle down. You want to sort of settle up into a really strong kind of race rhythm. The best crews. I'm thinking of Harvard lightweights in America this year. I've heard they do their hard strokes off the start, and then they come down a few ratings, and they keep the exact same speed. That's the mark of really good crews. So we'll see coming into when we get the 500 meter timings, we'll see who's doing a good job of that. Yeah.
And as we do get those preliminary results in from 500 meters, we see Tideway Scholars holding a lead of over a length on Maidenhead in second place and Norwich in third, with Sir William Borlase, Molesey Boat Club and Kings in Kingston taking. And for those of you watching Lakeside, we'll see Tideway Scholars coming through the 1K here, holding quite a dominant lead of Clearwater over a length over their competition, followed closely by Molesey and Norwich in the pack, as we see. And of course, racing in a quad, very different to racing in the 8s and even the doubles that we saw earlier. Much easier to change the boat speed in a quad with 2 blades, and also much harder to hold contact with the boat length being much shorter. So psychologically, physically, technically, this is a very different class of racing that we'll be seeing for the next few hours as we move into the quads. And here we see those preliminary results from the 1K. Tideway Scholars holding a lead of over 6 seconds on Norwich in second and Maidenhead in third. But it looks like it could be quite an exciting race for the second and third positions here, Alex. What do you think might play out in the second half?
Yeah, no, we're coming into the third 500 here, the key 500, key portion of the race where you can really win and lose the race. Now, interestingly, that Molesey B boat is actually a girls' quad. Fair enough to those athletes who have elected to come to Marlow. This is an open event, not a men's event, so interesting to see those girls come over.
And for those of you watching Lakeside, see the crews coming through into the last 300 meters. We see Tideway Scholars holding their really dominant lead over the rest of the pack, but we have a very close race for the second and third positions here, including that Molesey girls quad in the G final of this open event, and it'll be very exciting to see what happens as we get towards the Red Boys. And with these preliminary times in at 1500 meters, Tideway Scholars have added another 2 seconds or so to their lead over the pack, but we see within a second and a half of each other Sir William Borlase, Norwich School and Maidenhead. And it appears that Sir William Borlase may have rode through Norwich, and this could be a very exciting final few hundred meters of this race as we see what will happen for that second position. But just seeing here from the commentary box, and for those of you Lakeside, in the last 200 meters of the race, Tideway Scholars really stamping their authority here in the G final of this championship open quads with very tight race, and it'll be exciting to see what happens in the final few strokes. Alex, what will be going through your mind if you were in that Sir William Borlase or that Maidenhead or Norwich boat at this time?
It's more to keep your brain is deprived of oxygen here. You just have to keep your head in the boat and do your best to get the rate high and hold your technique properly. Now, we'll see who's going to do the best job of that, but it's Sir William Borlases and Norwich right neck and neck to the line. Who's going to take it?
Right to the line. We've got a little bit of parallax here in the commentary box, but I think it might be Sir William Borlase who are going to take that second place by about a canvas over Norwich in this, the G final of the Open J18 quads. And that Molesey girls quad unfortunately dropped back into 5th place as they cross the line now, and we see Kingston Rowing Club rounding off the pack in lane 7, crossing the line in 6th, and we'll get those unofficial results to you as soon as we have them.
Yeah, that Molesey girls quad rowing quite nicely there. Helen Taylor's moved to Molesey recently from Hampton School, doing a good job of trying to bring Molesey, the Molesey junior program to the top. We saw earlier on, we saw their junior men's 8 winning their final, so winning their minor final. So who knows if we could see the P's being opened up to the junior club, to the junior clubs now.
As of
who
last
knows?
year.
We could see a challenger from Molesey in the coming future.
We might in the coming years. And here we see on the start line this next race, race 23, the F final of the J18 Open Quad, and that is just getting underway as we see on the camera. And in this race we have in lane 1 the American School in London Boat Club B, lane 2 Grange School B, lane 3 Oundle School A, lane 4 Marlow Rowing Club C, in lane 5 Guildford Rowing Club, in lane 6 Kew House School A, in lane 7 Kingston Rowing Club B, and in lane 8 Clare's Court School B. And it looks almost a little bit like the sun is coming out and the wind might be dying down a bit, Alex. What do you think that will do to the race plans and the technique of these coming races in the quads?
Yeah, in a tailwind, it's all about just getting out ahead. The margins are a lot tighter, so very exciting racing. But now we might see that third 500 come a bit more into play with slightly dying down tailwind. It's going to be slightly easier, slightly less trickier as well. So all eyes on those third 500 meters.
And we can bring you now the full unofficial results from that G final of the J18 Open Quad. Tideway Scholars storming home in a time of 6 minutes 39, followed by Sir William Borlase pipping Norwich School on the line for that second place, brought up by Maidenhead Rowing Club C, the girls quad from Molesey Boat Club in 5th, and Kingston Rowing Club C in 6th. And as those of you Lakeside see these crews come through 500, we can bring you the unofficial interim results with the Grange School taking the lead but very close race followed by Marlow and Q House School within 2 seconds, and then Oundle and Guildford bringing up the rest of the pack. Could be a very exciting race to unfold in the second half. And as those of you lakeside see the crews come through the 1,000 metre mark, it looks like the Grange School have opened up a wider lead, looking to break clear water on their opponents from Q House, Kingston Grammar School and the rest of the pack here. How important is that clear water advantage in a race like this, Alex?
Yeah, you can often hear about that sort of elastic band between crews, and they're starting to get into the range of breaking that band between the crews that is almost too insurmountable to row through when you're that far down.
And as we bring these interim times from the 1K, we see field has really opened up here. We see the Grange have extended their lead to almost 3 seconds over Marlow C and Q House School in third. And as such a young program, that would be excellent to see Q House taking one of the top 3 positions in this minor final, the F final of the J18 Open Quad. And as we see this wonderful drone footage here, we see a bit of a break again from this chevron format. It might be a little bit of the conditions or a little bit of the strength of domination that we're seeing from the Grange School over in lane 2, really storming out to what looks like a lead of half or full length of clear water over their opposition. How important a performance is this from lane 2 in these conditions, Alex?
That is really interesting. Those gentlemen in lane 2 have just decided in that third 500 to just go for it and make for break, and they're going to be taking this race barring disaster. And it's a bit tighter down the field a bit. We've got Marlow in second, followed by Guildford and Q House, all vying for for those second and third positions.
And we can see on the drone footage a little bit of steering a few of the crews are having to make in these conditions. How important is it to hold that straight line course on a 2K lake on a course like this, Alex?
Well, James, as you well know, it's pretty important to keep a straight line. Obviously, that rudder acts as a bit of a handbrake, doesn't it? So you want to be as straight as possible, which is not the easiest task in these conditions, and while you're racing as well in the Coxless boat, just steering with your foot. But we're coming to the line here. It's still looking quite tight.
And as we get into the enclosures, as it were, the last 100 metres or so of this race, we see the Grange School storming home. That quad, there's 4 gentlemen storming over the line, looking like a lead of about half a length or a length of clear water over that crew from Marlow Rowing Club. And again, the pack seems to have separated out. Guildford Rowing Club in second, followed up by Guildford to cross the line in second, and we'll bring you the rest of those unofficial results when we have them. And we can bring you footage now, which is already underway, of the E final of this same event, race 24, the J18 Quad. We have in lane 1, RGS High Wycombe Boat Club C, Dart Totnes Amateur Rowing Club in lane 2, Maidenhead in lane 3, George Watson's College in lane 4, St Paul's School in lane 5, Abingdon School in lane 6, the Windsor Boys School D in lane 7, and Reading Rowing Club B in lane 8. And for Windsor Boys School to have a D boat in this event really shows their depth of talent and depth of skill. Shout out to Mark Wilkinson, their coach, of course, their very strong sculling program, having won the Forley several times in the last few years. And it'll be exciting to see how this race unfolds. And Alex, what do you think about St Paul's entering a quad into this event? Is this showing their depth and moving over to sculling perhaps?
Well, we've got what it looks like two Forley entries, two prospective Forley entries from St Paul's and Abingdon. From St Paul's, those are athletes from both the second 8 and the third 8 come together at the end of the season just to have a crack at qualifying for Henley.
That Henley dream very much alive as St Paul's lead the pack with 500 metres in, followed very closely by Reading Rowing Club B, Abingdon, and the Windsor Boys School. Might be trying to push into that minor third position, see whether they can do it in the second half of this race.
We've got Rohan Suri there, great athlete in the 2C of the St. Paul's boat. He's headed off to Colombia, and his crew, coached by Dickie Twyman, growing quite nicely actually, yeah.
And in fact, the shell that the St Paul's crew are rowing in, the Freddie Davidson, of course, heading off to Paris this year to stroke the GB men's 4. Ex-Cambridge, ex-St Paul's, extremely talented oarsmen. It'll be exciting to see what performance they can put in. And for those of you lakeside, we see the crews coming through the 1,000 metre mark. That St Paul's School crew looking to break the elastic with a 3.5 second lead over that crew from Reading Rowing Club. Looks like they might be into clear water, and by looks on their faces, we can see on the camera here they will not be letting up and will race this race all the way home. And we can bring you now the full official results from the F final of the J18 Open Quad, with the Grange School storming home with a margin of around 4 seconds over Marlow Rowing Club C in second, Guildford in third, followed up by Kew House, Clare's Court, the American School in London, and Oundle School to round it off. And with this drone footage, we see again a bit of a break from the chevron, the conditions easing, or maybe some crews saving up their beans from the time trial to really let loose in the final. But we see that St Paul's School crew stamping their authority with a clear water lead over the rest of the pack. And it looks like Abingdon, or is it Reading Rowing Club as well, moving a little bit ahead in second place. And it looks like fairly established positions as we come into the last 300 metres of this race. Bringing you here the 1,500 metres timing. That's Windsor Boys School moving through into second place. They were in fourth as we came through the 1K. They've really had a very strong third 500, and as you were saying, Alex, with the conditions easing, that third 500 becoming even more crucial.
We're coming through the last 250 here, and those lads in lane 7 have just absolutely gone for it. They've whacked the rating up, as have the rest of the field. But it's St Paul's with that commanding lead, followed by Windsor Boys into the line.
we see Windsor boys putting a massive push here. Not sure they'll be able to challenge St Paul's, but looking very tidy as they come into the enclosures and will really take that authority on the second place position. But St Paul's here extending their lead. You can hear the cheers from the bank as they come about 3 strokes from the line, not letting up and really racing that race all the way home. Cross the line and we see Windsor boys coming through in second. And RGS High Wycombe, again with a massive push, almost to challenge Windsor boys. Windsor boys and RGS High Wycombe really rode through the pack to put in some strong podium finishes in that race. And as we were saying, we can see that very exciting multi-lane quad racing with it much easier to change the boat speed, being with 2 oars each. Some really exciting racing we're seeing here at Marlow Regatta. And underway here we see the E final of this same event, the J18 Open Quad. We have in lane, my apologies, the D final of this same event here, the J18 Open Quad, with Marlow Rowing Club B in lane 1, Tiffin School A in lane 2, Kingston Rowing Club A in lane 3, Shrewsbury School in lane 4, Newark Rowing Club in lane 5, the Lee Rowing Club in lane 6, St Peter's School in 7, and Sir William Borlase School in lane 8. And we can already bring you the 500 metre timings from this race, with St Peter's School taking the lead, perhaps unexpectedly from lane 7, given the seeding, but closely followed by Sir William Borlase's and Shrewsbury in third. And interesting to see whether they can open up that lead over the rest of the pack. And a little piece of knowledge here in the commentary box. St Peter's York in lane 7, currently leading this race, is the oldest school in the country, founded in AD 627, predating many other schools and indeed universities by several hundred years. And unfortunately, they have been overturned by Sir William Borlase's school as we come through the 1,000 metre mark, although very tight margins we're still seeing. Shrewsbury, Marlow and the rest of the pack falling a little bit further behind. Could be another 2-horse race here, Alex. And how does that work mentally, being in a 2-horse race as we come towards the Henley campaigns?
Yeah, in those Henley races, it's all about momentum, isn't it, James? If you just take one seat, if you're down on a crew and take one seat, you can break their confidence. You can really feel it in the boat. When you take that one seat, and that tiny advantage can really sort of spark you to victory.
And we can bring you here the unofficial results of the E final, with St Paul's School Boat Club coming home in first, followed by the Windsor Boys School and High Wycombe Royal Grammar School in third, both of whom rode through from the back of the pack to take those podium positions, followed up by George Watson's College, Maidenhead Rowing Club, Dart Totnes, Reading and Abingdon School. And as we see this great drone footage here, we see a real break in lane 7 and 8, storming ahead here. This is the 2-horse race we're seeing between St Peter's School in lane 7 and Sir William Borlase, keeping it within a second, and this will be extremely exciting as we come into the last 500 metres of the race. Do you think Sir William Borlase will be able to hang on, Alex? What would it take for St Peter's to come through in the last 500?
Well, quite so, James. It's St Peter's who predates Sir William Borlase School by multiple centuries, but it looks like it's Sir William Borlase who's going to predate St Peter's by 0.9 seconds to the
It's looking like that history doesn't matter here at Marlow Regatta 2024. All crews really living in the moment as we get into this last 250 metres of the race, and it's a cracking race we can see here from the commentary box. We see the Lee Rowing Club in lane 6 following not far behind with the rest of the pack. Could we see a challenge from further across the field? Well, we'll have to wait and see, as those on bankside see coming into the last 200 metres of the race, and it's really everything to play for. And a really exciting, could end up with a photo finish here. We see Sir William Borlase in lane 8, holding a few seats over St Peter's School, and really close here in the middle lanes. We see lanes 3 and lanes 4. That's Kingston crossing the line here, and slightly ahead of Shrewsbury, who take 4th place. But we'll get those unofficial results as soon as we have them. And here we see underway the C final of this same event, the J18 Open Quad, with Hereford Cathedral School in lane 1, Hartpury University in lane 2, Molesey A in lane 3, RGS High Wycombe A in lane 4, Henley Rowing Club A in lane 5, Reading Rowing Club A in lane 6, RGS High Wycombe B in lane 7, and Tideway Scholars School in lane 8. And this will be an interesting race between lanes 4 and 7. The A and B boats from RGS High Wycombe, they could be perhaps matched crews that we'd be seeing ahead of a Henley campaign, or they could just be looking to get ahead of their teammates in a really competitive environment that we have here at Marlow Regatta. And those of you watching Lakeside will see the crews coming through the 500 metre mark. And we can bring you here the 500 metre times with Molesey Boat Club A establishing a lead over Hartpury, and followed up by RGS High Wycombe A in third place. And it looks like their teammates from High Wycombe are currently sitting at the back of the pack, and it'll be interesting to see whether they can push through to challenge that A quad from RGS High Wycombe. And we can bring you the full unofficial results now from that D final of the J18 Open Quad. So William Borlase taking the win, followed by St Peter's School, Kingston Rowing Club, Royal Shrewsbury School in fourth, Lee Rowing Club, Newark Rowing Club, Marlow Rowing Club, and the Tiffin School rounding off the pack. And an interesting subplot happening within this C final. We have the crew in lane 2, Hartpury University, lane 4, RGS High Wycombe A, lane 7, RGS High Wycombe B, and lane 8, Tideway Scholars School B are racing for the Junior Senior Fours Cup for the Junior Second Crew Quadruple Sculls, which was originally presented in 1966 by JDS Hester and GJ White, and is kindly sponsored by the family of Mr. GJ White. And those of you watching from the lake will see the crews coming into the second half of the race. And Alex, what must that dynamic be like between those two RGS High Wycombe crews looking to kind of maybe push ahead and try and beat their teammates?
Well, yeah, in the second crew, you always want to be, you always have the sort of mental advantage. You have nothing to lose racing your more sort of supposedly superior teammates. You always want to, pip them in training. They will have trained together and done pieces all year against each other. And then you've also got all these other boats involved in the race as well. So that'll be an interesting little dynamic for them.
Certainly, and as we get these interim timings from the 1,000 metre mark, we see Molesey Boat Club continuing to hold their lead over the rest of the pack. And as we see this cracking drone footage on this beautiful day here at Dorney Lake, we see that crew from Molesey Boat Club stamping their authority in this C final, looking to take a clear water lead over the rest of the pack, which could be a very exciting race for those second and third positions. When you're in a more than two boat race and it's this tight in the second half of the race, Alex, what is going through the minds of the athletes? Is the race plan out the window, or what moves do we need to be making?
At this point, it's all about keeping your head in the boat. You could get sucked in to focus on the competition, but really, the only way you're going to win this race against so many other crews is by rowing better than all of them. And in order to do that, you need to be fully locked in and zoned in on your own race. Yeah, James. Yeah, that locked in element is really important that we see here. And as we see in the commentary box, and those of you lakeside will see them coming into the Red Boys now, the last 250 metres of the race. That Molesey Boat Club crew rowing exceptionally well in these conditions, really looking to take home the win and trying to get a view of what's happening behind them. But it's very, very tight, and I don't want to speak too soon for what's happening in the rest of the pack. But we see RGS High Wycombe A, Hartpury University, and Tideway Scholars B, of course, fighting out for that
Junior Senior Fours Cup. So as Molesey Boat Club look to bring home the win, they are being challenged a little bit by RGS High Wycombe A and Reading over in lane 6. Looks like they will be able to hold on to their lead. And in lane 5, Henley Rowing Club may row through RGS High Wycombe, but it looks like RGS High Wycombe will take home the Junior Senior Cup. We'll confirm that as soon as we have the results, with Molesey Boat Club taking the overall win in this C final. We see the footage underway here from the B final of the J18 Open Quad. It's getting really exciting here. We see in lane 1 George Heriot School, in lane 2 the American School in London, lane 3 King's College School, lane 4 Lee Rowing Club, lane 5 Clare's Court School, lane 6 Maidenhead Rowing Club, lane 7 Kingston Grammar School, and in lane 8 King's School Worcester. This race coming through the 1,000 metre mark as we see, and as we get to these higher finals, we see the pace of racing really picks up and we're kind of on to the next.
Yeah, interestingly, we've got a good KCS crew here. Obviously, they prioritise the 8, don't they, James, for the PE? But this could be a quite nifty little Forley entry developing before Henley. We'll see how they progress in the rest of this race.
Yeah, we see KCS maybe had a fallow year or two with their 8, but see how they'll be doing this year at Henley. And we've got the interim results from the 1,000 metres here. See a very close race with Maidenhead out in front, Lee in second, Clare's Court in third, but all within the top 4 or 5 crews within about 2 seconds of each other. It's looking like a very exciting race here in this B final. And we can bring you now the unofficial results from that C final. Molesey Boat Club taking the win, followed closely by Henley Rowing Club, RGS High Wycombe A, Reading Rowing Club, Tideway Scullers in 5th, Hartpury University in 6th, Hereford Cathedral School in 7th, and RGS High Wycombe B in 8th. And so it looks like that Tideway Scullers crew, once we get the official confirmed results, may be taking home the Junior Senior Cup for the second quad. And as we see this beautiful drone footage here, looks like the crew in lane 6, that's Maidenhead, storming out to possibly break the elastic and take that clear water advantage again, with a very tight race for second. We've got in lane 5 Clare's Court School, and in lane 4 the Lee Rowing Club, really bringing the action here at Marlow Regatta.
Yeah, Clare's Court are going, James. They're really challenging for this win in the B final, hotly followed by Lee Rowing Club. Here we're seeing the last 100 metres, they're really whacking up the rates. Rowing through a little bit of wash, they want to stay loose through that. And the margins are tightening up into the line, it looks like. We'll see who's going to take the win. It looks like it's just Maidenhead. Maidenhead leading by about half a length into the line, perhaps.
Some cracking racing that we see here. We see Maidenhead really cranking the rate, possibly nearly 40 as they cross the line in first, followed closely by Clare's Court and Lee Rowing Club to take third, all within boat length of each other. Some really exciting racing we're seeing here in the quads.
Now we're coming up to the A final, and this is going to be a really interesting A final. You're seeing a lot of people tussling for positions in the Forley at Henley in 2 weeks' time. Windsor Boys School here. The possibly favourites, but Marlow, after a performance at the National Schools, Leander Club, defending champions at Henley Royal Regatta, Heart Puri are coming forward very quickly. And then let's not forget Hinksey Sculling School and Great Marlow School, and of course Tideway Scullers. So there's going to be a cracking race for the A final, which is so the A final has now started. Great Marlow in lane 1, Tideway Scullers lane 2, Shiplake lane 3, Marlow Road Club lane 4, Windsor School A, lane 5, Leander A 6, Hinksey Sculling School A, and Heart Puri lane 8. And Windsor Boys School was leading at 500 metres.
Yeah, at the 1K there, it looks like it's Windsor Boys taking a commanding lead over this. They absolutely dominated the Night Schools Regatta, winning that time trial by 8 seconds. It's a slightly closer race here to Leander. That Windsor Boys Leander rivalry recently in the fall has been really interesting to see. We've also got Hinksey here, sort of a young kind of program, started sort of by Axel Dickinson from New Zealand. He came over, rejuvenated that program. They spent the first 2 years sort of training from an old pumping station. They didn't have a boathouse. They just left their boats on racks there. There they are, run quite nicely. And yeah, at the 1K there was Windsor Boys with a 2-second lead over Marlow. Marlow, you can't sleep on Marlow, can you? It's always thinking about Windsor Boys versus Leander, but Marlow also there, right up there. So it's going to be a very interesting race for the Forley to select the favourites for that race.
And just bringing you the full unofficial results from the B final of the J18 Open Quad. We have Maidenhead storming home with the win, followed by Clare's Court in second, Lee in third, King's College A in fourth, Kingston Grammar in fifth, George Heriot School in sixth, King's Worcester in seventh, and the American School in London in eighth. But let's get back to this really exciting race we see in the A final. We see much tighter margins than the time trial. Maybe a few crews saved up a little bit of juice, a little bit of beans, having a very good race through this middle K. We see looks like Leander pushing up, Marlow pushing up, but neither to be challenging Windsor Boys. Didn't quite get that Clearwater domination that maybe they were hoping for. Maybe Mark Wilkinson with his excellent program will be kind of briefing them on that a little bit before Henley, but really rowing beautifully, such crisp entry, really direct pickup we're seeing here in this tailwind. We're seeing some world-class sculling out here at Marlow Regatta 2024. And for those of you on the bank, we see coming into the last 500 metres of the race, Windsor Boys still looking up ahead. We got these unofficial times from 1500s with Windsor Boys 3.5 second lead over Leander in second. Looks like they've dispatched Marlow Rowing Club to really challenge Windsor Boys. Obviously the Leander Junior program perhaps underperformed a little bit in the recent years. Some wins, some losses, really looking to challenge Windsor Boys this year, showing the Henley Stewards they mean business. But as we come into these concluding stages, into the Red Boys, it looks like it's going to be pretty set. But we have Lane 8 a little bit here. We have Hartpury University and College 8 maybe challenging Marlow Rowing Club a little bit. We've got a big mover here from Lane 8. See what Hartpury can do, where they can challenge for that third place position. As we just see coming into the last 50 metres of the race here in the commentary box, Windsor Boys. Really, this is isn't this, Alex, some world-class sculling we're seeing here from Mark Wilkinson's program. Yeah,
no doubt some top contenders for recruiting spots to American universities, and they're followed closely by Leander. There's open water there, so we'll see how that gap develops into Henley. And then for third place, it's looking tight, but Marlow are back through Hartpury.
Hartpury didn't quite manage that challenge for third place. They will take third, followed by Marlow in fourth, Hinksey looking like fifth, but we will get those unofficial results as soon as we have them. Some cracking racing here at Marlow Regatta.
College, please. Thank you.
Very well then. Next up is the F final of the Coxless 4. We've got City of Oxford Rowing Club B, stroked by Charles Clark. Stroked by Luke Parker in lane 4 is Putney Town Rowing Club A. And stroked by Ian Khan in lane 5 is, it looks to be Lee Rowing Club B, in that distinctive bright orange kit. And they're off the blocks, and we're going to quickly look at the results from the previous race. And the unofficial results from that, it was Windsor Boys who took the win for that. They look to be favourites for Henley. 3 seconds, and that's a rapid time as well, isn't it? And then it's Leander, followed by Open Water, just. Marlow A, 6:04. Fourth was Hartpury University and College, doing well. Fifth place was Hinckley. We can see if they can improve some speed to Henley. Sixth place was Great Marlow School. Seventh, Tybee Scholars, and then Shiplake came in 8th there. And that's a rapid pace there that's a cracking pace from Winds Boys who beat the B final winning time by 16 seconds. So they're really far ahead of the competition. At this point, it looks like Henley is theirs to lose, perhaps you could almost say. But Leander will definitely be doing their utmost in the next 2 weeks till Henley to turn that round. Right, so coming through the 500 meter point in this F final of the Coxless 4, it was Peterborough leading out City of Oxford B, and then Lee B right behind them. But it's looking quite a tight race. We could be treated to a lovely F final here. Ladies and gentlemen, at the regatta, we've had a mobile phone handed in at the prize giving tent. If you lost a phone, head over there, and hopefully you'll be able to find it. The racing so hotly contested here. The limbs in the enclosures so great that people are losing their phones, and that's exemplified by this F final of the Coxless 4.
Although, of course, if you lose your phone, you can't hear our world-class commentary we have here on the Marlow Regatta live stream. So we hope all of you at home and at the regatta are enjoying this excellent coverage we have of the F final in the Championship in Tier 2 Coxless 4. We're seeing, for those of you watching from the bank side and here on our live stream, we've got some exciting racing here with all the crews still in contact. And this being a 3-horse race, get some interesting dynamics here. The crew from the Lee Rowing Club looking to push up into pole position. And we've got these unofficial results in from 1,000 metres with the crew from Putney Town out in the lead, followed very closely by Lee and City of Oxford staying within a length. We see the faces there of those Lee Rowing Club athletes locked in, looking to push through for that pole position. Putney Town not going to let them have it without a fight. As we see this camera angle from the finish tower, we're still looking at some very exciting racing here in the F final of the championship in Tier 2 Coxless 4. Looks like that crew from Putney Town Rowing Club over in lane 4 holding on to their lead, but the challenge not abating from the Lee Rowing Club B. And here we see actually on this drone footage, looks like the Lee Rowing Club, the Lee, might be pushing through into that pole position, Alex. What do you think is going through their minds at this time?
At this point, it's theirs to lose. They'll feel so confident on that. And Putney Town, they're getting a bit of a wiggle on the steering there, moving right over to the boys, trying to maybe distract Lee a bit by getting right into their eye line. But Lee keeps taking seats on seats.
Yeah, I don't think that distraction, the steering has worked. I think that has undermined, and we all know what happened at the Olympics in the men's 4, the GB4 taking that 4th place position after some steering. The Coxless 4, obviously a very challenging event for the foot steerer, wherever they are in the bows or in the stern of the crew. And here we see, as we change angles to that view from the finish tower, Putney Town staying within half a second, but it looks like the Lee, with a lot of momentum, might come home to take this race in the F final of the championship and Tier 2 Coxless 4. Maybe even pushing out to a length of clear water as they come into the red boys, and we start to see a little bit of noise in the enclosures for the excitement building. It looks like the Lee, perhaps not the tidiest rowing we've seen today, but really seems to be effective, putting that power down in the water, moving the shell over the line first. And Putney Town possibly even being challenged by City of Oxford here over in lane 3. Could turn out to be an absolute stinker of a race for Putney Town, being rowed through by not only Lee Rowing Club but also City of Oxford are having an absolute stormer. Oh my God, this is exceptional racing here that we're seeing in the F final. City of Oxford could be rowing through to take the win. It's anyone's. It's anyone's. Within the last 5 strokes, will City of Oxford take it over Lee? Oh, we could have a photo finish. City of Oxford looks like they might take it, but I'm not sure, Alex. We'll have to wait for the official results to confirm. Putney Town taking out the 3rd place here in the F final of the championship and Tier 2 Coxless 4. What an exciting race, Alex. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, James, that is a proper F final right there. That's what we love to see. It looked like Lee really went out from the 1K mark and then maybe spent a couple too many pennies, and City of Oxford really went for it into the line and just pipped them. Perhaps we'll see on the photo finish what story that could be.
And as we see here, the next race already underway, the E final, race number 30 of the championship in Tier 2 Coxless 4. In lane 1, Derby Rowing Club. In lane 2, Thames Rowing Club A. In lane 3, the City of Oxford Rowing Club A. Lane 4, Reading Rowing Club. Lane 5, St Paul's School. Lane 6, Peterborough City Rowing Club. Lane 7, Henley Rowing Club A. And in lane 8, City of Sheffield Rowing Club. Interesting here, we see a real mix of some of the clubs, some of the schools, some of the universities in this event. This is why we get such exceptional racing at Marlow Regatta here. Really, crews sharpening up their blade work, sharpening up their Henley campaign, and it's anyone's to play for here. As we see the crews coming through the 1,000, it seems to be a bit of a 2-horse race between that crew in lane 4, the Reading Rowing Club, with the City of Oxford Rowing Club crew, with the rest of the pack following not far behind.
Yeah, the St. Paul's crew, they're trialling for GB France, the J16 race against France. They're just J16s. They don't even have GCSE qualifications. However, they are clearly qualified to row quite nicely, challenging Thames A there. They're one of their YFL entries, perhaps. And we're going to get some times on the screen, perhaps. Yeah, we have the full unofficial results from the previous race. It was, City of Oxford actually, pipped them on the line by half a second there even, over Lee Rowing Club unofficially. And then Putney Town came down there in 3rd after a strong 1K, but couldn't back it up towards the line. And then now it's the 1,000-meter mark from this race, the Coxless 4 E final. Reading taking the lead, and then City of Oxford A. Just behind them, Thames A, Peterborough and St. Paul's seem to be in a bit of a dogfight for that 3rd place, just followed by Sheffield City, and then Derby A and Henley A.
We still have a very tightly clustered pack in this E-final of the Championship 4-. Be interesting to see if this Thames crew are looking to make an entry into a Henley category, whether this performance will be good enough. But we see the lovely drone footage here in that classic chevron. We see that the tailwinds maybe eased a little bit as we get into the afternoon racing, but still quite strong, making that lane seeding and that blade work all the more important as we come into the latter stages of this E-final. And interesting, here we see, Alex, a few crews adopting the bucket rig and a few going for that straight 4 rig. What are your thoughts on the differences between the two?
I think it is sort of technically, theoretically faster, but it can sort of disrupt the rhythm slightly. It depends all about the coaching and the sort of how you think about that change rather than just the change itself. It's all about the approach, isn't it? But in this race, we've got an absolute barnstormer, it looks like. We've got 4 crews vying for the lead. It looks like it's Thames A, City of Oxford, Reading, and is that St Paul's challenging for the lead in lane 5 there, which is pretty phenomenal from the young lads. Yeah, they're coming through the 250 to go here. We've got 1500 times change.
Thank you, Alex. And we've got the 1500 metre times here with Reading holding out their lead, but Thames and St Paul's sitting within 1.5 seconds behind. This could be some exceptional racing from Haman Pradayaneo's boys from that St Paul's 4, looking to challenge for the GB France. Thames looking to make a Henley appearance. There's a lot on the line here for these crews here at Marlow Regatta, and this is really the proving ground from some excellent racing as we see coming into the Red Boys. St Paul's have put in an absolute cracker of a race, looking to challenge for the lead. Do you think they'll be able to do it, Alex?
I think so. They're rowing quite nicely. They're really direct on the catch, staying really loose and strong in the core during their sprint. And they've got, it looks like just a couple seats, perhaps a canvas over the men of Reading. These boys against men, but they're doing very well here. Look at that little celebration over the line, James.
Yeah, we see the boys are rightly happy with their performance, really sticking it to these men much older than themselves from Thames Rowing Club, Reading Rowing Club, taking those 2nd and 3rd positions. City of Oxford coming through the line in 4th, and we will get you those unofficial results as soon as we have them. But that's an excellent performance from that Coxless 4 crew from St Paul's, hopefully making an appearance at a GB France match near you very soon.
You may well have realised that James and Alex were at St Paul's School themselves.
And here we see it underway, this next race, the D final here of race 31 of the Championship and Tier 2 Coxless 4s. This full starter order being Black Sheep Rowing Club over in lane 1, Worcester Rowing Club in lane 2, Hereford Rowing Club in lane 3, St Andrew Boat Club in lane 4, Vesta Rowing Club A in lane 5, Kingston Rowing Club in lane 6, Lee Rowing Club A in lane 7, and Oriel Kensington Rowing Club in lane 8. Quite a lot of tideway experience here with those crews from Oriel Kensington, Vesta Rowing Club, and Black Sheep Rowing Club in lane 1. It's not a name I've heard before. Alex, any intel on them?
No, that looks like a quite interesting entry in lane 1 there. We'll see how they progress in this race.
We can see Black Sheep Rowing Club might be having a bit of an equipment problem, possibly with their steering. Might not be in the race anymore, but we can see the action here carrying on. This is a lovely shot of St Andrew Boat Club over in lane 4, and we see Hereford Rowing Club in lane 3 with their distinctive striped all-in-ones, almost as if they look slightly incarcerated. And then moving over to Worcester Rowing Club in lane 2 with this phenomenal camera footage we're getting here. And we can bring you now those full unofficial results from the E-final. St Paul's School Boat Club, cracking second half of the race to take the win, followed by Reading Rowing Club, Thames Rowing Club to round out the podium, then City of Oxford, Peterborough City, Henley Rowing Club, Derby Rowing Club and City of Sheffield Rowing Club to round out the pack. And for those of you watching Lakeside, we'll see this D final progressing into the second half of the race now. Lovely shot here of the Oriel Kensington crew over in lane 8, looking to bring that tideway experience over to Dorney Lake at Marlow Regatta. Lee Rowing Club here in lane 7. Looks like the race is very much still to play for here. Yeah. And we can bring you now those 1,000 metre times with the crew from St Andrew Boat Club holding out in the lead, but followed less than a second by Hereford and Lee rounding out third. So this is a really tight and exciting racing that we're seeing here in the D final. We see as well here Hereford using a slightly different shaped blade than perhaps some of the other ones, the skinny versus smoothie blades. Alex, what's your take on those different blade shapes that we see?
Well, I think different sort of studies have been, different sort of technical studies have been made into the speed of those blades, and it works for some people. I think with equipment generally, James, it's all about just finding what works for you best for each crew. As we're seeing there, Black Sheep A, they look to have had a bit of an issue there. They're just hanging back. Yeah, there they are in lane 1, waving to the crowd. And you can see in the background there's quite a strong whipping tailwind. Even though the lake is certainly flatter, it's not quite as challenging as it was before. But it's we've got the rest of the race. There's St Andrews rowing quite nicely there, and they're leading. They've extended their lead. They've got a few seats for open water, but then it's really tight for that second place.
Yeah, really unfortunate to see the Black Sheep Rowing Club drop out of the race there. We've got another bit of knowledge in the commentary box. There might be a kind of for rowing club up in Cambridge for perhaps former Blues, for perhaps those looking to keep their rowing going as they stop trialling for the CUBC. But with this wonderful drone footage we see, St Andrew Boat Club here really stamping their authority, nearly a 4 seconds lead over Hereford and Vesta. But we've got a really tight race here for the minor positions. Hereford, Vesta and Kingston Rowing Club all within a second of each other. Another exciting day to be at Marlow Regatta and see how this plays out. Really impressive to see St Andrew Boat Club here rowing on a canal up in Edinburgh, travelling all this way down to Dorney Lake to challenge their tideway competitors here at Marlow Regatta. And really in this bucket rig, looks like they're rowing well. They look like they're rowing quite long, getting good attachment out at the front, really stamping their authority here. And as we see, for those of you watching from the bank and from the drone coming into the last 50 metres of the race, holding that Clearwater lead over their competitors from Hereford Rowing Club. And it'll be a bit of an exciting race to see whether Vesta can hold on to third or whether they might get rowed through by Worcester. I think Vesta are going to hold it, and I think they did. Could be a photo finish between Vesta and Hereford. We had a massive shift in at the end there with Oriel Kensington and Lee rounding us out for this, the D final of the Championship in Tier 2 Coxless 4. Here is the start list for the C final now. We see London Rowing Club B in lane 1, Kingston Rowing Club A in lane 2, the UK Armed Forces Rowing Club in lane 3, Tideway Scullers A in lane 4, City of Cambridge Rowing Club A in lane 5, Nottingham Rowing Club in lane 6, Curlew Rowing Club in lane 7 and Grosvenor Rowing Club Chester in lane 8. We see this race progressing into its second minute as the crews get in that second 500. And Alex, from a tactical point of view, what is the second 500 of the race in this 2K situation really for?
Well, it depends on your race plan. You could I've raced against some crews who in the second 500 just decide to absolutely go for it, and then others like to settle down a bit. I think the best crews try to sort of even split the race. don't they, James?
Yeah, no, certainly. As we just got a glimpse of the 500 meter times there, it's very close, looking like the top 4 or 5 crews all within 2 seconds of each other as we progress through the 750 for those of you watching from the lake. And this could turn out to be a cracking race in this C final. Which crew will be the one that's bold enough to make the move in the second 500 and push ahead into the lead? I'll have to wait and see. As we see this great side view here, we've got almost nothing in it between the top 4 crews. We've got Nottingham, Tideway Scullers, UK Armed Forces all in the mix here, looking to see who can get their barrel ball in front in the second half. And that's really all that matters at this point in the race. It's about your barrel ball, pushing that out in front and getting that psychological advantage as we come into the second half. Getting here the interim results as we come through 1,000 metres. Nottingham Rowing Club holding out the leads, followed very closely by Tideway Scullers and the UK Armed Forces. That'll be a 3-horse race for the podium positions there, followed up by City of Cambridge. I can see Duncan Huntley there in the stroke seat, former trialist with the CUBC, now rowing for City of Cambridge exceptionally well, stroking that 4, see if he can bring it back into 3rd place position. And can just bring you now the full results from the D final here. St Andrew Boat Club storming home from Scotland to take the win in a time of 6 minutes 29 seconds, 0.8. Hereford, Vesta taking the podium with Kingston Rowing Club, Worcester Rowing Club, Oriel Kensington and Lee rounding us out. And back to the action here in this C final. Those of you watching from the bank will see the crews coming into the second half of the race now, and it still looks exceptionally close. From the drone shot from the bank here is really anyone's to play for. Alex, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, James, no one's really taken the initiative yet. We're getting into that important third 500, and it's still neck and neck. Anyone could take it at this point. And it's still the middle 4 lanes of UK Armed Forces, Tideway Scullers, City of Cambridge and Nottingham. There's absolutely nothing in it. Perhaps just a whisker for Tideway Scullers. Yeah, Tideway Scullers led by half a second there. And then it's you could throw a blanket over those top 4, couldn't you, James?
Yeah, City of Cambridge have put a really big push in here. Duncan Huntley stroking his crew, really taking them up into the podium positions there, sitting in 3rd. It'll be interesting to see whether they can challenge Tideway Scullers and the UK Armed Forces crew as we come into these closing stages of the race. Those of you watching on this glorious sun starting to come out day here at Dorney Lake will see coming into the Red Boys, into the last 250. They'll be locked in, tunnel vision, and it's anyone's to play for here. Got this lovely drone shot as we see Tideway Scullers holding on to their lead, but really the other crews not letting up the challenge.
Yeah, last 250 here. They're coming to the line, and Tideway Scullers have really cranked it up, and it's paying off. Maybe half a length there, maybe even less. And then it's anyone's call for that second place, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is, Alex. The door is open, and it will be who wants to step through first. That crew from the UK Armed Forces doing a good job over there in lane 3. Looks like they might just hold off City of Cambridge to take silver. No, looks like City of Cambridge got it. That crew stroked by Duncan Huntley. What an excellent row that they've had from the back of the pack, and small crowd there from UK Armed Forces who take the 3rd position, but we'll get you those official results as soon as we have them. Tideway Scullers storming home for the win. You can see their celebration. They're very happy with that in the C final of this, the Championship and Tier 2 Coxless Fours.
We've been seeing some absolutely cracking racing for this Coxless 4, the majority of whom will be entering the Y-Fold at Henley. So this could be an indication of sort of a stacked Y-Fold entry. Could be some interesting racing going on there.
And we see lining up on the start here the B final of this same event, the Championship Tier 2 Coxless 4, with Molesey Boat Club B in lane 1, Tel Aviv Rowing Club of Israel in lane 2, Tyne Amateur Rowing Club, In lane 3, London Rowing Club A in lane 4, Thames Rowing Club D in lane 5, Nottingham Union and Oxford University Boat Club in lane 6, Mercantile Rowing Club in lane 7 from Australia, and City of Bristol Rowing Club A in lane 8. We see those crews lining up. And just a little bit of information, we've got the Tel Aviv Rowing Club over in lane 2, an international entry, the first Israeli crew to make the trip to the UK in recent memory. We have a father and son team with Sean and Cal Gorvey, the former being a Goldie athlete racing in the boat race against Oxford for the University of Cambridge, and his son Cal Gorvey, a Princeton lightweight. Joined by top-class athletes from the likes of Eton College and University of Pennsylvania. What do you think this crew could show off, Alex?
Well, I bumped into Jamie Ginsberg in the nightclub a few weeks ago, actually, so clearly the preparations are very intense for the Tel Aviv crew. And we're off the start here. In this race, we've also got Mercantile coming all the way from Australia, so they could be a rapid crew. We know you only ever come to Hanley if you think you're going to be fast. So clearly a bit of confidence there from them. And in this race, interestingly, we've got a bit of a dogfight between Molesey and City of Bristol for the Tier 2 forwards to take that win. So we'll be keeping an eye on that down the track.
And we can bring you now the full results from the C final. Tideway Scullers taking the win. City of Cambridge rowing through, stroked by Duncan Huntley to take that second place. UK Armed Forces in third. Kingston Rowing Club in fourth. Nottingham Rowing Club in fifth. London Rowing Club in sixth. Curlew in seventh. And Grosvenor Rowing Club Chester in eighth. And we can see the action here from the B final. It's already looking like it's going to be a cracking race, Alex. Got a bit of intel as well on this Nottingham Union Oxford University Boat Club Rowing Club boat in lane 6. The Nottingham Union, we've got James Forward sat in the bow seat, former blue boat athlete, now gone into employment, not a student anymore. We've got Tom Rigney as well, sat in the boat, ISIS athlete. Some very, very good guys there in that boat, and they will not be letting up at all, really racing the race all the way through to the finish and hoping to make a Henley entry in one of the events. Maybe the visitors. Alex reckons that they could be looking at the visitors.
Yeah, we've sort of got a mixture of taxpayers and students in there, so could be a visitors entry in there. They'll probably be wanting to lead this race out, but we'll see.
Got a good shot of them here. There's, like I said, James Forward in the bow seat. Tom Rigney looks like he's in the 2 seat, and bringing in the 500-meter results. That crew from the Molesey Boat Club taking the lead. Very tight pack here with Thames following half second behind. The crew from Tel Aviv following next, then with London, Nottingham Union, the Oxford crew, and the rest rounding out the pack. But this is looking like some more cracking racing here at Marlow Regatta. Nice shot here, that Tel Aviv or Molesey. And there's Molesey seeing over in lane 1 with that Tel Aviv crew in lane 2. Looks like the Molesey selling into a nice, comfortable rhythm here. Looks like they're rowing long, rowing relaxed, really sending down the puddles on their opposition there, as they like to do. Seeing on the camera here, just coming through the 1K. Thames pushing nicely from lane 5. The race is still very much open as we see the rest of the pack come past. This City of Bristol crew getting a good shot of over here in lane 8. Looks like they're just putting in a big push. You can see the look on the stroke man's face, putting in a big push here as we come through the K. That crew in lane 7 from Mercantile Rowing Club. It's really anyone's to play for. And there we see, that looks like James Duran in the 2 seat. Tom Rigney looks like he's sat in 3, James Forward, and Gabe in the stroke seat, who stroked the ISIS crew this year. So some top talent in that Oxford crew, but looks like it's not paying off here in this race, being led by a few of the opposition, but no light blues in sight.
Yeah, Gabe Reynolds there, really silky guy. He learned to row at Hinksey Rowing Club, stroking that Oxford composite, looking quite nice. And then there we can see that Tel Aviv boat. I read on JRN that they had a bit of a falling out with their national federation, and a bit of tension there perhaps, but they'll want to move past that and just focus on their racing here.
And that's really the beauty of the sport of rowing, is that once you're on the water, you're in the middle of the race, the chips are down, nothing else matters. It's really just the fastest crew and the best rowers. And
it's Tel Aviv and Thames, it looks like, really going neck and neck for this second place in the B final. We're getting sort of up to quite sort of a high standard of rowing here. Some of these crews will be looking to make it far into the Y-fold. And there's also a challenge from lane 6, Marlow Rowing Club, stroked by James that's Nottingham Uni. That's the boat with James Ford in it. Tel Aviv dropped back slightly behind Thames Rowing Club there.
Obviously, rowing in that ISIS crew, they're used to not having another crew in sight, as we saw from the very dominant performances of Goldie in the last few years. So they'll be channeling that now to put in a strong performance as we look to row through from lane 6. But we see dominant performance continuing here from the Molesey Boat Club over in lane 1. And we see some strength here in lane 5 as well. That's Thames Rowing Club D. Might actually be pushing past Molesey to look for the finish line. What do you think could happen, Alex, as we go into the closing stages?
It's looking neck and neck. I think Thames maybe got an advantage. They're absolutely sprigging on that catch. And then Tel Aviv even moving up on Molesey slightly. This is going to be tight. And it's Thames take the win, half a length to Molesey, another half length to Tel Aviv, and then almost full length. And it's almost a dead heat, looks like, between that Oxford composite and who's that? Was that Tyne? London stroked there by George Christian. Junior rowing media giant. And then we've got Mercantile and it is City of Bristol that rounds off the pack.
What an exciting race we saw there in the B final, as we see white flag by the umpire, and we'll be bringing you the action from the A final, which is already underway very shortly. So here we can see the A final underway. We've got in lane 1 Oxford Brookes University Boat Club B, who are racing for time only. Thames Rowing Club C in lane 2, Upper Thames A in lane 3, Oxford Brookes again in lane 4, Leander Club in lane 5, Marlow Rowing Club in lane 6, Thames Rowing Club B in lane 7, and Molesey Boat Club A in lane 8. We have a really stacked lineup here in this A final, dripping with talent here at Marlow Regatta, and it's anyone's guess to see what will play out as the race gets underway. We're seeing here a good shot of Molesey, but we've got across the lake, we've got the Thames Rowing Club crew, who have got 3 members of their victorious Thames Challenge Cup crew from last year, alongside Tom Walton, one of their Brit winners.
Here's the 500 metre times from this race, and it's Thames who are leading out over Leander and Oxford Brookes. Leander with plenty of talent on board. They won the time trial. I think that's Calvin Tarzi stroking it. Josh Bowsman Jones in the 2 seat, and then there's that Brooks crew. It's got Jamie Copus at bow. Perhaps some of the members in here who raced at the Holland Becker, who beat the German national development team for. So this is an absolute storm of a row from that Thames B, I believe, stroked there by Ollie McChesney. And in those centre lanes, you've got that classic rivalry between Brooks and Leander we've been enjoying recent years. Who's going to take it to the 1K? And it looks like it's just Oxford Brookes who's enjoyed a slightly better rhythm in that second K, settled a bit higher, perhaps, James.
Yeah, it looks like it. Obviously, Thames with not much to lose against such talent in the Brooks boat, be looking to jump out of the line and see if they can hold on. See if they're able to do that. Got a nice shot of that Thames crew now. Looks like they're rowing smooth, they're rowing long. It's whether they have enough in the tank to be able to. And
we've got the results from previous race. It was Thames who won that, followed hotly by Molesey, who then take the trophy for Tier 2 fours. It's maybe slightly less embargoes required for Tel Aviv. We've got Nottingham and that Oxford combination behind them. Tyne, then rowing Mercantile coming in 7th, and City of Bristol in 8th. And then back to the safe final, we're looking at Calvin Tarzi stroking that. He's racing against his old former schoolmate, it looks like, perhaps, Tom Horncastle. He's been, or he's at least on the entry list for that Octo Brookes for in the 3 seat. They won, of course, together the PE 2018 with that fantastic sort of famous St. Paul's 8, James?
That famous St. Paul's 8 that still hold the record in the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup and were reckoned to be one of the greatest schoolboy 8s of all time, bringing this energy here into the A final of the championship. Coxless 4 Still looking like a very exciting race unfolding. We got a good shot there of the crews from Molesey, from Thames, as the camera pans across. Comes this drone footage, and we see is that the Oxford Brookes crew stamping their authority. Thames seems to have fallen back a little bit, and we see Leander there over in lane 6, trying to hang on and maybe make a move through this Brookes crew. Looks like the Brookes crew got the race very much under control. What would you say, Alex?
Yeah, I think that's a perfectly executed race from Brookes there. Unless Leander, led by Calvin Tarzi in the stroke seat, can get through. We've got Jamie Copus in the bow seat of that Brookes crew. He moved to America for a couple of years, didn't he, James, to try to make the Olympic team. But now he's back home in that maroon, leading out he's hoping to be the first man to cross the line in this Championship 4 event.
And it looks like he might manage it with the Brookes crew holding maybe a third or half of a length lead over Leander. This is where it's make or break for Leander. We're in the last 250. The rate's got to go up and the power needs to be put down in the water. Who will take it? Got a good shot there. We've got Brookes, the 2 Brookes crews, and Thames seems to be slipping back. Obviously gave Brookes a bit of a fright there in the first 500. Executes their race plan well, but it seems to be the silk of the Oxford Brookes crew rowing exceptionally well as we come into the enclosures here. We see Leander falling back a little bit here from the commentary box, maybe slipping back to a length. The rate's gone up, but they seem to have shortened, and whether that's going down in the water, we will see. Dominant performance here from this Oxford Brookes crew in lane 4. Will take the race with just about clear water over Leander, who will take the second place. And coming here we see is this Marlow Rowing Club to take third place, and that's an excellent performance at their home regatta. The 2 Thames crews, followed by Brookes again, and the 2 Molesey crews will round it out. Some exceptional racing there in the A final, Alex. What are your thoughts?
I thought Thames had a phenomenal first K there. They were really brave just to take it to these Leander and Brookes crews who have been dominating the top scene in the domestic British scene recently. Those 3 crews are likely going to be entering the visitors, I believe. Thames with a few previous Henley winners on board. So it looks like from that, it looks like Brookes then the favourites, the British favourites for the visitors. We've got a good Norwegian crew coming over. We've got some crews from Australia coming over. So visitors as well as the YFOL can be very competitive this year, James.
Totally agreed, and we'll see if Brookes not Brookes, Oxford Brookes University can take it home. And then we're straight on to the next racing. This is the University and College Coxless A final. We have King's College London in lane 3, University of London Boat Club in lane 4, Edinburgh University Boat Club in lane 5, and East Anglia University Boat Club in lane 6. This race already well underway as we get through the 500 metres. I can bring you those preliminary times now, with the University of London leading, followed by Edinburgh within half a second. Very tight race for the top spots there, with the University of East Anglia leading King's College London at the moment. And UL are a very good tie-break programme, aren't they, Alex? How do you think they can use their tie-break experience here on Dorney Lake?
Yeah, Anthony Smith recently started at that programme, trying to bring it back to the forefront. They've had a few years off the front of the field, but they're improving again, and they'll be looking to these 2 presumably PA4s for Henley. They'll be looking to stamp themselves as favourites to go on like long, get through a few days into that regatta. But through the 1K, it looks like it's Edinburgh with almost a canvas lead over UL, and then who's that in third, James? Is that
East Anglia?
East Anglia, yeah, and then King's College London a bit further behind there.
And just to give you those full results, unofficial from the previous race, the A final. We're just getting those results double checked, and we'll have them with you shortly. We're still seeing here some great footage from the A final of the University and College Cox 4. Looks like Edinburgh have rowed through the University of London. I'll be looking to extend their lead as we get into the second half of the race. This is very exciting stuff, and turning into a kind of 2-horse race that we're seeing here. There's a good shot of the University of East Anglia looking to challenge them across from lane 6. Still anyone's to play for, Alex.
Absolutely, James. Bit of a bubble we just saw there from Edinburgh. These aren't the easiest conditions. Maybe a tiny bit of chop just coming up back again with this tailwind. So, and coming through the 1,000 metre there, we had Edinburgh coming through the time of 3:17, and then UL just behind them, East Anglia slightly further behind, and then KCL further back.
interesting to see KCL, of course, one of the colleges of the University of London, racing the University of London team. Looking to be hanging back a little bit, but an interesting race we see here, and it'll be interesting to see if they can push back in the second half of the race. But we see, looks like Edinburgh, University of London continue to jostle for the lead. For those of you watching from the bank, they're coming through into the last 500 metres of the race now, and it really is. Looks like UL might have pushed back in front of Edinburgh here. This is really exciting two-horse Henley-style racing that we're seeing here, and interesting to see if these crews are making entries into the PA or any other event at Henley. This will be very interesting to watch. I can just bring you now the full results from the final, the A final of the Championship Coxless 4. That Oxford Brookes crew storming with a sub 6 minutes time on a 2K here. Really quick conditions like we're saying in this tailwind. Followed up by Leander, Marlow Rowing Club to take third, Thames Rowing Club C and B, Molesey and Upper Thames to round it out. And Oxford Brookes there we see racing for time only, so not placed amongst the others. And here we see, wow, UL have really pushed ahead of Edinburgh now. They have dealt with that challenge from Edinburgh exceptionally well and pushed out now to a 2.5 lead. Looks like they've broken clear water in the Cox 4 category here. And as we come into the Red Boys, University of London held their nerve, weren't scared at all by that Edinburgh challenge, and have regained their rhythm, regained their composure. Looking like a good row. Edinburgh maybe look like they're shorting up a little bit. This will be an excellent learning opportunity for them ahead of Henley and what happens when the chips are down.
Yeah, you all have had an imperious second K there, and this is a good lesson for Henley, perhaps for Edinburgh. You know, spent a couple too many cookies to get ahead to the 1K, and then we have those long races at Henley with the stream against the crews. You all taking the win there. There are long races at Henley. You know, you have to be able to have a strong second K. Edinburgh is second. You have to be able to hold your pace, and is. David Moreno biking past the commentary box, and then it's East Anglia in third, and KCL rounding up the field. And straight away for you, there's the trying to get the results up. There they are. Unofficially, that's London winning in a time of 6:33. Edinburgh failing in the second half, coming in second, 6 seconds behind. 6 more seconds to East Anglia. And then it's KCL with a bit more to work on if they want to do well in the PA this year.
And here we can see attached on the stake boats the B final of this J15 Coxed Quad. Starting off with 2 RGS High Wycombe entries in lanes 1 and 2. Marlow Rowing Club in lane 3, Tideway Sculler School in lane 4, Clare's Court School in lane 5, Hampton School Boat Club in lane 6, Clare's Court again in lane 7, and Kingston Grammar School in lane 8. And Alex, the J15 Cox Quad is an exceptional boat class and one that I'm sure we share many fond memories of. What's your experience been rowing in this boat class?
We absolutely do, James. We had a great fun contesting the this particular trophy. Back in the day, unfortunately, just being pipped by KCS, by a phenomenal KCS crew of some really good athletes in that boat. But this is absolutely a category with great history at this regatta.
Of course, in these J15 categories, we could be seeing the future Henley, future stars all created here at Marlow Regatta 2024. We just see them attached to stake boats, waiting to get started here. And off they go. We see the great footage here from the starting tower, and it's a rapid start from all of the crews that we see here. Obviously, Quad very quick off the line with those sculling blades, nicely smooth to put the power down. Coxes will be egging them on as they get away from the blocks there. And here, just to break from the terrible boat race chat we have going on in the commentary box, we've got some great footage from the B final of the J15 Cox Quad as we come through 500 meters. What's it looking like, Alex? What are you seeing in front of you?
Well, if you can squeeze a word in edgewise over Matthew Holland, it's looking like an interesting race. Pretty high standard there by Claire's Court. High standard of racing in this B final of the Cox J15 quads. Interestingly, we've got 2 Claire's Court crews in this final. That's a program with pretty good history. I believe they've won the Forley recently in 2017, perhaps. But they're looking quite nice out there. We're looking at Marlow there as well. We'll try to get some times up. Here's the 500. It was Claire's Court with the lead. The second over Tyway Scholars, Marlow's B crew. Behind that, and then Claire's Court B crew. It's looking quite a tight race, isn't it, James? Coming into the third 500.
Yeah, it certainly is, Alex. And again, we've got this great dynamic here of there being 2 Claire's Court schools and 2 RGS High Wycombe schools here. So, as we saw with a little bit of the action earlier in the morning, they're looking to try and beat their teammates, maybe get their kind of name in front when it comes to selection for the future years. With this being J15, there's everything to play for in this race and everything to play for these athletes in the future, getting their first taste of this 8-lane racing experience we have. Got a good shot here of the Hampton School Boat Club, and what are your thoughts, Alex?
Yeah, looking at those Claire's Court boys, they're absolutely putting it all on the line. Maybe a tiny bit distracted by the other crews, but they've got their head downs, haven't they? And it was at the 1K, it was Claire's Court now with a 3-second lead, bit of open water perhaps over Tarbay Scholars. And at the moment, it's looking like it's still that Claire's Court A crew. They've got a massive lead over Tyway Scholars at this point. That's maybe half a length of clear water. They'll just be wanting to, at this point in the race, when you've got that kind of lead, you just want to bring it in, stay solid. You don't want to have to do any sort of fireworks to overturn anyone. You just want to get it home safe and dry. And then behind that, it's looking slightly tighter. It's Tyway Scholars in second with a length over was that Marlow and Hampton. So looking like a pretty good race for the third place here.
Yeah, exactly, Alex. I can imagine what's going through the heads of those boys in the Claire Court boat out in the lead. They're trying to just keep that smooth rhythm and just really execute the rest of the race plan. Try things out and practice ahead of some more of the summer racing to come. And we can bring you some of the times from the 1500 metres. Claire's Court leading that to a 4-second lead over Tyway Scholars School, followed up by quite a close race we're looking at for the third position with Marlow and the rest of, and Claire's B, followed by the rest of the pack behind. We've got quite a bit of dispersion at the back, but everything's still to play for out at the front. And we can see the Coxes in the bow loaders there, sitting up high, egging their crews on, and it's really kind of tunnel vision you get when you're lying there in the bow loader. You have to look side to side. You see your bow ball racing towards the finish line. It's a very exciting position to be in from a Cox's perspective. And we can see now, coming into the enclosures, about 150 metres left to run. That crew from Claire's Court School will take the win, barring disaster. We see Tyway Scholars putting in a big push here. barring disaster, which we've seen with the stroke seat of that Clare's Court School crew falling off his seat. Let's see if his 3 teammates can bring the crew over the line. He's throwing everything at it now, but they will hold on to the win there. Wow, what exciting action we are seeing here in the B final. Tideway Scullers couldn't quite hold on through the middle of the race to be able to capitalize on that opportunity, but that just shows the race is never over until the crews have crossed the line, and all that damage you can do in the middle of the race can open the door later on. What an exciting race, Alex. What are your thoughts?
I mean, that's why we love the J15 quad, isn't it, James? This event just throws up barnstormer after barnstormer, and that is just one of those.
Apologies for the short interruption there. That's Matthew Holland spitting out more silly remarks, and we can see here the footage already of the A final of this. B final, sorry. The A final, sorry. Thank you, Alex. And the full list here, we've got the Grange School in lane 1, Marlow Rowing Club in lane 2, Hampton School lane 3, the Windsor Boys School A in lane 4, George Watson's College in lane 5, Westminster School in lane 6, and the B and C crews of Windsor Boys School rounding out lane 7 and 8. And this is the first race we've seen 3 crews from the same club competing in the same race. And once again, Alex, it'll be really interesting to see the dynamics here and whether they can give some to their teammates. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, what a display from Windsor Boys here. They've their A crew is leading out. Their B crew is in 4th, and the C crew is they're in last, but they're looking close to take the challenge for some higher positions. We've got a member of the Schutz family stroking that A crew. Bit of a rowing dynasty it's becoming, isn't it, James? With his brother stroking the top quad, and his older brother. He's gone to Princeton in the 5Z. He's a small guy, but he's phenomenally strong, and he's led a bit of a revolution alongside Theo Bell at Princeton University, hasn't he, James?
Yes, he has. I have fond memories of doing my Team GB Junior Worlds campaign with Marcus Shute back in 2022. Well, lovely athlete, and great to see him succeeding. Obviously raced in Henley in the single last year as well, which is for a 19, 20-year-old athlete extremely impressive, and good to see the dynasty continuing here. We can bring you the results from 1,000 metres in. We've got George Watson's College holding on to their lead out in first, followed by Westminster within a second, and then a little bit more. Sorry, that's Windsor Boys. In second, and Marlow following up the podium in third, followed then by Westminster and Windsor Boys again. Another very tight race here, and we love to see close, good racing in the Cox Quad. Everyone really getting stuck in and fighting to the line, Alex. And just to bring you here those full results, the unofficial results from the B final of the J15 Cox Quad. Clare's Court taking the win despite that incident in the last 50 metres, hanging on to win ahead of Tideway Scullers. Marlow Rowing Club rounding out the podium with Hampton School, Clare's Court B, Kingston Grammar in 6th, and the 2 High Wycombe crews filling out 7th and 8th. Back to the action here in the A final of the J15 Cox Quad. As we pan across, we can see a little bit of dispersion now in the pack. See if that crew from Windsor Boys is still hanging on. This looks like their B crew that we're seeing here over in lane 6, and their C crew over here in lane 8. It's some great racing here from the Windsor Boys crews. We can bring you now the 1500 metre times. And with the Grange School leading from lane 1 over in first with George Watson, my mistake, and then followed by Windsor Boys and Marlow rounding out the podium. Looks like George Watson over in lane 5 continuing to extend their lead, and we can see as we come into the enclosures, into the last 250 metres now, whether we'll see a repeat of the B final, whether George Watson's will comfortably hold their lead or whether Windsor Boys will push them to the line. What do you think, Alex? I think Windsor Boys are going to have a big fight to try and take that podium position.
They absolutely are, James. They're wearing quite nicely. You can see that typical Windsor Boys kind of distinctive style that everyone talks about. But it's looking like it could be a tight race for that second place into the line. It is still George Watson's leading to the line, but as we well know now, that is not guaranteed until they cross the line. And it's really neck and neck between that's Windsor Boys, but Windsor Boys B and Windsor Boys A. Oh, sorry, that's Westminster and Windsor Boys A and Marlow. It's a 3-horse race. There's nothing to choose here between them. and it's Windsor boys just, and I think that's going to be a photo finish perhaps between.
I think that's going to be a photo finish for the third place. It could be Westminster and it could be Marlow. We will find out soon when we have the official results. But there we see George Watson's taking the win over Windsor boys, and we will get those official results to you as soon as we have them. Can see there's some footage of the quads just finishing up their race, exhausted, wondering if Westminster did enough to secure that third place, but we will find out as soon as we get those official results. Stay tuned. And we'll soon be on to the action. The next race, race 38, the B final of the Open J14 Coxed Octo. And if you thought the action from the quads was spectacular, this could be even better. We have a two-horse race, quite literally here, in lane 4, Kew House School Boat Club A, and in lane 5, Shiplake College Boat Club. Now, Alex, what do you think about Shiplake appearing in this B final here? What do you think will be going through their minds at the moment?
I think as they go through the years, they'll be wanting to perform at a slightly higher level. But they've done well here to compete, and they look pretty decent actually there. Now this could be an interesting race. It's sort of a simulation of that match racing that we get at Henley, sort of a different breed of racing. So we'll see how they're progressing. It looks perhaps like a bit of steering difficulties, bit of a wiggly line from that Kew House boat. But we'll try to see what kind of progress they've been making.
And of course, we see at the National Schools Regatta, lots of the J14 Octo events are raced over 1K in the finals, but now we're extending this out to the 2K format. So it will be interesting to see which crews have the stamina, which of these J14 athletes have been putting in those winter ergo miles to really bring up the caliber of the racing here and see. But it looks like Shiplake establishing quite a strong lead here over Kew House as we come through 500 meters. We see Shiplake just over 10 seconds ahead of Kew House School here. And what do you think of that larger margin within the first 500, Alex?
I think that's obviously quite a large margin, but who knows what could happen in this J14 racing. James and I have very fond memories from this category as well, having this was our first ever race over 2K back in 2018 in the J14 Octos, which we took the win in.
And just to bring you those unofficial final results from the previous race, the A final of the J15 Cox Quad, George Watson's College taking the win with around 4 seconds to follow by the Windsor boys. Westminster School in third with less than a second in it over Marlow Rowing Club. Westminster did do enough in the end. Rounded out by the Windsor Boys School B, Hampton A, Grange School, and the Windsor Boys School C.
And that's quite an interesting result, James. When you look at Scarling, you always expect sort of the Marlow Leander Windsor boys to do quite well, but haven't often seen George Watson's College around the top. And briefly to go back to the Octos race, this is a very impressive row considering they've only got 7 men on board. Clearly some personal issues before the race.
In fact, I saw in the time trial this morning, Shiplake snapped one of their blades from the poor fellow in the bow seat. So it seems that they've not been able to sort out that equipment, and they are, in fact, rowing with 7 men, which is a very dominant performance here over Kew House School. We can see as they come through the 1,000 metre mark, as you see Lakeside, those boys really leaving everything out there for their kind of fallen teammate, as it were, to kind of do them justice and take the win with 7 men. This is an exceptional performance from Shiplake College.
I have absolutely no doubt that the 8th man will be shouting very loud to cheer his teammates on to bring some kind of result home.
Here we get a great shot of the crew from Kew House. We can hear or see on these athletes' faces some calls from in the bows in the boat. And Alex, what do you think when athletes elsewhere in the boat, other than the Cox, are making calls? How does that resonate?
Well, generally, I was told as a young athlete that every fast 8 has quite a vocal bowman. Obviously, in sort of the less disciplined year groups and boat classes, you can get sort of athletes getting a bit too lippy. But if you've got a good vocal bowman or a vocal sort of guy in the bows to really like lead the crew out, that can be really useful at regattas such as Henley, which is coming up. You can really add a lot to the crew from the bows if you sort of let the guys know how they're doing, how the boat feels from your seat. Make some calls from there. Yeah.
Riveting stuff. And then we see this Q House crew coming through the 1250 meter mark here. And we just see them disappear on the camera shot. Shiplake extending their lead again with only 7 men. A very impressive performance out to over 20 seconds. Good line here we see on the drone shot. Just about getting both crews in frame. And yeah, this is looking like, barring any major further disaster, looks like the Shiplake crew will handily take this B final of the J14 Octo.
There's one inside the aligners on the spares there, so just take one.
It's pretty fantastic to see an entry here from Q House. They're sort of a new program, new kids on the block, as it were. They had their first PE entry last year, actually, I believe, or maybe the year before. And it's nice to see as well some talent coming through in the lower year groups. So perhaps a program to watch for the future. And it's Shiplake then. Last 100 meters, they're just gonna bring it home, try to bring it home nice and safely. Looking actually like a pretty decent standard for a Shiplake J14 crew, isn't it, James?
Agreed. Yeah, as we see them coming into the last 5 or so strokes there, looks like they've held on some nice, tidy blade work, dealing nicely with these conditions. And as they cross the line ahead of Q House School, we wish all the members of that crew a great recovery and hope they can get back to being a unit nice and soon. And we see Q House coming into view now in the commentary box, really holding their strength as well, and really didn't let up at all in this whole race. Really kind of coming into the last 10 strokes or so now, and then we will be done with this B final of the J14 Octo.
Very spirited Cox there from the Q House crew, and they've done a solid showing for themselves. Hopefully, a few athletes to watch there to bring Q House to the forefront in the next few years.
And we move now to the last race of the morning session, the A final of this same event, the J14 Octo. In lane 2, we have Abingdon School. In lane 3, King's College School. Lane 4, Henley Rowing Club. Lane 5, the Windsor Boys School. In lane 6, Great Marlow School. And in lane 7, King's College B. And what do you think of this lineup, Alex? Who do you think might be the crews to watch?
I think, we've got. It'll be interesting to see how well sort of the rowing styles of the Henley Rowing Club and of the Windsor Boys of rowing style will translate down. And we're seeing now that Henley Rowing Club is actually a girls' octo. So that is it's mixed. We've got 2 girls. We've got 4 girls in the outer pairs, and then hopefully, I'm not unsure about that. And then so it's a mixed octo.
And as we see the crews storming out of the blocks here in this strong tailwind, it'll be interesting to see what happens next. Obviously, with an Octo, you've got 16 blades in contention, so the blade work is very important, and we'll be able to see which crews can handle these tailwind conditions best. Looking like, again, you can probably see on the camera, a bit of chop on the water. The tailwinds maybe picked up a little bit over the lunch break, whilst I'm sure many of you watching on the bank side and watching at home were grabbing a bite to eat. And we're back to the exciting racing now in the J14 Octo A final. We can see Abingdon over there in lane 2, King's College School A in lane 3, and as we pan across we can see the rest of the field, that mixed 8 from Henley Rowan Club in lane 4 and the Windsor Boys School in lane 5, and one of the safety launches in the foreground. And just to bring you the unofficial results of the B final of this event, we saw, of course, Shiplake take the win, with Q House following closely in second. So good to see Q House on the podium as a relatively new program, and hopefully big things to come in the future. But for now, back to the action in the A final. As we pan back across, looks like it could be anyone's game here, Alex. What are your thoughts as we come into the middle of the race?
Yeah, you never know with these Octo races. It's really exciting racing. Sort of, you get these developing races that could go any way. And we'll see as they progress through the race. We'll see the intermediate times. See how they're doing out there.
Whoa.
And it's actually Henley doing very well there in the middle lane. They're leading out with 1.5 seconds to KCS, hotly followed by Windsor Boys, and then it's Abingdon following them. Great Marlow School in shot there, I believe, and then KCSB is riding off the back, slightly further back.
Yeah, just seeing the shot of the KCSB crew. Looks like they're maybe struggling a little bit with conditions. Could maybe get their blades in a little bit more sharply, but good shot here of the KCSA and the Henley crew. That mixed crew from Henley Rowan Club look to be taking the lead over some of the more established boys' schools like KCS. Be very interesting to see what will unfold in the second half of this race, as for those watching from the bank, we come up to the 1K. Great shot of the action here from behind, and obviously this is similar to the view that Cox would have of this exciting race as it unfolds. You can see your crewmates, you can see your opposition really in the coxing seat making those calls. We've got the mixed crew from Henley Rowan Club extending their lead of over 3 seconds over Abingdon and Windsor Boys, and it looks like a nice tight race for the second and third positions between Abingdon and Windsor Boys. Real excitement here in the Octo category, of course. Many of these athletes will progress to sweep in the coming years, but I'm sure will cherish fond memories of racing an Octo in Marlow Regatta 2024. We see the King's College B crew lagging a little bit behind, but still looking to challenge their teammates up in front. Great angle of the drone shot here. We can see Henley continuing to extend their lead. Abingdon maybe put in a little bit of a push. It looks like, Alex, would you say they're still holding contact over Henley and the door is open for the second half of the race? What would you say?
Yeah, maybe just James. It is a big lead, but you never know with these J14 racing. And then it looks like a bit of a tighter race further back.
Here we can see we've got the interim timings from 1500 metres. Henley holding their lead over Abingdon. They haven't extended that much further at 3.7 seconds. Windsor boys and the rest of the pack falling a little bit behind. And we can see this crew, this mixed crew from the Henley Rowing Club, looks like they're going to take the win. We've got, here we go, got a good camera angle shot of them there. We've got 4 young male athletes in the middle and 4 young female athletes in the outside pairs. Really interesting dynamic and interesting crew lineup we've got here, taking the win over some all-boys crews from some of the more established programs. But as Abingdon look to tire a little bit, coming into the last 10 strokes of the race, it looks like that crew from Henley Rowing Club will take the win. You can see for a J14 Octo rowing nicely in sync and nice play work as we cross the line and take the win there. But they haven't realised that they've in fact crossed the line. And there we go. And we see followed by Abingdon and the Windsor Boys School. KCS coming fourth. What do you think of that performance from KCS, Alex?
I think that's quite good. It might was that 4th or 3rd, James? I was 4th. Yes. Yeah, no, that was a good strong row from them. Looks like.
We see that crew from the Henley Rowing Club absolutely delighted with their result. We can see clapping and cheering from in the boat as the last crew in this A final crosses the line for King's College School Rowing Club B. And there we are across the line. And that concludes our side-by-side racing for the morning session. We will carry on with some more time trials coming very soon. Can see a nice drone shot here of some of the crews boating ahead of the time trials, and we can bring you now the unofficial results from that A final. Henley Rowing Club with a time of 6 minutes 48, followed up by Abingdon, Windsor Boys School, KCS A, Great Marlow School and King's College School B to round it off. And that concludes our side-by-side racing for the morning. We'll be moving on to the time trials for the afternoon session next, with the next race coming up at 2:15. So now is a great time to go and grab some food, find a good place to sit and watch, and get ready for another afternoon of cracking racing at Marlow Regatta. But I've been James.
I've been Alex. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for tuning in, and we hope to see you back in the commentary box very, very soon.
in that voice.
Did you want to think you got through? Right and 5 levels.
Get yourself straight to the ball. Send you off very soon. Okay, good ball. Off what you want to.
Hello and good afternoon, and welcome back to Eton Dorney for some afternoon racing action here at Marlow Regatta. The Championship 8 time trial has just started, and we've got Oxford Brooks. They're passing the 1250 now. That's a cruise stroked by Louis Nair, and I think that's a few of those athletes raced for GB actually at the recent World Cup 3. One of those pairs, they were in the pairs category, one of them coming 5th in the A final and then the other winning the B final, I believe. Up behind them is London Rowing Club. They're all around the 1K mark at the moment. London, they'll be entering the Thames Challenge Cup. Behind them in start number 3 is St. Paul's, stroked by Phil Wolfensberger, and hotly followed by Thames Rowing Club, stroked by Andy Thomas, bit of a legend of the club rowing game at this point. And as we move to the split screen, we can see that's Oxford Brooks. They're passing the 1750 now. Last year we saw a really good rivalry between Leander and Brooks for the ladies' plate. Some amazing tight racing throughout the year, and they're looking like a class act as usual. Interestingly, Leander, who broke into 2-4s and rode for the GB development team at World Cup 3, they have elected not to race at Marlow this year, so we'll be seeing some Matthew Holland there with a few interesting thoughts about that decision. But we'll be seeing perhaps a very interesting entry for the ladies' plate, and yeah, Brooks looking pretty classy as they come to the line. They've opened up a pretty massive gap to London Rowing Club. We've got Rui Zhu in the bow seat of that London 8 that will likely enter the Thames, former lightweight Rui. Yeah, so here come London Rowing Club to the line there. And now we've got the St. Paul's crew approaching the finish line. Now these lads won the national schools, and they've won the schools head and head of the Charles previously this year. So they'll be looking to win the quadruple, some call it, or the triple, next in 2 weeks at Henley. We'll see how they do. They were expecting a slightly bigger margin of a win at national schools, however, with Radley coming a bit close. So this will be a very interesting marker for the speeds of those crews before Henley, with all to play for in the PE. So there's St. Paul's looking quite loose up at the high rates coming to the line. And we'll see how they progress against Radley and the other junior crews later on. I've got Thames B. We've got names like Freddie Middleton, Robert Harris in this boat, and of course the infamous Andy T. They are, I believe, this is their A boat de facto for the Thames Challenge Cup at Henley in a couple of weeks. So perhaps favourites to win it. We'll see with the results of this afternoon's racing. But they've really put it all down on the track for this time trial, and they have a decent gap back to Harvard. Now this is a lightweight crew, which they've absolutely they've wiped the floor with the rest of their American competition this year. That's a program which didn't even qualify for the IRA sort of National Championships Regatta over in America back in 2022. And they've really had a massive resurgence. They're looking pretty good. I've been seeing them on the Tideway rowing recently. That's a pretty classy crew, which will be going far in the Temple, I'm sure. That barman's really put his all his beans on that time trial. Ian Acamando being very vocal on their social media for this regatta. I saw him shouting there. And that's a pretty big gap that they've left to Uni of Bristol, their template there. Here come Uni of Bristol. They'll be competing in the Temple, likely in just a couple of weeks' time. And that's a pretty solid gap, actually, between Bristol and Durham. So those two pretty evenly matched crews, perhaps. That'll be an interesting matchup later, perhaps in a final, to see who's going faster, who's got the form ahead of Henley. Now we've got another Brooks crew coming to the line. Unsure exactly which of their sort of array of crews this is. This is the listed as B on our entry list. Perhaps also contesting the ladies' plate. And then we've got Thames A here, which is comprised of athletes who are now club ineligible, I believe, who have won club events at Henley before and therefore have to row in the intermediate category. Thames tried a bit of a sculling project last year in the Prince of Wales, and they got to the weekend, to be fair, losing out to a very strong Dutch crew, I believe. They're crossing the line there. But this year they've gone back to sweep. They're going to try to win the ladies' plate. So we'll see how they do. Yeah, King's College kind of underdogs this year. They showed some pretty decent pace at head of the Charles back in the autumn. And it's just sort of a physically smaller crew than the likes of Radley and St. Paul's this year. But they do row quite nicely, must be said. And they've gapped Westminster a little bit there, it might look like. And there comes Westminster over the line. Approaching the line now is ULA. And they're followed by ULB with some distance behind. We've got, looks like George Langston Bolt in the middle of that boat. Stroked by Ed Dallas, who, it would look like he's given all he's got in his time trial to secure a good final spot. And approaching the line now, we've got a bit of a dogfight between what might be the UL women's first date, or potentially the second date, who elected not to row at Henley Women's this weekend, and they've been overtaken by Newcastle. And yeah, over the line there, it's Newcastle and UL, the women's eight. Got Imperial A next. Got quite a nice story in the 7th seat of this boat. Callum Elder, he's made a pretty good recovery from Crohn's disease. He's recently PB'd on his 2K. He's at the 7th seat of this Imperial first date. Who look pretty decent out there. Next up, approaching the tower after Imperial, are Leander B, and that is a boat, I believe, of what we usually see of a lot of young athletes of sometimes smaller programs like to go to Leander for a gap year to really try to test themselves. You've got Isaac Hillix Tulip in the 2-seat there. He's going to be joining me at Yale next year. So a lot of future talent perhaps in that Leander boat. Shipley coming up now behind that Leander boat, who should be contesting the 10s, unless they've been bumped up this year. And this is Shiplake's A boat. And behind Shiplake, we've got Eton A, stroked by Alexander Perkins. These Eton lads had a really good first 1K at the National Schools Regatta, and then a slight fade in the second K. They were in a sort of a more outside lane, but we had a really brave row in the beginning. So potentially some pace in these Eton guys. Yeah, Eton with that typical sort of Mark Fangenhall style, who's going to be moving to Oxford in the summer alongside Harry Brightmore. And we'll be getting all the results from these later on. The official results will be published. There's a huge gap of about maybe 300, 350 meters to Vesta Rowing Club from the Putney Embankment. Probably their Thames A boat, you think, in the Thames Challenge Cup at Henley. Vesta coming up to the line there, looking nice and sharp at the catch. And next up is the Men in Black Multi-Boat Club. That's the A crew coming to the line. Next up is Edinburgh in their typical Nithsdale blue colour, coming to the line there. And Teddy's next. They're looking really punchy in that tailwind. They're looking good. Really direct on the catch. They've closed the gap a bit on Edinburgh, I believe. Yeah, Teddy's current holders of the PE, so we'll see how they do that. Cox with a little celebration. They've clearly had a good row. His Brooks, I believe that's actually that's Sam Nunn in the 6th seat, perhaps. Yes, yeah, it is. Former world champion in the 4. He'll be looking to get a GB seat next year. Next up is Thames seat. Strokes by G. Nelson. We've got Richard Hill cocking this boat to some pretty good speed, it looks like. With Leo Von Malay's in the 5 seat, former St. Paul's boat. And that Thames crew has left a pretty huge gap to Newcastle B, it looks like. Here comes Newcastle. They're B boat. And yeah, the lads in the bows there are giving it all, clearly. Decent gap back to St. Paul's B. This is going to be their Temple entry, comprised of athletes from their second 8 and 2 from their J16 8. And also, actually, their stroke band Sam Fowley, just a few days or weeks too old to compete in the PE, so he's been moved out of the bow seat of the St. Paul's first 8 into this Temple 8. Next up, we've got London B, it looks like. They'll likely be contesting the Thames Challenge Cup. And they're followed by Bedford School, who are clearly doing pretty well for a programme of their size. They're punching up the weight a little bit. We'll see how they do in the results coming out later. Bev is sprinting to the line and over it there. Bedford left a pretty huge gap back to Nottingham, who are just crossed the 250 to go mark. Nottingham University Boat Club A, that is. We have Nottingham University crossing the line. And we've got Molesey B just behind them. And Molesey B crossing the line there. They'll have their sights set on getting far into the Thames Cup this year as well at Henley. Next up is Dulwich College. This is a small program. They've produced some pretty good athletes over the years. Like Paddy Craig, Alex Sanchez-Fretz, he's Harvard bound. Next we've got Derby Rowing Club, who we've gotten used to seeing them in the Thames Challenge Cup at Henley. And Derby over the line. In the bottom left of your screen, that is Norwich School Boat Club, and behind them is Latimer Upper, sporting some lighter blue blades than usual to celebrate. I believe it's a 400-year anniversary of the school. So here we have Norwich approaching the line. They've got the rate nice and high, and Latimer looks to have really closed the gap on them. Here they are, crossing the line. Got the rate really high. Nice and punchy in this tailwind. The fast conditions. So we'll see what kind of times we'll be getting later on. In the bottom, in the bottom left there, you just saw Marlow Rowing Club in red. And coming into frame is Edinburgh B in the bottom left. And there we have Marlow across the line. We'll see how they progress later on in the regatta. Here's Edinburgh B sprinting for the line, and there's a pretty big gap behind them to Upper Thames, so Edinburgh's done quite well there clearly. And across the line there. In the bottom left of your screen, that's Radley. So that'll be very interesting to see how they do. Yeah. Upper Thames approaching the line, Radley behind them. So there is Upper Thames. Rating really nice and high. And here comes Radley. This crew, I believe, came second at National Schools behind St. Paul's. Now, St. Paul's won Schools Head by 11 seconds, and then Radley took that gap over 2K down to just 2 seconds, sort of 2/3 of a length maybe. So we'll see. That'll be a very interesting race later on to see who's the favourite for the PE. And right behind them is Bristol B, and I believe Durham has closed up a bit on Bristol B. That's Durham B, stroked by Ollie Coulson. Here come Durham B up to the line, crossing it there. And it's a pretty big gap from Durham down to Vesta B, who are coming through the 1750 mark now. And in the bottom left corner of your screen, you can see there that is Imperial B. Here is Bristol B, Bristol University B. They've really given it their all in that race, it looks like. And hotly chased by Imperial College B. Right in frame now on the bottom right. And here we have Oxford Brooks T, perhaps a crew for the Temple or one of the lower boats in the ladies. They're approaching the line there. Approaching the line next is Lee Rowing Club, as their only entry in Tier 2-8, based in Hackney with that typical orange look. They've got King of Exeter right behind them. Royal Chester Rowing Club are next. Some very spirited coxing. And then next across the line we have Cambridge 99 there. And yeah, followed by Carlu, also in light blue there. They've just exited the frame on the bottom left of your screen. Curlew here with a decent gap to University of York A behind them. The bowman really giving it all to maintain that lead. In the bottom left there you can see Agecroft Rowing Club, and just approaching the line now is University of York A. Next stop, that looks like it's Agecroft Rowing Club A, crossing the line there. Star Club A now approaching the line. And behind them, perhaps it's City of Cambridge Rowing Club. City of Cambridge coming up to the line. And behind them we have Tyne Amateur Rowing Club, who started to see at Henley quite often these days. They'll no doubt be back racing for the Thames Orange Cup this year. Tyne there getting some pretty good cover of the blades at the catch, picking up nicely in this tailwind. And now we've got City of Bristol A. Behind them we have None Such Boat Club. Here comes None Such into the line, and in the bottom left of your screen, we have Swansea University Rowing Club. And then, yeah, we've got Swansea University about to appear on your screen in the bottom right, approaching the line. The men in the bows of that Swansea University boat doing very well to pick up the boat for the lads in the middle, and because of that good work, it looks like a pretty big gap to Vesta Sea. Here comes Vesta Sea to the line. And right behind Vesta Sea are Castra, who have done quite a good job of closing that gap. Getting a pretty good connection in that boat. And over the line there. We've got next boat is Monmouth School. They had a pretty pretty fantastic 8 back in 2019, doing really well to, back when non-Champ 8 was still an event. They did pretty well to beat out a lot of bigger schools and bigger programs. Over the line there, one with the school of Jack Totham, Ewan Hadfield, some pretty big names. And they've left a pretty big gap there to Broxbourne. Over the line there is Broxbourne, followed by Southampton University A. Here comes Southampton. Next up, on the bottom left of your screen is Warwick University A. Pushing into view is Shrewsbury A. That's a school junior crew, which will be racing in the PE this year at Henley. Here comes Shrewsbury over the line. We'll see how they do in the Princess Elizabeth later on in a couple of weeks at Henley. And in the bottom left of your screen, that is Sister Bristol Rowing Club B. Next up is crew 269 from City of Bristol Rowing Club. And they're coming over the line there. In the bottom left of your screen, that's King's School Chester. King's Chester just finishing now, and they've got Newcastle University C behind them. Now it's Marlow C, and on screen in your bottom left there was just Dulwich B. Perhaps they'll be racing the Temple as a junior crew, trying to race in qualifiers next week. And over the line there is Marlow C. Yeah, there's Dulwich B, perhaps athletes from the second 8 or J16 8, and behind them it goes from boys to men with the mites of Oxford Brooks, their F boat, and we've come used to see some fantastic depth from that Oxford Brooks program. Behind them is Q House, sort of a new kind of program on the block, has sort of started from scratch recently. Here contesting, we'll see how they do, but hopefully a growing program for the years to come. And here is Q House once again coming across the line there. On the screen on the left there, the bottom left is Canterbridgian, followed really tightly by Nottingham University B. Played on quite a good job to close that gap up. Here in the dark colours is Canterbridgian, and then Nottingham with the bright yellow blades right behind them, coming to the line. And there is Nottingham over the line there. And back there we have Dulwich C, their C entry, the third entry in this category. And that white strip around the 1750 mark is Winchester College A. Dulwich C there, stroked by Alexander Pisa, approaching the line. And they're followed by Winchester College A. Interestingly, we've got behind Winchester A, it's Pangbourne A, Pangbourne College that is. So those are two schools contesting the PE. Might be an interesting race in the in heli qualifiers if they're both required to qualify next week. Now heading the red boys is Southampton University B. And here is Pangbourne sprinting for the line. Next we have Southampton University B. approaching the line now is University of Birmingham 8. Now we've got Minerva Bath behind them in a very fluorescent garb. There is Minerva, crew number 283 crossing the line. And Minerva's fluorescent kit clearly doing a pretty good job for them, because they've left quite a large gap to Oriel Kensington B behind them. Oriel Kensington coming into the last 250 now, and they've got Uni of Exeter B right behind them. And then approaching the line now is Oriel Kensington B. Exeter B now, both blinding in pace and kit. And then we've got Marlow Rowing Club, got about 125 meters to go. As Marlow's B boat approaching the line. With Brooks E hitting the red boys, we've got None Such B coming to the line. There is None Such taking their final strokes across the line. This Brooks E boat about to cross the line has got names like Sam Clark in the 2-seat. Former Latinarian. City of Bristol now, just got to the red boys for the last 250 meters. That's their City of Bristol C boat, their third 8. Crew 289 across crossing the line here is City of Bristol C. Oriole Kensington A with the last 100 meters, the final push to the line. And behind Oriole is Bath University A. There's Oriole over the line. Rowing out of Hammersmith. And then it's Bath University A there. Looks like a bit of a gap in racing, perhaps, to the next crew, which is Newcastle University D. And they appear to be in a bit of a dogfight with Wolfson College of Oxford, their A crew. And it looks like Newcastle are side and side with Wolfson College. So with Wolfson starting after Newcastle, that seems to be a mighty row from them to pull alongside Newcastle's D boat. It's Newcastle University winning that race to the line. Coming up to the line now is Uni of Surrey A. Looking pretty decent there. They cross the line now. And then we have Nottingham University, their third eight, the C entry crossing the line there. And yeah, with about 100 meters to go is Oxford University Boat Club B, their B entry. I believe that's a development 8 full of athletes from the dev squad, so might just see them rowing in a boat race down the line. And there is that Oxford development boat crossing the line. We'll see how they do in the finals later on. Now we've got Uni of Surrey B with about 50 meters to go. And they've done quite well to put a solid gap down to Dart Totnes Amateur Rowing Club A. So there is Uni of Surrey A, Uni of Surrey B, apologies, crossing the line there. Next up is Dart.Ness Amateur, their first day. And Twickenham Rowing Club A have come right up on them. Now all these athletes, I believe, are wearing a white ribbon to show solidarity for issues relating to sexual assault in rowing. Here we have the the other Oxford Development 8. They run quite well for a Dev Squad 8, it looks like. Coxed there by Rahul Marchand, who coxed the PE final last year. He coxed the lightweight boat race this year. And then we've got Selwyn College, Cambridge A. They had a pretty decent bump season in Cambridge, so they decided to row to Henley in the summer as well. And it's going pretty well for Selwyn so far. Perhaps we could suggest, because they've put a pretty good gap onto Nottingham Rowing Club. And here comes Nottingham Rowing Club, crew 302. And they've got Army Rowing Club A behind them. Army Rowing Club hot off a huge win at Reading Amateur last weekend. They'll be racing at the Thames Challenge Cup at Henley next week. And that's Army over the line there. Approaching the red boys zone next is University of Warwick B. And as Uni of Warwick B approaches the line, we've got Kingston Rowing Club just crossing the 250 to go mark. There's Uni of Warwick across the line. That's their second hit. Now behind Kingston, we have Rex Rowing Club, who are just approaching those red boys now, and I think that's an alumni boat club for the King's School Chester. So these schoolboys or former schoolboys have gone back together for one final go down the track at Henley. And there is crew 305 Kingston Rowing Club across the line. Yeah, Rex have held their rowing form relatively well after a few years of after leaving school over the line there. And those on the live stream can see Marlow Rowing Club D in the bottom left. They're just crossing the 2:50 to go mark. There is Marlow D across the line. That's OUBC, their third 8 entered in this category. Perhaps that is another development squad 8 that they're sending to Marlow. A bit of a revolution going on this summer at Oxford University with Mark Fangenhall, formerly of, currently of Eton College, going as the head coach. Harry Brightmore is gonna, it seems like, retire from Team GP duties to join him as an assistant coach. And we've got Tom McIntosh. He'll be coming to Oxford next year as the president. He's Olympic gold medalist. He's racing in the single this Olympics in Paris. So looks like it could be a bright future for Oxford in the years ahead. A big gap to overturn to Cambridge at the moment, it looks like. And then last in the time trial, last across the line is Uni of York B. And so that concludes the championship Tier 2 and Tier 3 8 time trial. That is 104 eighths, so they've that's a huge entry for Marlow Regatta this year. A lot of crews will be competing in the ladies' plate, in the PE, in the Thames, and that's a huge entry at Marlow Regatta here. So there'll be some exciting, tight racing to come, I'm sure. And then back up to the start, we have the pairs time trial starting. Just a few crews getting ready to go. First on the list is St. Paul's Boat Club, St. Paul's School, that is. Those are 2 J16 athletes, actually, who are going to be they're trialing for GB France, the J16 GB versus France match later this summer in the pair, and they look like they've gone off to a pretty fast start. Conditions at the start look like absolute glass, and then because of this tailwind, it's starting to chop up a bit towards the finish. So it's going to make some very interesting racing later on, very tight racing for sure as well.
Junior Rowing News has given us some information about championship pairs. Fraser Innes writing about Oxford University Boat Club with Tom Rigney and Tassilo von Müller. While they weren't on the tideway this year with OUBC, they're not short on experience. Rigney was reserve crew for 2023, von Müller 7th seat and president in the year before. This crew's full of talent and is clearly wishing to do well today. Strangely enough, Cambridge University have come with a lightweight pair, Samuel Taylor and Gianluca Vata, lining up, part of the victorious lightweight boat in the last couple of years. They're aiming high. Thames Rowing Club has got Charles Cartissier of Westminster School, who's been rowing at Columbia this year, with Barnaby Russell, former St Paul's man, who's been in the second 8 at Columbia. They wanted to show themselves as strong performers against the domestic crews. London Rowing Club is producing another Ivy League crew with Adam von Bismarck from Brown and Jack Cadwallader, also of Brown. Jack was from Windsor Boys School before, and they want to maintain dominance of Ivy League champions, showing their speed against UK competition. We're delighted that Oxford Brooks are here with Alexander Curry and Lewis Nixon, following a different racing schedule this summer to others. Only members of the men's squad to remain at Nottingham for the final day of the Bucks Regatta. They won a silver in the intermediate lightweight pair. They were fourth at the Met, and hoping consistency in this crew can help them against the competition. And interestingly, we're seeing a Windsor Boys School pair, obviously better known for the pair, but Antonio Todorov and Tristan Urquhart Irvine, who respectively came second and third in the open double, see this weekend the opportunity to show that they have transferable skills on all two-person boats. And finally, St Paul's School, Ben Thomas and Apollo Andrzejczyk are part of a silver medal winning Open Junior 8, where Bobby Thatcher's opted to put those J16s who haven't got into the second 8 into smaller boats as preparation probably for greater things next season. So a lot of crews coming together very recently. There's not much pedigree to inform the prediction. However, the power and experience of OUBC, and then the Brown-backed London Rowing Club and the Cambridge University Lightweights are fancied by Fraser Innes, and very grateful to Fraser for his comments.
So we've just seen that St Paul's pair crossing the 1,000 metre mark. It's at the 1,000 metre mark. It's a little bit chopped up. There's quite a strong tailwind here at Dorney today. There is the Molesey entry at the 1K. On the live stream, you can see that in the top right of your screen. There is that lightweight pair of Oxford Brooks. Right then, it's that young St Paul's pair, coached by Herman Pedrera Agno, who's biking along the path. They've held off this much older entry from Molesey. They've done a pretty decent job of keeping that gap, but as you'd expect, those older athletes have moved on quite a bit. A bit of a wobble there. They are struggling slightly in these conditions. It's a pretty big feat to try to attempt to race the senior pairs at Marlow, just as a pair of 15 and 16-year-olds. But they're across the line there. They've got this Molesey pair right behind them. And those lightweights from Oxford definitely enjoying the conditions. They're able to keep the blades like nice and high above the water to avoid any bubbles, and they're really springing it through to the line there. Thames B next. That's Charles Cartissa, who I went to primary school with, and then Barney Russell, who I went to secondary school with. These two Columbia athletes doing pretty well there. Across the line. And that Thames crew has done pretty well to leave a massive gap down to St. George's College, who are now got about 200 meters to go. And here comes St. George's College A towards the line. And then it looks like London Rowing Club with Adam von Bismarck, formerly of Westminster School, they're next. And they've actually overtaken some much younger athletes from Latimer Upper. There is London Rowing Club over the line. And then next is 317 Latimer Upper. Pretty high standard of pairs rowing for a couple younger athletes. And then it's what looks like to be a lightweight pair from Cambridge. They'll be enjoying these lightweight friendly conditions. There's Leeds Rowing Club there with about 200 meters to go. Across the line there is Leeds Rowing Club. Behind them is City of Cambridge A. Last few strokes there, little bobble on the water, little catch of the water by City of Oxford. Apologies, that was City of Oxford there, how we just saw across the line. So that's City of Cambridge just across the line. Next up is City of Oxford. Now it looks like City of Oxford are being pushed really hard by Stirling and Glasgow, and there's been a big crab towards the line. So 3:24 from Stirling and Glasgow. Glasgow University just pipped City of Oxford there to the line. Bit of a crab, but hopefully won't have affected the result too much there. The next category coming down the time trial is the championship and tier 2 quads. We've got start number 1 looks to be Windsor Boys School. They're repeating their row from this morning. They rode this morning in the junior quads, and then they're going to try to back up some of their performances there in the championship quads this afternoon. First crew across the line in the championship quads event is from Reading University as their A crew. They have a pretty good standing within student sculling, probably one of the top programs for sculling. They always aim for the Princess of Wales, tend to make the finals there. Right behind them is an entry from London RC, a composite with Lee Rowing Club, based in Hackney. And there comes London and Lee. Behind them we've got an interesting crew from it's a composite between Highway Scholars, DSR Proteus Arates from Netherlands, and Thames 8. So in that boat, sort of representing Highway Scholars in that composite is Lawrence Joss, and former Temple University rower Adam Oliver. We've got Nick van der Grift in this at 2 in this boat. He's from the Netherlands. And then it's Leander Club B, a really good boat here. They've got Miles Devereaux in that boat. I believe he's stroking that. It's quite a good young prospect for the future. We've also got Ollie Costley, Levin Greff, and Jack Keating at bow. So that's probably be a Prince of Wales boat. We're doing quite well at Henley, I'm sure. And next up, approaching the line, is a composite between Bath University and Notts County. And it would look like Windsor Boys are indeed not competing in the afternoon, having already won the junior event. They've they decided just to go home for the afternoon. And then we've got Agecroft coming to the line here. And next up, we've got an interesting entry from Star and Arrow. That's got Jack Beaumont. That's got on the entry list we have Sam Meyer in the 3 seat there. Sebastian Devereux and Dan Bradbury. So this is a really interesting boat, full of GB talent. Dan Bradbury, he rows at Cal. Next we've got Hinksey A. They had a pretty decent showing in Nat Schools, and I believe they came 4th this morning in the junior quads, also racing in the champ quads this afternoon. And there is Hinksey across the line. And here we have Windsor Boys B. So their B crew have gone on to race in the afternoon here, rowing with that typical Mark Wilkinson style. And there is Windsor Boys B across the line. And we've got Reading C approaching the line. Next is crew 337 from Northwich. That's their B entry, and then it's another crew from Reading University. That's their B crew into the line here. Yeah, that's 338 there. That's Reading across the line. I have a bit of a gap in the racing. We can bring you results from the pairs time trial. That was London Rowing Club won that by 4 seconds over the Cambridge lightweights. Barnaby Ross and Charles Carter from Thames B, 1 second behind Cambridge lightweights. 4th was Oxford Brooks, and then it was Molesey, a bit of a way back, and that's the top 5. And here's Loughborough students crossing the line. And then it's City of Sunderland Rowing Club crossing to the line, who have been overtaken there by Loughborough. And the results for the Championship 8 has just been released online, which you can check, but I'll read the top few crews. Winners of the time trial was Oxford Brooks C. Second place was London Rowing Club, behind them by just 1.2 seconds. The Thames Ladies Plate 8 came 3rd place, tight behind. And then it was the Brooks, what could be the Brooks Ladies Plate 8 was 4th, and Brooks B. And Harvard Lightweights came 5 seconds behind Brooks, winning Brooks crew. Reading University E there crossing the line in the championship quads. Highway Scholars, that's Highway Scholars School B approaching the finish line there. there, Alding Light Rowing Club A across the line. We've got Reading Uni D, still rowing that typical Reading style into the line, the top program. Now the last two crews racing for the quads is Henley, who have overtaken Norwich School. Norwich School likely they're going to be racing the in the Forley. Then rounding off the field in Tier 2 quads is Norwich School, crossing the line there. Now with a bit of a break in the racing, we can look back at the results of the 8th time trial again. It looks like it's going to be the top 3 crews from Oxford Brooks against Thames A, against London A, Harvard Lightweights, and Thames B. And I was just separating the top 5 there of the 3 Brooks boats and London and Thames. That was just 3.5 seconds separating those boats. So you can expect a very tight final later on. The fastest student crew from that time trial was the Harvard Lightweights. They're the only likely Temple entry in the A final, with Edinburgh 3.5 seconds behind them, and then Durham right close to them as well. And then looking at the junior crews, it was actually Teddy's and St. Paul's tied on time, so that is going to be a really interesting race in the centre lanes in that final. So a bit of a comeback there from Teddy's from Nat Schools, slightly off the pace and stuck in the rest of the field, but they really stuck it to the rest of the field there, tied with St. Paul's at the front of the Princess Elizabeth field. And then back to these fours, we've got a City of Bristol crew, or perhaps that's Vesta there crossing the line. Okay, now moving on to the Coxed four, we've just had Vesta running across the line, and they were followed by ULA. And we've got Mercantile Rowing Club come out to the line here, all the way from Australia. They'll be racing at Henley. That'll be quite interesting. And then we have Royal Chester Rowing Club. entering the last 250 there, we've got Marlow A and Edinburgh, their only entry into the Coxed 4. And then next we have crew 352 of Marlow Rowing Club crossing the line. And Edinburgh seem to have closed up on them a little bit, approaching the line. That's crew 353 approaching the line here. And then behind them we have the might of Oxford Brookes University. They've got about 150 meters to go, looking pretty strong. Brookes, they've got Kai Schlottman on board. He did well in GB trials last year to make the top GB boat, the junior boat, the Coxless 4 at Worlds last year, which came 4th in the A final. But he'll be glad this year to have a Cox on board. And then we've got London A looking pretty good. That's the Brit entry. Stroke there by Ben Starmer, setting down a lovely little rhythm, Ben. Really punchy looking London crew. The nice sort of front-ended stroke man there, yeah. Next up is Aycroft A, the last of the championship Coxed 4s. Before we move on to the Tier 2 4s. First of which is from Molesey. Molesey, who've closed up quite a lot onto Aycroft there. Then Upper Thames there, crossing the line. I'll be entering the Brit, as will City of Oxford and Thames B behind them. Coming to the line there, City of Oxford A. And I reckon they might have put on a couple seconds on Thames, the Thames Brit entry. A bit of a big gap back to them. That's Thames B actually, stroked by Red Staunton. .360 Thames B coming to the line there. With about 100 meters to go is City for Bristol A. And here we have Nottingham Rowing Club crossing the line, and they have been hotly chased by Brooks B. They'll likely be racing in the PA, maybe a bit of a contender to make it through a few rounds of that. And Brooks have absolutely gapped Hereford A there. So clearly quite a fast crew. Keep our eyes on. And we have Hereford A really sprinting for the line there to try to get a good position for the finals later. And behind them, just exiting the frame on the live stream on the bottom left, is Imperial, stroked there by Victor Smirnov, actually a Strava world champion. It's quite an impressive feat. And there is Imperial C coming to the line. Strava world champion Victor Smirnov on board, leading the lads to a pretty decent row, and they're being chased by Kingston B. Kingston B with about 100 meters to go now, sprinting for the line. Kingston B just crossed the line there. Union of East Anglia coming to the line here. Pretty tough conditions in a Cox 4 to get a proper grip and proper load up at the catch in these sort of lighter conditions. Northwich coming into the line there. Right, next then is London B. They're Brit, their second for entering the Brit this year at Henley. Coming to the line there, looking quite good. And approaching the last 250 is that last entry. They're just hitting the red boys now. The last entry in the Cox 4s from Bideford Amateur Rowing Club. Meanwhile, Leeds Rowing Club approaching the line here. So a pretty key event at Marlow here to ensure pre-qualification for Henley for some crews, selection for others. And rounding up the field we have Bideford Amateur Rowing Club. and that's Bideford, Bideford Amateur Rowing Club. We'll see how they do later on in the finals. Right, the next event is the school and junior Coxless. In this event, we have racing KCS A, Eton College A, Canford School, KCS B, Shipley College, Eton B, Shrewsbury A, and Windsor Boys School. Better known for their sculling, but they've made the swap to sweeping just for today, it seems. We have King's College School A leading it in. They've got Eton behind them. Looks like perhaps some younger crews, some younger junior crews, wanting to have a decent race for the end of the season. This is the last major event for J15s of the year. Really, there's some minor pot hunting opportunities to come. There's Eton across the line. Eton left a pretty big gap to Canford behind them, so clearly a fast crew to watch for the finals. Canford just passing the 1750 now. And here we have Canford approaching the line. And it's KCSB with about 100 meters to go. We've got another young crew from Shipley College. They're approaching the Red Boys now, so final sprint for the line. And further up the course, it looks like the championship singles have started their time trial. And there's KCS over the line. Some young Shipley athletes there, taking the last 10 or so strokes into the line. Shipley over the line. Dave Curry there, watching on. That's Eton B across the line. The stroke man's smaller in stature, but got quite a good reach on him. Quite a silky athlete, sure he's sending down a good rhythm. And then it's Shrewsbury A coming to the line here, looking slightly older than the lads in the Eton boat. And the last crew coming down is Windsor Boys. And that is Windsor Boys across the line there to conclude the time trial for Junior 4s. And next up we have the championship single, some big names racing this. We've got Bryn Ellery of Leander Club. James Scott has come all the way from New Zealand. Hamish Harding has also from the Oceanic area, come from Australia. Dan Jones of Leander, he was a pretty prolific junior back in the day. So first we have this Australian entry, crew number 385, Hamish Harding from the Australian National University Boat Club, Canberra. He has absolutely blown the field apart with overtaking quite a few crews. And then next is James Scott of Waikato Rowing Club, New Zealand. Also has put on a pretty big gap to a lot of British athletes. So no doubt some very talented athletes we're going to be seeing in the Diamond Challenge Sculls at Henley very soon. .386 now, that is Daniel Jones of Leander Club. We'll see if he makes an entry for Henley. And then it's Ben Mead of Cambridge 99 Rowing Club. Approaching the finishing line next is crew number 391. That's David McNeil of York City Rowing Club. He's followed in by the fantastically named Lucas Salmon Hernandez of Nottingham University, and we've got Cameron Buchan. Great to see Cam Buchan. He's quite prolific online. Cam Buchan, sort of a YouTube influencer, you could call it. I believe he did quite well at the Met Regatta very recently. That's Cam Buchan across the line. I'm sure there'll be a good vlog of this race later on YouTube, available on his channel. And we have Sam Chard of State of Cambridge Rowing Club. And Max Raymond Barker of Lee, based in Hackney. And then it's Ben Parsonage of Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club A, just across the line there. Expecting some cracking racing later on in these singles. George Staden of Leander is up next. He's put on a massive gap to the crews behind. See how he does on the results coming out later. That's George Staden on your screen there, crossing the line. And then perhaps crossing the 250 to go mark, that is Harry Neem and Ollie Owen in a bit of a dogfight. Perhaps a crew that's overtaken another one there. Try to call their names as soon as we can.
So no, we're not back on. I just want to put time.
And then it's that's Harry Neem there, done quite well to overtake George Staden. Oh no, that's Ollie Owen behind him, so he hasn't overtaken George Staden. Ollie Owen just crossing the line there behind him. Ollie of Leeds University. There we have 402 Sean Bath Taylor. I do wonder if that's any relation to the great Barry Bath Taylor. And Jackson Harden next. He's an Oxford University rower, quite a strong, big-looking guy. So maybe one to watch for the finals. But I did read online. I think that's this is his first race in the singles. So we'll see how he'll do. Well, it seems to have done pretty well so far. He's put on a pretty big gap back there to what might be Chris Thomas of Bristol Aerial Rowing Club. Next up is, yes, that's Chris Thomas, Bristol Aerial, across the line. That's 406 Thomas Rushton of Royal Chester Rowing Club. I believe he might have overtaken Oliver Burrows of Wimbledon Rowing Club. No, that is Bo Hughes from Cardiff University behind him, crossing the line there in the red boat. And then the final entrant in this time trial for championship singles is William Refford from Southampton Coal Porters. And there is that final scholar coming over the line. And that is the last time trial of the day for Marlow Regatta 2024. And now with a short break until we await the final for the end final. That's how many entries we have for 8. That 8's final will be going off in it's scheduled for about half an hour. We'll see how that goes with delays.
that on this radio? Was that turned off? That was test.
You should be on channel 6. You should be on channel 6.
Yep.
last summer, our company corporate silly event to do something a couple of months drinking. They hired London Rowing Club and then had the learn to row boats.
Two quick things. So Tim here's going to be in on the laptop. Sorry, it's the right race. If you've got any crews that don't turn up, check with him first if you had a withdrawal.
Okay, great.
And then if they're not withdrawn and you decide to start the race, then you just let Tim know. Get the system.
Yeah, I mean, usually there's been a conflab on the back leg to find out whether they've been seen and voted or they double check before then. So usually it's known.
You may well have put it in.
Yeah, and
Confirms what's going on.
yeah. It's usually known before they get here, is what I'm saying. But yeah.
Second thing, if you start any races out of unlikely.
Yes, unlikely, but yes, let you know.
Also let Tim know, and obviously false starts. They all start
we do not want
their
any
arms
of those.
around.
Yeah, we do not want any of those.
Start waving their arms
We're
around.
not doing any false starts, I've just declared it.
What was that one in the piece where his seat came off?
Yeah.
I'll probably come back a bit later and check things again. Okay. Any problems, just give us a call. Actually, false starts. I'm sure you will, but if you do any false starts, it's a good way to select risk control.
Well, select. Just nod and yeah, and then you probably get do your normal correction. Yeah,
Yes, it is final N of 8. Okay, I can tell you that. No, hang on, it is. Well, I don't know actually. It's final N, for November. Let me just load up. Not started yet. Let me get. Have you been here as well on the app? No. Okay. Let me go to draw. Final N is a 2-boat race. And it is University of York B in lane 4. And lane 5, Marlow Rowing Club D. And that's race 46D. D for Delta. Championship Tier 2, Tier 3, Club Tier 3, University.
Oh, it's not just 8.
I think it's men's 8, isn't it?
Men's 8, just 8.
Do you need the next one?
Not yet. We might have some paperwork by then.
Final.
There's a code written down for you.
Race O.
that's the Rowan Ireland and Paris badge. Yeah, I confused everybody.
It was a bit of one road. In fact, I thought actually it'd be a very good old visa signage, but I say very good.
So you didn't think that? Yeah. Where's? Why have we not got a clock going?
There's no clock at all.
If you what?
I can give you a
Yeah,
phone.
a phone or a what? Yeah. My phone's still in the car. I'm gonna bring it over. But yeah, we need a. It's ridiculous. Yeah. So we might need to. Yeah, it's not good on time.
1:38.
On what time? Yeah, but the bridge isn't set up. What time was the first race meant to be?
45.
Hey?
4:45.
45.
Yeah, 45.
Ah, so we got. Okay, we'll give them a minute. Right.
I'll do radio first. The first bit. Is that the radio there?
Yeah. Check real quick. It's okay. We did got it. Which is what I was about to do, but if you're more than welcome. Oh, Alina lights. Yes, we've got Alina. I saw Alina lights.
Rich from Stars over. Rich one. Control starts over. With 6 minutes until the first race, the afternoon, you had the low something and the sea. Understood. Give us 2 minutes.
So we're very late before we start.
That's just because we did the time trials morning so brilliantly. Then they're going to make us start behind. See if we can catch up. They're on a bit of a crosswind. Actually, it's been tailed all day. It was cross this morning.
Yeah.
And now it's cross again.
Yeah. Well, it's gone blue with fluffy clouds as opposed to black with. They did try to rain a few times this morning as well. There we go. I did have to stop them for a while. I saw you guys run for your jackets as well at one point.
Because it looked like it wasn't going to be just.
Yeah, drizzle and then it
It
just like, yeah.
looked like it was going to stay around and just packed in a bit. As soon as I got the waterproof, the heavy stuff stopped.
Oh, fair enough.
Bound to happen, wasn't it? Bound to.
Oh, we got some paperwork. Can we go yet? That's it, thank you.
There's some, if you want another set of sort of, that's the
Other masters, yes, thank you. Fine.
Start receiving consent.
Can't stop time because we've gone 6 minutes.
Control, understood. Rich, did you copy? Can you send the crews through? This is radio. This is channel 1, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Is that channel 2 there? Okay. Who's on bridge? To the bridge, to the bridge.
Rows 46D.
It is.
Championship Tier 2, Tier 3 Club and Tier 3 University. Final N. University of York, lane 4.
Bridge, stop, over.
Marlow, lane 5. 6 minutes.
Bridge, I've now moved to channel 2, so let's stick to channel 2. I will not. How's your baby?
Start. Been trying to get you on the radio. Just want to check that the white light is working for you. Push it now.
Hello and welcome back to Eton Dorney for some live rowing action in this afternoon racing session at Marlow Regatta 2024. I'm Alex, joined by James.
Hello, good afternoon everyone.
And we're going right away with the N final here. That's between the University of York and and Marlow Rowing Club.
Yeah, and you join us in the second half already of this N final. Such blistering side-by-side action we're seeing here. We see the University of York have opened quite a sizable lead over Marlow Rowing Club with this trailing camera angle, maybe hiding how much water they've really gained. Looks to be over a length and possibly into clear water, wouldn't you say, Alex?
Yeah, it's they've got clear water there, and it was 10 seconds separating these two crews in the time trial, and it looks like Uni of York, they're doing their utmost to maintain that lead.
We can see from this beautiful drone footage we have over a length of clear water to the University of York. Both of these crews entered in the Tier 3 8+, so competing amongst other third eights in this competition. And for those of you joining on the lovely sunny bankside here at Dorney Lake, you will see them coming through the 1,500 metres into the closing stage of this race. And it looks to be all but done, and the University of York look to storm home in this end final and take the position. But consolation for Marlow, of course, only podium positions available here. Isn't that right, Alex?
Yeah, it's 104 entries in the eights this year at Marlow, which is pretty phenomenal. That's why we're having so many finals all the way down to the end final, which looks like it's going to be taken by Uni of York, barring disaster, which we have seen in the morning session. So who knows what's going to happen in the last 250 meters as these guys hit the red buoys, up their rates in these tricky conditions. And Uni of York continuing to pull away, approaching the line here. Really dominant race for them. They're approaching the line. They've got about 100 meters to go, James.
Yeah, that's right. So they've really raced this race all the way to the end, really not stopping, putting distance into Marlow Rowing Club. And as we come down through the enclosures, bit of noise, good atmosphere here at Dorney Lake for Marlow Regatta 2024 in the end final of the Championship and Tier 2 and Tier 3 Club 8s. We will see University of York cross the line. What a wonderful performance from them, and closely followed by Marlow Rowing Club, who will take the silver medal, as it were, in the end final of this Tier 3 8s. And already underway on your screen, you can see the action from the M final of this same event, the Championship Tier 2 and Tier 3 University 8s. We have in Lane 1, Kingston Rowing Club. In Lane 2, Dulwich College Boat Club C. In Lane 3, Dart Tottenham Amateur Club A. In Lane 4, Marlow Rowing Club C. In Lane 5, City of Bristol Rowing Club C. In Lane 6, University of Warwick Boat Club B. And in Lane 7, Oxford University Boat Club C.
So that Oxford 8 is comprised of athletes in their development squad, bringing sort of new talent from the university, sort of novices as it were, maybe we'll just be seeing some of these athletes racing against you next year in the boat race, James.
Yeah, that's possible, Alex. This is always what we see, is that there's always a pipeline from the kind of the top college rowing level into the university squads via the development squads. So yes, it'll be exciting to see if in years to come some of these athletes do grace the Tideway and the esteemed boat race itself. But now we can see the action moving through the 750 mark, and it looks fairly tight, would you say, Alex? I don't think there's a clear winner emerging yet.
Absolutely doesn't. We'll have a bit of a clearer view when they get to the 1K, but this is going to be something of a tight race. A few of these crews were separated by just a couple seconds in the time trial, so yeah, we're in for a good race here, James.
Sorry, my microphone was switched off, but we can just see City of Bristol pulling ahead in lane 5 with about maybe a half a length now lead over Marlow Rowing Club in lane 4. And it'll be interesting to see where they can keep extending this as the sun comes out into the second half of the race. What do you think, Alex, from a tactical point of view they should do?
Yeah, it's fast conditions, James. It's gonna be a fast race. So here they're approaching the make or break third 500 here. Dart Totnes also very much in the race. We'll see if they can make some inroads into Marlow and City of Bristol in this M final.
And here we've got the preliminary times from the 1,000 metre mark. City of Bristol, as we suspected, out in the lead, but Marlow Rowing Club holding contact with just over a second of distance between City of Bristol. And just to show you viewers at home, the unofficial final results from the N final of the Championship Tier 2 and Tier 3 University 8s. University of York Rowing Club taking the win in a time of 6 minutes 46, and Marlow Rowing Club D 13 seconds behind with a time of just over 7 minutes. But the action continues here at Dorney Lake with the M final. And as we come through the 1,500 metres, looks like City of Bristol will be extending their lead further there in lane 5 and maybe pushing out towards a length over Marlow Rowing Club D. As we can just start to see them come into view from the commentary box. What do you think is going to happen next, Alex?
James, it's really tightened up here. You've also got City of Bristol. I think it's actually Marlow's really moved on them. Dart Totnes has made those inroads in that crucial third 500. I think it's Dart Totnes with all the momentum in this race here. They've really turned it around. They've been taking seats on seats. Bit of a steering issue, perhaps, for Marlow. Bit of a wiggly line we can see, but they're really neck and neck. You can't really choose anything between those crews. They're about to approach the Red Boys, start the sprint. We're going to see who's started sprinting early, but you could throw a blanket over these crews, James, couldn't you?
Can see Marlow. Seems like they've course corrected now, but they were heading towards the boys. Seems to have cost them a few seats over Dart Totnes and City of Bristol, perhaps slipping back into third. But it is Dart Totnes Amateur Rowing Club that have got their bows in front and look to be in a good position as we come into the last 200 metres. You can hear a bit of noise from the enclosure. The atmosphere here in the commentary box is really hotting up as we see some exciting racing here at Marlow Regatta. There's about 20 strokes left to run. We're in the Red Boys and it's really exciting. Looks like Dart Totnes pulling out to a third or half a length lead over Marlow Rowing Club and City of Bristol. Barring catastrophe, it should be a quick sprint home for Dart Totnes Rowing Club. And that's exceptional to row through from third or fourth position in to take the win. That's the beauty of side-by-side 8s racing. And here we go as we come through the line. Dart Totnes Rowing Club taking the win with only about a canvas lead over Marlow Rowing Club, followed by City of Bristol, but we'll get you those unofficial results in full as soon as we have them. The Oxford University Boat Club Development 8 bringing up the rear and maybe have a little bit more work to do before we might see them on the title one day.
That kind of race, that was all about momentum, wasn't it, James? City of Bristol really brave to the first K, and then Dart Totnes just decided they weren't going to let them go anywhere. At the 1K, they made a big push, took a couple seats, and they just kept going. So did Marlow. Sort of a total reversal of the provisional standings at the 1K in that third 500.
No, absolutely, Alex. But that is the kind of race plan that you need to have if you're going to be racing this multi-lane racing, or even when you get to Henley, you need to get your bow ball out in front. And the second K is a different race to the first K. And if you're up in front through the 1K, it's only your advantage to lose. And here we can see lining up on the start line the L final of this same event, the Championship Tier 2, Tier 3 Club and University 8s. We have a double entry from Oriel Kensington A and B crews in lanes 1 and 2, Broxbourne Rowing Club in lane 3, Dulwich College Boat Club B in lane 4, Winchester College Boat Club A in lane 5, Oxford University Boat Club B in lane 6, Castra Boat Club in lane 7, and Newcastle University Boat Club in lane 8. And interesting to see another Oxford University Boat Club entry here in the minor finals. Not sure exactly who will be in this crew, but I'm sure we'll find out soon as they get underway. And it looks like a very quick start from the middle crews. Once again this afternoon we've got quite a strong tailwind, so we're using the chevron seeding pattern for the lanes, putting the crews who posted the fastest times in the time trial in the middle lanes and those who posted slower times in the outer lanes. So if all goes to plan, you would expect to see a chevron formation as beautifully demonstrated by the M final towards the end of the race. But as the crews start to come through the 250, Alex, what are you seeing?
Yeah, we're looking there at the Oxford crew, looking slightly sharper than their colleagues in that other Development 8, and alongside them is the crew from Castra. It's these crews all like vying for a very strong catch to get a strong connection, but without completely sort of smashing the footplate and killing all the boat speed off the catch, which is a pretty tough balance to make in the tailwind. That sort of window for connection is really shortened in these lighter conditions.
And just to bring you those full unofficial results from the M final, Dart Totnes rowing through the pack to finish first in a time of 6 minutes 24.5, followed up by Marlow and City of Bristol to round off the podium, with Dulwich College C, University of Warwick B, Oxford University C and Kingston Rowing Club rounding out the rest of the pack. But with the action back in the L final, like you were saying, Alex, it's all about that technique in this tailwind. And we know that so many clubs have missed time on the water over the winter with all the rainfall we've had. Oxford and course in Wallingford closed for many weeks. And so it's all about those training camps over Easter to see how much technique they can pick up. How important are training camps in preparing for an event like this, Alex?
They're pretty huge, James. They can really be a big turning point this season. And so can a regatta like this. We're so close to Henley now. And, for example, we've just seen Teddy's in sort of the faster rates in this category. We saw Teddy's, they came 6th place at Nat Schools with the pretty big win, a 2-second win from St. Paul's, and they've just gone and they've completely like destroyed that gap. They were 4 seconds behind St. Paul's at Nat Schools, and then now in that time trial they're level there. So with that kind of momentum throughout the season, there could be a big shift. We're looking at Dulwich College there. I'm sure they'll be trying to do that old boy Nigel Farage quite proud. Obviously his alma mater was Dulwich College, famously. We're approaching the 1K here, and we'll be able to get a good grasp on who's contending for the win in this race. And it looks like it's Broxbourne with the slightest of margins over Oriel Kensington A, and then you could absolutely throw a blanket over the rest of those crews with Newcastle D rounding it off. Well, looking like this could be a really interesting race. James, in these races where you have sort of 5 crews within a couple seats, it's all just about keeping your head in, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. These are the kind of mental challenge and that mental toughness you have to prepare for. It's not the same as when you're doing pieces by yourself, wherever you train at home or even alongside one other crew. It's really that kind of noise and atmosphere that you really get at Marlow Regatta that you have to tune out, and you have to stay locked in and listen to what your cox is saying. And I can see in that Bristol boat a few eyes maybe wandering in that Dulwich boat for sure. It's all about staying locked in and being at that point where you can trust what your cox is saying. But we have the smallest of margins of Broxbourne, less than half a second ahead of Oriel Kensington A, who've opened up a bit of a lead over their teammates from Oriel Kensington B. Looks like we're going to have a good race for 3rd, 4th and 5th positions here, as well as this 2-horse race we're seeing open out of the front. But as we come through the 1250, the question is, can Broxbourne hold on to their lead, or will they get moved through like we've seen in so many other races today?
And with the drone there, we can see it's still Broxbourne just over Oral Kensington. And then it is Winchester College who have eked a little advantage over Dulwich and those other crews which were really close to each other at the 1K. Now they're starting to get towards the 1750. They've got about 350 meters to go here. This is when you can make a cheeky early move, early sprint for the line. This is really, you really want to be brave and not wait and take initiative, which I'm sure they're all trying to do here, James.
Yeah, and it looks like over there in lane 2, Oriel Kensington A might be making this kind of move. I think they might have reduced that gap to half a canvas or even less over Broxbourne Rowing Club, and it'll be up to them to see if they can respond now. We're coming into the Red Boys, coming into the last 250 meters of the race. And it really is, for those top 2 spots, anything to play for, and even for that 3rd position as well. It's very exciting, Alex.
Yeah, for 3rd place, Dulwich College also coming through. They've just taken 1 seat. We'll see if they can take any more. And it's very tight racing. Nigel Farage, are you watching? You're old school, doing you proud in this L final at Marlow Regatta. It's still Broxbourne with the slightest of margins coming in. Looking at Broxbourne there with the Oral boats behind. Everyone's just loading it all on the catch here. Looking pretty tired, but managing just as well. James, into the line, call it.
Yeah, you can really see from that camera angle the Oriel Kensington boat really pulling on it, really yamming on it, but it seems Broxbourne have opened a bit more of a lead, but here we see Dulwich and Winchester come through. Who are going to take the 2nd and 3rd positions? Is it going to be Winchester? This is cracking racing, Alex. Winchester rode through the field to take the 2nd position, which we will confirm as soon as we see that. But what a row from Winchester, Alex. Did you see that coming?
I did not, actually. They were clearly just the ones who had that little bit of extra juice in that sprint. Newcastle D there. Rounding off the field, but that was phenomenal end to the race of for Winchester. I'm sure if they qualify for Henley for the Princess Elizabeth, that's a little nugget of information they'll be sure to remind themselves on late on in those races. Having that confidence and that capability when you're sitting a few seats down, coming into the regatta enclosure at Henley, just to step on a little bit more than the other crews. So that was a really good sprint there from Winchester. As we're thinking about Henley for the next few weeks, James.
Yeah, I'm sure the expert pundits at Junior Rowing News will be bearing that in mind as they produce their reports and get ready for the coverage. So now we move on to the L final. Sorry, where are we at? The K final we can see on the blocks here of the same event, the Championship Tier 2, Tier 3 Club and University 8s. And off we go. In this event, we've got Vesta Rowing Club C in lane 1, Nottingham University C in lane 2, Kew House School in lane 3, Rex Boat Club in lane 4, Army Rowing Club A in lane 5, Curlew Rowing Club A in lane 6, Southampton University Boat Club B in lane 7, and Nottingham Rowing Club in lane 8. And once again, Alex, amazing to see Kew House as such a young programme cracking it into the finals at such an event like Marlow Regatta. What do you think about that?
Yeah, Kew House recently with their first entry to the PE, and they're up here, right up here with these older crews. They had clearly a stronger finish than Winchester, say, in the time trials. So that's a growing program that is we'll be sure to keep our eyes on for the future.
And just to bring you the official final results of the L final, Broxbourne Rowing Club sneaking the win over Winchester with a time of 6 minutes 20.9. Winchester rowing through the pack for that 2nd place finish, followed closely by Dulwich, Oriel Kensington A, Castro Boat Club, Oxford University Boat Club B, Oriel Kensington B, and Newcastle University D. But back to the action in the K final. Another tight field as we come through the 500, and of course that's what we'd expect with these tailwind conditions. Helps all of the crews, good and weak, get a fast start and stay close together, and then it's really through that middle K, which crew can get the blade in the best, which crew can get the work on the legs best to open up a gap over their competitors. Really challenging in these tailwind conditions. As we pan across the field, we can see Kew House looking very tidy there in the tailwind across to Rex Boat Club. And yeah, it's looking like some good racing. What are your thoughts, Alex?
Yeah, Rex there. That's the I believe that's the alumni boat club for the King's School Chester. So it'll be interesting to see how well these guys' fitness has held up after their years at school. How well they'll be able to gel together back as a unit. They've finished school. Maybe that some of them have rowed at university or at club level, and they've decided to have a crack at Henley maybe in the Thames Challenge Cup next week. Decided to have a little summer frolic in the 8th with their old schoolmates.
Yeah, there's really nothing like that summer racing atmosphere at Marlow Regatta, which I'm sure we are all looking forward to as we see this race here coming through the middle, up towards the 1K. Yeah, we can see a few of the 500 meters times here. So this is Vesta Rowing Club C from lane 1 leading the race, which is interesting in these tailwind conditions. Obviously, Vesta Rowing Club C must have saved up a bit of juice from the time trial to be leading the race from lane 1. Panning across to Nottingham University Boat Club C, the Army Boat Club leading Rex, and Southampton University to round out the rest of the field. But another very tight race here, Alex. We see the top 5 crews within 2 seconds of each other. How would you feel if you were sat in the stroke seat of one of these boats right now? What would you be calling?
I would be quite focused, James. I would just want my Cox to stay calm and stay focused on ourselves. You don't want to have a Cox like you were, if I may say so, when we were J15s back in the day, James. You really want a Cox that stays on task, which I hope these athletes are doing. At the K there, it's still Vesta with was that a canvas lead over the pack. We're going to get the results there. Yeah, it's perhaps a slight issue with the timing there, but it was Vesta leading the pack there. Still, they're coming into that with that lead into the third 500. It's theirs to lose at this point.
Certainly is, and like you were saying, Alex, it's all about that technique through the middle K, and we can see the importance of putting your blade in, which obviously is something you've always been thinking about over the years, and in this tailwind is especially important to keep the shoulders nice and loose, the body position set up, slot the blade in, and put the work on the legs rather than go up over into the bodies in this tailwind. But we can see some really good work here from Q House, holding on to the pack, but looks like Vesta continue to lead it from lane 1 as we come into the last 500 meters.
And looking at that Q House boat, you wouldn't guess that's sort of the new kids on the block in the junior rowing program. They look like a pretty neat crew there. I'm sure a lot of exciting results to come from those athletes and that school, that program down the road. But coming through is that the last 500 meters now, and it is still Vesta leading out over Nottingham, and then on the far side that is Curlew Rowing Club taking some initiative in that third 500. These 3 crews have lengthened out a bit of a gap over the rest of the field. I think at this point it is still Vesta's race to lose at this point. Now it's all about the sprint, who's going to be able to whack it up to the highest rating, who's going to get the most sort of effective work done in the water.
Yeah, we really see a reversal of the kind of what we'd expect from the conditions in the seeding here. A lot of crews taking initiative, Curlew over in lane 6, Vesta leading the race from lane 1. These middle crews, maybe Rex, Army, Q House, may perhaps not had the first half or the first 500 of the race they want. Alex, what do you think?
Yeah, well, as we approach the finish now in these conditions, it's a different race. It's a different beast than at the beginning. We saw those flat, glassy conditions for those first 2 strokes. Now it's really chopped up. It's all about keeping your blade nice and high, keeping the boat sort of running above the water, and it's Vesta who seem to be doing the best job of that. But still, Curlew they're challenging Nottingham on this near side to the commentary tower. Might they just be able to manage it on the last 10 strokes to the line, giving it their all? Curlew with plenty of energy, it looks like. Super high rating, and it's Vesta. They take it by about half a length. Nottingham a length advantage over Curlew, and then it's really tight between those 4 remaining crews, including Q House there, Southampton University. I think, yeah, I couldn't be able to call it between Army, Southampton, and Q House there. Very tight racing in this K final.
And here we are bringing you action from the J final of this same event, the Championship 8s. Starting with Selwyn College Cambridge Boat Club in lane 1, City of Bristol Rowing Club in lane 2, Lee Rowing Club in lane 3, City of Cambridge Rowing Club in lane 4, Monmouth School Rowing Club A in lane 5, Nonsuch Boat Club in lane 6, University of London B in lane 7, and University of Surrey B in lane 8. And it'll be interesting to see how it plays out between Selwyn College Cambridge and City of Cambridge Rowing Club. Obviously, Selwyn College being one of the relatively good college crews on the cam, just out of their May Bumps campaign, and indeed even out of May Week, with City of Cambridge, who contain a lot of kind of ex-trialists and some of the top non-student rowers in the city. I think that'll be an interesting dynamic to see how it plays out. But we've got a good shot here of that Selwyn College Cambridge crew, looking like they're picking up the work in this tailwind and possibly leading out from... Oh no, we see, and now we pan across and we see the race leaders are... Here we are in lane 6 or 5. Is this Alex? Who's leading the race? It looks like it could be Monmouth School.
That is Monmouth, James. That watching this race sort of throws me back to when we were 15, back in 2019, watching that famous Monmouth 8, the sort of the champ slayers. They were affectionately known as, with I believe that was Jack Totham at Cox. Ewan Hadfield was stroking that boat, and they're absolutely killing the rest of the field in this final. And behind them is hard to call. And there is that UL women's 8. I'm unsure which of their women's 8 that is, because Henley Women's is going on that weekend. But they've come here for some really competitive racing, and they're doing well.
Yeah, they have, and that looks to be Sophie Wrightson in the coxing seat of that University of London. Obviously, coxed alongside Sophie at Worlds in 2022, back in the day. But we see this Monmouth school crew continue to lead with their questionable kit colour combination out in the lead ahead of University of Bristol, Cambridge, Selwyn and City of Cambridge, as well as University of London B. We see the race progressing into its second half now. There's a good shot of City of Cambridge. And we can bring you some times through the 1K. Monmouth School under 3 minutes, and of course we will only see these times get quicker as we progress through the finals. Open up quite a lead over City of Cambridge and Selwyn College, who look to be very tightly matched. And as I said at the start, this could be a very good race between a college crew and a city club in Marlow Regatta 2024. What are your thoughts as we come into the last half of the race, Alex?
Yeah, this is looking quite interesting, James. We're going to have a quick look at the 1K times of the provisional... Oh no, that's time from the last race on the screen quickly. And that was confirmation there. Unofficially, it's Vesta winning over Nottingham, then Curlew, Army ahead of Southampton, Kew House, Rex Boat Club, and Nottingham last there. Now back to this action in the J final. Monmouth continued that lead. Maybe we'll see a bit of an underdog run in the P this year, just like we saw in 2019 with that Ewan Hadfield 8. But behind them, for second place, what a race we have going on between Nonsuch and City of Cambridge. That is, they're starting to approach the Red Boys now. That's just all about who can get the rate the highest, who can get the most effective work done on the pin each stroke. For the moment, it's just Nonsuch with a few seats of a lead, but that is very much a surmountable gap, possibly for City of Cambridge, James.
Yeah, I think it could be, but obviously with City of Cambridge and Selwyn used to the bump style racing rather than this side-by-side 2K regatta racing, it's a very different mental as well as physical challenge. It'll be interesting to see how they respond. Looks like Monmouth perhaps continuing to extend their lead as we come into the Red Boys. We can start to see the crews from the commentary box. Monmouth really have the dominant rhythm, I'd say, of this race, and have really led out the blocks from the start and looked to take home the win in quite spectacular fashion. City of Cambridge seem to have cruised into the second place and will be definitely opening up their lead over University of Bristol and Selwyn College, who seem to have slipped back into fourth or fifth, maybe a few of those May balls kicking in a little bit too hard. Bringing up the rear, we have University of London, coxed by Sophie Wrightson. Maybe not so impressed with this result. And then finally, in the last place, we have University of Surrey rounding out the field. What are your thoughts on the closing stage of the race, Alex?
Yeah, no, James, I think Sophie looks pretty pleased there. A little tap on the boat. She'll be satisfied with that. That crew electing to come to Marlow for some stiff competition rather than going to Henley Women's this weekend.
Warwick University, Swansea University, Cambridge 99, Minerva Bath, City of Bristol, Bath University, Canterbury, Southampton University. Attention.
And the crews are off in this next instalment, the I final of the Championship Tier 2 and 3 in University 8s. In lane 1 we have University of Warwick A, in lane 2 Swansea University, in lane 3 Cambridge 99 Rowing Club, in lane 4 Minerva Bath Rowing Club A, lane 5 City of Bristol Rowing Club B, lane 6 Bath University Boat Club A, lane 7 Canterbury Rowing Club A, and in lane 8 Southampton University Boat Club A. And another battle between two of the Cambridge City clubs here, Nines versus Cantabs. Will be interesting to see how that plays out in this I final. Another few universities as well. We have Warwick, Swansea, and Bath and Southampton all in the same final. So it'll be interesting to see whether any performances at Head of the River or Bucks will lean any insight into this. Any insight into this, Alex?
Yeah, so in this race we've got Southampton. We can look at sort of which we can predict sort of which categories these crews will be racing at Henley. So we think we'll have Southampton University, we'll have Bath and Swansea University and Warwick University. Those four sort of vying for for the Temple Challenge Cup as university crews. So this will be a good sort of litmus test right before Henley of their pace for that. And then we've also got Cambridge 99, Minerva Bath, City of Bristol, and Cantabs for the Thames. So this is sort of an interesting mix that we get to see, that we're treated to at Marlow every year, between these different crews to test their pace right before Henley.
Yeah, and Marlow Regatta really is the only place where you see schoolboy crews racing university crews, racing club crews, racing alumni crews. You really see it all, and this is the great opportunity we get in the sunshine here at Dorney Lake to see this kind of racing. And what are you seeing as we come towards the second half, Alex?
Well, what I'm seeing, James, is look at that tailwind sort of blustering those the reeds in the background. I think it's we're looking at some quite fast conditions and perhaps even record-breaking conditions as we head into the faster finals. So all eyes on those record times later on. There is that Minerva Bath crew in the really bright yellow kit, very visible. Yeah, through the 500 then it's Warwick with the early lead, followed hotly. Oh, that's Swansea. Apologies. Follows hotly by Southampton on the other side of the lake. There we see that those, and then right before that, right after them is Cambridge 99 as well. So we've got a really sort of interesting cross-lake battle for the lead here, James. It's a really tight race.
Yeah, we've got an exceptionally tight race as we come into the second half. And once again, these crews in the outside lanes taking the initiative and really leading from the front. We see this crew here over in lane 8, Southampton University, look to be in a very strong position. And again, defying what we would expect from the chevron, the lane seeding. So really be exciting to see what plays out in the second half here. And just bringing here the full unofficial results from the J final. Monmouth storming to victory with an over 5-second margin over City of Cambridge and none such to round out the podium, followed by City of Bristol A, Lee Rowing Club, University of London Boat Club B, Selwyn College A, and University of Surrey B. Back to the action in the I final. Got a good shot here of that crew from the City of Bristol in the lane 5. Minerva Bath with their distinctive yellow, bit of maybe Cotswolds rivalry there between Bristol and Bath. But what a lovely drone shot there, Alex. What are you seeing here?
Oh yes, that Minerva Bath crew. Their kit is pretty blinding, but not sure if they're setting a blinding pace as well. Sort of struggling in that second 500 meter against their Cotswolds rivals and their West Country rivals. But it's still a very tight race for the lead between Swansea Uni and Southampton. It was a mightily tight race between Warwick Uni, Cambridge 99, and what looks to be Bath University for the second place. So some fantastic racing we're seeing in these tailwind conditions.
Certainly, we're seeing almost a sine wave pattern emerge here as we look at the drone. We see really a defiance. Minerva Bath and City of Bristol maybe spent too many cookies in the time trial and don't have much left to give here in the I final, as we see Swansea storming to victory in lane 2. I think that looks like about a half a length lead over their fellow students from the University of Warwick and from Cambridge 99. So we come into the Red Boys now, the last 250. Looking like a good rhythm here, and like you were saying, Alex, it's really, the water's chopping up. A lot of water for the tailwind to run over, and some quite challenging, almost tideway-esque conditions here in the enclosures, but good noise, good atmosphere as we see Swansea pounding down that rhythm on their opposition to take it across the line. And call it, Alex, as we come into the last 10 strokes of the race.
Yeah, approaching the line here is looking very tight indeed. Swansea continuing to row fantastically well in these conditions. Last few strokes, and it looks like it's going to be Swansea, followed actually by Warwick in lane 1. They've overturned that. Then Cambridge 99, then Bath University, Southampton University, City of Bristol, Minerva Bath, and then followed in by Minerva Bath, and then Cantabs trailing behind the field a bit. They clearly put it all on the line in that time trial to get into this I final at Marlow Regatta. And the next race is off. This is the H final, seeing the start there. And this is an encounter between Vesta B, Newcastle University C, Royal Shrewsbury School A, Pangbourne College A, Royal Chester, Tyne Amateur Rowing Club in lane 6, Surrey Uni in lane 7, and Nonsuch in lane 8.
Yeah, now we're really starting to see some of the school programs. You mentioned Shrewsbury and Pangbourne mixing in with some of the clubs like Vesta. This will be an interesting encounter for sure. We can see the crew is about 250 metres into this race.
Lots of dragonfly down there. There's lots of big blue dragonfly.
Race 53K, Final G, Men's 8, Marlow, Lane 1, Upper Thames, Lane 2. Nottingham, Lane 3.
You can just see here the G final attaching to the state boats. We bring you more of the action from the H final. You can see Shrewsbury there in their distinctive navy blue in the middle. Next to them, of course, Newcastle University, and we're seeing Vesta Rowing Club over there in lane 1. Looks like Shrewsbury have eked out a slight lead, but fairly closely contested. Would you say, Alex?
Yeah, absolutely. We've been informed that in the Newcastle University boat, sort of a crew favourite, George Pearson, that he's known as the Huggy Monster, affectionately by his crewmates. So clearly a lovely bloke. And then we're seeing there Tyne Amateur Rowing Club. There's University of Surrey, and then Nonsuch. It's a no-nonsense Nonsuch boat from Nonsuch in lane 8 there.
And just to bring you the full official results from the I final, Swansea University Boat Club winning in the time of 6 minutes 5 seconds, .2, followed very closely by University of Warwick A, Cambridge 99 in third, Bath University Boat Club A in fourth, Southampton University fifth, City of Bristol in sixth, Minerva Bath and Canterbury Rowing Club to round off the field. And as we lose the parallax, we see Shrewsbury really edging out into the lead here through the 1K. Would you say they're really edging out the lead, Alex, or could this be illusory?
Yeah, no, they've got it. Yeah, they're sort of taking that advantage over it was Tyne and Newcastle. Yeah.
Looks like Nat Tom's in the coxing seat of that Shrewsbury, obviously World's campaign last year, so very, very experienced there, driving the Shrewsbury boat, hopefully to a win here in the H final of Marlow Regatta. We get a quick shot of the rest of the field here. This looks like Royal Chester Rowing Club over in lane 5. And over to Chester here, and we can get some preliminary times from 1,000 metres. Shrewsbury opened up a 2.5 second lead over the rest of the field. That's nearly a length in 8's terms, Alex. And tell me, what does it mean to have a length clear water as we come through the middle of the race?
It can be slightly dangerous. You can gain a little bit of overconfidence. As we well know, racing at Henley, we sort of victimised a couple crews there who thought they had the win, but and then took them in the second half. But it has so far been that Shrewsbury crew edging the rest of the field. But Newcastle they're coming back.
Yeah, we'll see if Shrewsbury get edged out by Newcastle in the second half as that comes around. But Shrewsbury, yeah, losing a little bit of their advantage over Newcastle, maybe slip back to half a length or so. Newcastle and Pearson, the Huggy Monster, putting in a big push here in the closing stage of the race. Can see tailwind still blowing strong as we start to get into the choppy water, maybe a little bit of the crosswind as well coming in, but this is some really exciting racing here in the H final of the 8s at Marlow Regatta. Over to you, Alex.
Yeah, those gentlemen in lane 2 have just decided, those school kids, they're not going to get away with this, with that brave first half, and they're coming right at them. They're coming back. They've got about 300 meters to go. They've taken a couple seats. Now can they make that next step to continue that momentum through the Shrewsbury boat?
We see that Newcastle boat there. Looks like they're rowing maybe a little bit longer, maybe getting a little bit more grip out of the front, maybe in the shoulders, but that doesn't matter at this point. Power is power, and it looks like that Newcastle boat have got power. Momentum is on their side, and we will see if they can push through Shrewsbury as we come into the enclosure, come into the last 250 metres. The tension is palpable. The atmosphere is electric here at Marlow Regatta. Can Newcastle University C push through Shrewsbury School to take the win? What do you think, Alex? Call us over the line.
I'm not sure. I think Shrewsbury might just hold on and take the edge here. They've just got about 10 strokes to go. They'll be slightly weaker athletes as juniors, but they're clearly rowing a little bit better. But it's tight, and it looks like it's going to be Shrewsbury by about 3 seats, just over a canvas, over Newcastle. Then it is Nonsuch after them, and the rest of the field hotly following them.
Quite right, Alex. Shrewsbury were not edging us after all. They really did mean business, and they've delivered the win here in the H final, and I'm sure their Cox, Nat Toms and the rest of the crew will be happy with that. Newcastle very close, but I'm sure they will have a good Henley campaign to come. And we see here the action heading away in the G final now. In lane 1 we have Marlow Rowing Club B. In lane 2, Upper Thames Rowing Club A. Lane 3, Nottingham University Boat Club B. Lane 4, University of Exeter Boat Club B. Lane 5, Radley College. Lane 6, Imperial College B. Lane 7, King's School Chester. And in lane 8, Wolfson College Oxford Boat Club. And interesting to see an Oxford College in ahead of a few of their development squad 8s from the University Boat Club. Perhaps that indicates years to come. And as we look at the results, we can see some more universities in Nottingham, Exeter, Imperial. This should be some more interesting races, Alex. What are your thoughts from the Bucks results?
Yeah, this is quite interesting. We're seeing a Radley College crew here. They did quite well at Nat Schools. So I imagine, their first 8 did well at Nat Schools. So I imagine this is perhaps their Temple entry, considering they're that far down the classification in the time trial. And we're seeing them here. There's Radley on the right, Imperial there, and on the left of the screen now, King's School Chester. So yeah, that Radley crew there, potentially they'll be entering the Temple, or that may be their PE8 as well. Unsure on that, but seeing Exeter there with a pretty solid lead over Nottingham. And potentially right alongside that that Radley crew who we think are going to be entering the Temple, comprised of athletes from the second eight, and they tend to take on board some of their J16s as well. They're the strongest J16s for a decent challenge for that Temple Challenge Cup to try to qualify. Always impressive when the junior crews manage to make it through to the Temple.
Of course, the qualification races for Henley being held this coming Friday, so this Marlow Regatta really the premier event and the final test for these crews before they lay down the chips in Henley-on-Thames. But as we come through the 1K, it looks like University of Exeter Boat Club B and Radley are in a real dogfight here, possibly even with that crew in lane 7, King's Chester, up in the mix. Really, no one is to be put aside in this race. It's anyone's race, Alex. What do you think could unfold in the second half?
In a race like this, that's this tight, it's all about the third 500. Who can maintain their good boat speed through the second K and really serve a killer blow and take the initiative at the 1K.
And just to bring you now the full unofficial results from the H final, Shrewsbury School taking the win with a time of just over 6 minutes. I wonder if any of these crews in the G final will be the first to break that 6-minute barrier, followed by Newcastle University C, Nonsuch Boat Club A, Vesta B in 4th, Tyne Amateur Rowing Club A in 5th, Royal Chester in 6th, University of Surrey A in 7th, and Pangbourne bring it up in 8th. Back to the action here in this HG final. Good shot here of Nottingham University Boat Club B. Few times as we come through the K, very tight at the front as we expected. Exeter with a lead of just over half a second over Radley. King's Chester not much more than a second behind, and Nottingham and Wolston College Oxford coming in next. Lovely shot from the drone here, and we can see that chevron pattern really playing out. So sounds like all of these crews, pretty consistent level of effort from the time trial into this final, and are really ready to lay all of the chips down on the table as we come into the final 750 metres. Alex, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, they're coming towards the end here, and now this is when Radley have to be a bit brave. They're about half a seat down, it looks like. They're really neck and neck with the leading Exeter crew. This is where they have to be a bit brave, really pile on the catch, and row as a crew and as a unit, and maintain, despite the tiredness, row as a unit. And it looks like they might just be doing that, gaining the slightest of advantages over Exeter. We'll see as they approach the line how that develops. And the rest of the field are coming up as well. We've also got the Nottingham University B crew. They've pulled up a few seats on those leading crews. The field's really tightening up in these last few hundred metres. They're about to get to the Red Boys. Exeter continue moving. There they are. Really nice. This is going to be a very close race, as we can already hear the crowd on the other side getting really shouty with it. There's Nottingham. They've also closed up on the leaders of the race, and still unable to separate Radley and Exeter, who led to the K. And is that Nottingham with the momentum through that sort of 1500 metre to 1750 point? This is mightily close. James, call it.
This is the tightest final we've seen so far, Alex. This is exceptional racing. You can hear the crowds cheering, urging their crews on. The Coxes must be screaming. The lungs are bursting for the rowers. We're about 10 strokes out from the finish, and it seems to be Nottingham University just with their bow ball in front. We've got Imperial charging, Radley are charging. Radley seems to be falling off. Have they got enough beans in the tank? We see Nottingham, Imperial, and I can't call third place. It's too close. We'll get you those official results as soon as we have them. But seems to be Radley. You can see the faces in the Radley crew slip behind a little bit, and we'll see how this bodes as a mental challenge for their Temple campaign coming up shortly. What a cracking race, Alex.
James, you do love to see it. That's been a proper G final right there that we've just had the privilege of calling there. And there's no rest for the wicked. Off with the F final. Lane 1, Agecroft Rowing Club A. Lane 2, Uni of York A. Lane 3, Star Club. Lane 4, Uni of Birmingham A. Lane 5, we've got St Paul's B. Lane 6, Uni of Bristol B. Lane 7, Norwich School. And Lane 8, Twickenham Rowing Club A.
And just as we saw Radley College's Temple entry in the previous G final, we really see St Paul's is now in the F final. Over in lane 5, obviously posted a quick time in the time trial. It'll be exceptional to see if they can do some damage here in the F final. That would really give them the kind of mental advantage over their peers from the Radley College as they look to make their Temple entry. Bit of camera footage here just of the boating area. We see those crews from the G final heading in. Alex, what are you thinking here?
Yeah, in this F final where we're seeing it is a 2-horse race between Birmingham and Twickenham. They're racing for silverware here for the Fraser Bowl for Tier 3 8. That's Club 8, presented in 1966 by Mrs. A.B. Fraser, and is sponsored by the Judd family. So a mighty thanks to the Judd family for their sponsorship of this event. Seeing that sort of classy-looking St. Paul's crew, quite neat. And then now we're looking at Birmingham briefly, Star Club A, Uni of York in the lane 2, and there in lane 1 is Agecroft.
Yeah, we see in that St Paul's school crew, we've got Sam Fowley in the stroke seat, really doing an exceptional job there, setting down a dominant rhythm, and we'll have to see what the other clubs kind of have to offer here as we come up through the 750. Looks like the tailwind in the water might have flattened out a little bit. We could be treated to some slightly gentler conditions as the evening wears on, as we see the camera panning across here, across that crew. There they are from St Paul's School. You can see that blade work, Alex. What are you thinking here as a rower? What are you seeing in the blade work?
Yeah, it's looking quite neat at the catch. Maybe a little inconsistency at the finish there. They have brought on two J16s from their J16A boat. Looking at that is crew 299, the Twickenham Rowing Club, looking really quite neat and jumpy on that catch. We're about to get to the 1K where we can start calling this race, see the margins.
We see the crew here in lane 1 from Agecroft Rowing Club have again seem to be really taking the initiative here, leading out the race, followed closely behind by that crew in lane 4 from the University of Birmingham. The rest of the pack very closely together. Here we've got some times from the 500 metre, and we see the first 4 crews really within a second of each other. University of Birmingham and St Paul's within a second of Agecroft. Looks like Agecroft might have opened that gap out a little bit more between the 500 metres and the 1K, but it really is anyone's to play for as we come in there. Here we pan across, we see the crews from the University of Birmingham and from St Paul's. Really strong in the sunlight here. Definitely need those Oakleys to be putting your blade in. Through the K here, University of Birmingham half a second behind. It looks like the Star Club might have made a bit of a move and put some distance through St Paul's. We'll have to see what they have to respond to. This is why it's so great, Alex, getting to race other universities and clubs, don't you think?
Yeah, absolutely. As a junior in this kind of situation, you almost have nothing to lose. You can just really be brave and just decide you're going to go out, just like we saw Radley do, or attempt to do in the last final. You can just really sort of mess with these older athletes a little bit. But so far, it is the unfazed Birmingham Uni and Agecroft leading out. Agecroft with the slightest of advantages. This is a key part of the race. This is where Birmingham really have to decide whether they're going to take this race on, decide whether they're going to row as a unit, and really zone in on their technique, row the best way they know how to in that third 500.
Yeah, exactly. As you said, you've got to be really locked in here, trusting your cocks, trusting your stroke seat, and everyone around you that they're going to really leave it all out here on the course at Marlow Regatta 2024 on Dorney Lake. And as we get some time through the 1,000 metres, we can see Agecroft and still holding their kind of half-second lead over the University of Birmingham. So still looking very tight as we come into the closing stages of the race. Excellent drone shot here. We can really see the action play out from above. And it really is anyone's race in the top 4, Alex. What are you thinking is going to happen in the last 500?
James, I think Birmingham Uni might just be eking out a little advantage over Agecroft. With that good sort of third 500 that I was talking about, they're about to get to the Red Boys now, and they're going to start their sprint. And we've been seeing some fantastic racing here. I'm unable to call who's going to win this. It looks like Agecroft and Birmingham still incredibly close. And then also, Uni of York are entering the fray in lane 2. They've decided we want a bit of action, and they've really whacked it up. Last few strokes, James, go on.
It's a real fight in a chip shop here, Alex. No one's letting any inch. No one's giving any quarter. I mean, St Paul's putting in a big move, but it seems to be Agecroft and Star Club are very strong finishing rhythm there, especially from Agecroft in lane 1. Looks like they will take the win by, I make that about a third of a length, just over canvas, over University of York, and we will get those results confirmed as soon as we have them. We see Norwich School and Twickenham Rowing Club bring up the rear of this, the F final of the 8s. 5 more to come, and the times and the excitement will only build. Isn't that right, Alex?
Absolutely. That kind of race is just all about the sprint. How high can you get the rate, and how effective can you how much of a unit can you remain with your crew? And Agecroft did a fantastic job to ward off and keep Birmingham and Uni of York at an arm's distance there. And straight onto the next race, which is the and we should say that means that Birmingham are going to take the Fraser Bowl for Tier 3 Club 8. Right, the E-final is underway as we speak, and that is a contest, an encounter between Oxford University A, that's their Temple 8, Oxford Brookes F, Dulwich A, Durham B, London Rowing Club B, Nottingham A, Uni of Exeter A, and Derby Rowing Club A.
Just to bring in here the full official results from the G final. A few races ago, we had Nottingham University storming to victory in a time of 6 minutes 11.1, followed by Imperial College B and Upper Thames Rowing Club A, all within a second. King's School Chester, University of Exeter B, Radley College, Wolfson College Oxford, and Marlow Rowing Club B finishing up the pack in 8th. All of the crews within 5 seconds of each other. With this tailwind, we're seeing some very tight racing here at Marlow Regatta.
So while race 55 remains on course, we now have the unofficial results of race 54, which is the F final of 8, which includes silverware for the first time this afternoon for 8's events, which is the club event race, which is the Fraser Bowl for Tier 3 8's club, presented in 1966 by Mrs. A.B. Fraser and sponsored by the Judd family. And the winner of that cup is Twickenham Rowing Club. Although they were the 8th placed crew in this race, the F final was won by Agecroft Rowing Club in a time of 6 minutes 5 seconds. Second was University of York Boat Club. Third, Birmingham University. Fourth, Star Club. Fifth, St Paul's School Boat Club B. 6 Bristol University, 7 Norwich School and 8 Twickenham Rowing Club. Back to Alex. And just before I hand back to Alex, I can confirm that those times I've just given you and positions are for F final are the official results. Thank you. Back to Alex.
Thank you very much. And we've just passed the 1K mark in this exciting E-final. We're having some cracking racing this afternoon, some incredibly tight racing in a packed field. And just as a preliminary indication of pace in this final, it's mega tight, isn't it? We've got Dulwich A setting a 1:28.9, and then they're followed tightly by Nottingham, and then Durham. That's Durham B. Yeah.
And thank you, Alex. We can see how the race has progressed through 1,000. Durham seem to have taken the lead and opening up a bit of a move over that F crew from Oxford Brookes. And here the Dulwich College. It seems the order has really shuffled up here. We've got Nottingham down in 5th place. Exeter and Derby at the back, and Oxford University, their Temple 8, they'll be looking to push through if they want to mount a serious challenge come next week. But really, we're seeing a lot of orders changing. And like you were saying, Alex, this is absolutely cracking racing this afternoon. We're seeing it's really anyone's up for grabs. And yeah, what would you be expecting to hear from your Cox at this point, Alex?
It's really important at this point in the race to execute your race plan as intended, but at the same time to sort of adjust a bit according to how the race is going. So in lane 4, it is that Durham boat who's in the lead, and they're just going to want to stay loose in that wash they've just rode through and keep that lead, keep rowing as a unit. They are being challenged, however, by is that Oxford Brookes F in lane 2, and that race for the 3rd place is neck and neck between Oxford A and Oxford's Temple boat and the Dulwich Schoolboy crew. And there's absolutely nothing to call. It's sort of stroke for stroke, neck and neck between that Oxford boat and Dulwich.
I'm sure the athletes from Oxford University would really want to see themselves in front of that crew from Dulwich School. That would be a very exceptional performance from Dulwich College if they're able to put themselves in front of an esteemed university. But yeah, we see, like you're saying, the original City of Oxford College stickers on the side of that Oxford Brookes 8 back when the Chinese junior national team used to train there, and they are really taking 2nd place, and such depth of talent in the Oxford Brookes squad. We can hear the noise from the bank coming into the last 10 or 15 strokes, and maybe the Oxford Brookes get through Durham. Do you think that's possible, Alex?
They're sprinting. Knowing Brookes, it's more than possible, James. They're sprinting. They could just get it. I can't be able to tell with the parallax, and they're across the line there. Perhaps it looks like it's Durham just over Brookes, and then Dulwich take the win over Oxford University. Bit of improvement there. I'm sure they'll be excited with the incumbent Mark Fangenhall.
Yeah, that's a really smashing performance from Dulwich College to take the win over the Temple entry of Oxford University Boat Club. There might be a bit of head scratching and questions asked ahead of next weekend. Another exceptional performance from Durham University to take the win in the E-final of the Championship 8s here at Marlow Regatta 2024. What outstanding racing we've been seeing this afternoon. We can see here the action underway in the D final now. Marlow Rowing Club A in lane 1, Edinburgh University Boat Club B in lane 2, Newcastle University B in lane 3, Westminster School A in lane 4, Bedford School A in lane 5, Oxford Brookes E in lane 6, Molesey B in lane 7, and Vesta A in lane 8. And we have one crew in this final, that Oxford Brookes E crew in lane 6, who are competing for the Clayton Cup, which is awarded for Tier 3 University 8s. First presented in 1910 by the late Lady Clayton, another excellent piece of Marlow Regatta history. Isn't it such a great event, Alex? So filled with silverware and history.
Yeah, we've had some iconic regattas in the past. Like in 2018, we saw that St Paul's 8 with coming third in the Champ 8's final, losing out only to what was it, Leander and Newcastle and Brooks, perhaps. But all eyes back on this D final. It is Westminster who have taken the initiative, and they're chased by Brooks and Newcastle. So Westminster doing very well to be beating Brooks' E crew and Newcastle's B crew.
And just to bring you here the full unofficial results from the E final, Durham University Boat Club with 0.2 of a second margin over Oxford Brookes University F. The former finishing in a time of 5 minutes 56.7. Third place, Dulwich College, eking out Oxford University's Temple entry, followed up by University of Exeter in 5th, London Rowing Club in 6th, Nottingham University in 7th, and Derby Rowing Club in 8th. Back to the action here in the D final. Got a lovely shot here of that Westminster crew. Obviously, their head coach, Josh Butler, leaving last year to join Hampton School Boat Club in an interesting lateral move. Wonder how the programme has been in his absence, but I suppose we'll be finding out very shortly. Newcastle University B in lane 3. A lot of depth of squad in these university crews like Newcastle. Panning over to Edinburgh, and we can see Westminster continuing to extend their lead over 2 seconds over Newcastle and Oxford Brookes. Quite a tight race there for second and third, followed up with Edinburgh and Bedford. Great shot we see from the drone here. Nice side angle, seeing that lead that Westminster keep extending, but we have over here in lane 6 that Oxford Brookes crew still in contact. And Alex, psychologically, what would that do for the stern pair of that Westminster crew still seeing Oxford Brookes in contact?
It's a little bit of tension, perhaps. It depends on how the cocks and the individuals on the boat take it. But perhaps a little bit of tension. They'll see these massive men of Oxford Brookes sort of edging on them. So who knows how that's going to go. And then, so this part of the race, it's sort of neck and neck for that second place.
Exactly, and it looks like Oxford Brookes with their famous sprint might have put a few more metres back into Westminster, really kind of edging their second half of the race, and interesting to see how their race plan unfolds. This is some more cracking racing here at Marlow Regatta. Coming right here into the closing stage of the race, we bring you the final 10 strokes. Westminster still putting in a push. I don't think that Oxford Brookes crew is going to be able to challenge them. That's a really dominant race rhythm that Westminster are laying down here. We've got that crew from Newcastle University really challenging Brookes for second. I think Newcastle might take it. No, Brookes take the second. Newcastle look to have taken third. We'll bring you those unofficial results as soon as we have them here. Over in lane 7, Molesey, Marlow crossing the line, and Vesta bringing up the rear. Barman looks like he dropped a stroke before they crossed the line, but there we have the D final, and we're really hotting up now, Alex, as we get into the action, aren't we?
Yeah, that Brookes boat stroked by Sam Clark, not quite enough to overturn Westminster, but a solid effort indeed in the last 500.
Underway now in the C final, we saw the crews blast out of the blocks, leading with Imperial College A in lane 1, Eton College in lane 2, Thames Rowing Club C in lane 3, King's College School in lane 4, Newcastle University A in lane 5, University of London A in lane 6, Molesey A in lane 7, and Latimer Upper School A in lane 8. Another cracking mix of club, school and university talent as we get into the C final. Here we are right in the thick of the action in this C final. We're about a minute in. The crews have blasted out of the blocks, executing their start plan now, starting to settle into their rhythm. Noticeably higher rating than in some of the earlier finals. Some of these crews look to be up at 38, 39 or even 40 strokes per minute here in this gusting tailwind. You can really see there in lane 6, that University of London crew laying down some power. Across to lane 5, we see Newcastle's A crew. How would you describe the different styles of rowing between the universities here, Alex?
Yeah, Newcastle stayed sort of really upright. It's slightly unconventional, you could say. Maybe a program with a bit more of a focus on the ergometer, James, throughout the winter. Some really tough mileage and tough stories you hear about from that program. But they've got more of an upright kind of look. They're really together at the catch. KCS they're stroked by Ivan Monahan. Hope his brother Tom is having a nice time watching this. They've also got there's Eton there. Would have perhaps hoped to make that B final to try to contest some Henley seedings, Henley selection for that regatta in a week and a half. And then we're seeing that Imperial 8 really going up against Eton, who I believe those two crews did a bit of sparring earlier on this season throughout the head season. So that's an interesting little matchup in those far two lanes, James.
Yeah, we really see, sat in the 7th seat of that Imperial boat, Callum Elder, really anchoring and driving down the rhythm in that boat. He's a really exceptional oarsman from our time at St Paul's, isn't he, Alex? And really pushing the boat along there in lane 1. Looks like they might be edging out into the lead or they're just about. Bit of a challenge here from lane 4. King's College, obviously after the glory days of Henley 2022, really not trying to let them slip. Looks like they might actually have their bow ball in front with about under a second behind come Newcastle and Latimer Upper. Another really tight race here. We're getting into the C final. Some real excitement starting to build here. And worth mentioning here that Thames Rowing Club C crew in lane 3 are in the kind of tier 2 8 category and competing for piece of silverware, the Willett Taylor, the Marlow 8 Challenge Cup for tier 2 8s, first presented in 1903 by the late J. McLean Griffin. Got some data through the 1,000 metres here. KCS still holding on to that narrow lead of just half a second over Newcastle, with Eton and Thames C trailing a little bit behind. Also over in lane 8, we have Latimer Upper School. As a tier 2 8, they'll be competing for the Weathered Tray, which was first presented in 1966 by Mrs. T. Weathered and Sons Limited.
The Weathered family there. That used to be a big brewery right in the middle of Marlow, so sort of a proper local Marlow family there supporting the regatta, which you love to see. But back to the action, they've got 500 to go, and it's KCS. Now, they've had quite a good season. They set some pretty good pace early on ahead of the Charles, and then they're sort of an underdog crew in terms of sort of physical might, but they do row quite nicely. Patrick Duggan's done a pretty solid job with that crew. However, they have got alongside them Newcastle University A. So hats off to KCS for contesting the A crew of a program like Newcastle. They're in the middle lanes. Perhaps Newcastle with a little bit more momentum towards the line. They're about to get to the Red Boys. A very hot race between those two. It's about, that's half a canvas, half sort of one of those short new Ampacker canvases. And then behind them, got 4 crews really tightly together. That's Imperial, Eton, Thames, and ULA. With perhaps that's Eton just slipping back. But now here comes Newcastle. They've just taken 1 seat. Is that enough? Who knows? James, call it to the line.
This is a really cracking race we're seeing unfold here between KCS and Newcastle. Newcastle obviously with the more senior athletes, a lot of power in that boat, a lot of miles on the erg, but KCS really bringing that silk over from the tideway. I think it's anyone's race at this point, Alex. Bow ball to bow ball, surging back and forth. Newcastle in lane 5, KCS in lane 4. We're about 3 strokes out from the line. What an exceptional race. Can Patrick Duggan's crew take it? I think they might have taken it on the surge, but we'll have to wait for that photo finish. KCS think they've done it. Newcastle maybe think they haven't, but we'll see what happens. We see everyone else bringing up
So that's one of those finishes where one of the crews is sort of solidly ahead. It reminds me of that Rio singles final. And then just on the surge, KCS sort of maybe just pipped them. They think they took it because their canvas, remember, they got one of those new Ampacers, slightly shorter than that Hodson canvas of Newcastle. So we'll try to wait for the official results of that C final here at Marlow Regatta. Meanwhile, we're lining up for the B final. Now, in this race, we have a contest between St. Paul's and Shiplake. That is for the Grand Challenge Cup for Championship School 8s. And then we also have more trophies on the line. The Willett Taylor Trophy for Tier 2 8s University. That was presented in 1993 by the late Mrs. Willett Taylor, and that is sponsored by Mr. Tony Evans. And that is Oxford Brookes University, the sole competitor for that trophy. They're off at the start, looking like some very high strokes, James.
Yeah, we see the crews really blasting out of the blocks here. Rates will be up in the 40s, high 40s, 50s here. St. Paul's School in the middle in lane 4. St. Edward's next to them in lane 5. Running through the full order here, we've got University of Bristol A in lane 1, Leander B in lane 2, Edinburgh University A in lane 3, St. Paul's A in lane 4, St. Edward's School in lane 5, Durham University A in lane 6, Oxford Brookes University D in lane 7, and Shiplake College A in lane 8. And for the schools here, we really have the competition between St. Paul's and Shiplake for that Grand Challenge Cup. St. Edward's racing for time only for unknown and surely not nefarious reasons, but I'll pass back to you, Alex, for some commentary as we come through 250.
Yeah, we've got that Leander 8 full of, we believe, gap year athletes, sort of lads from, like Isaac Hillocks Tulip, who won the PE last year. They've all gone to Leander to try and have a bit of success. They'll have a crack at perhaps the Thames Challenge Cup, maybe the ladies' plate. And speaking of Isaac Hillocks Tulip, some of his old schoolmates from Teddy's, they've done a fantastic run of form here into Marlow Regatta. At the school's head, they were 4 seconds back on St. Paul's, who took the win. They came in 6th place, but they've completely turned it round. A bit more pace here. Those two crews in the middle lane, St. Paul's and Teddy's. But interestingly, we've got a 3-horse race for 2 selected positions at Henley, sort of a seeding, a pre-tournament seeding. We've also got Shiplake in this final, who will be looking for that seeding, which makes a big difference when you get that kind of draw.
Yeah, this is a really exciting race that we're seeing unfold here. Coming through, for those watching from the bank, and the lovely, glorious sunny weather we're seeing here at Dorney. Coming through 500 metres, you can see a nice shot here of that Durham University A, and that's an Edwards crew. And just before we come back to the action, a little bit of catching up to do here. The unofficial results of the D final I can now bring you. Westminster School storming to the win in a time of 5 minutes 52.9, followed closely by Oxford Brookes University E, Newcastle University B, Edinburgh University B in 4th, Molesey B in 5th, Marlow Rowing Club A in 6th, Bedford School A in 7th, and Vesta A in 8th. And so that will be that Oxford Brookes University E crew will win the Tier 3 University 8s, which is the Clayton Cup, as I said before, first presented in 1910 by the late Lady Clayton. Coming through the 1K here in this exciting B final, we see, who is this pulling out into the lead, Alex? Is it the Leander crew?
That is Leander, indeed, and they've got, that's about sort of 6 seats, I believe, down to St. Paul's, but Shiplake are absolutely giving it their best. They're a few seconds back in the time trial. They're in that outside lane, but they're just a few seats down on St. Paul's, maybe half a length there, a third of a length. So we're getting a really tight race. Teddy's slipping a little bit back. They'll have to do a bit more if they want to get. They want to attract the attention of the Henley stewards for selection for the regatta. James.
Yeah, once again, Shiplake really trying to lead from that notorious lane 8 here at Dorney Regatta, at Dorney Lake. And we remember 2 years ago, of course, Shiplake sent a very strong message at Marlow, which perhaps peaked before the Henley campaign. I wonder if they'll be doing the same here. Our preliminary results through 1,000 metres, we see Leander with a time of 2:48, followed by St Paul's in second with 1.9 seconds behind. St Paul's seem to be opening up a bit of a lead over the rest of the pack. Do you think this can continue in the second half, Alex?
I think so, James. This is going to be a very tight race, very interesting race, a lot on the line. 2:48, that's a pretty fast time to the 1K. So we could be seeing, once we get to the finish line, we could be seeing perhaps a record in some of these categories.
Remembering, of course, that epic St Paul's crew from 2018. Some reckon the best schoolboy 8 of all time, posting a time of, I believe it's 5:37:36, I'm told, at Marlow Regatta in 2018. It'll be interesting to see with these tailwind conditions and with the horsepower in that crew where they can challenge that. But a lovely drone shot here. We can see across the course. Bristol University seem to put in a bit of a move here and be riding with Leander out at the front. St Paul's sitting in, jostling for second, jostling for third, over in lane 4, and the rest of the pack, Shiplake and St Edwards, of course St Edwards for time only, falling a little bit further behind. Really interesting to see what could play out, Alex. How do you see this unfolding?
Well, Shiplake, they were clearly incredibly brave to the 1K there, but seems to have fallen off a little bit in the second half and is neck and neck for the second position. Now, this is a contest between St Paul's and Bristol University. They're not sort of racing necessarily in anger because they won't be facing each other at Henley, or they're not vying for different seeding spots. But if you can sprint through a crew at Marlow, that gives a huge amount of confidence, as we know, James, leading into Henley Regatta. They've got 250 to go, 150 to go. It's still Leander leading out. St Paul's perhaps in second. That is St Paul's and Bristol for that second place. It's looking really tight. James, call it.
I'm seeing a really fantastic rhythm here from the St Paul's crew. They're looking long, they're looking smooth. Bristol have cranked the rate up, but maybe they're a little bit short, or might be just about the raw horsepower they can put. Leander will take the win here. We're seeing the time 5:38, 5:39. Leander across the line. That's a photo finish. I can't call it. Could be St Paul's, could be Bristol. Neither of them seem to think they've done it. They're just catching their breath. We see St Edwards coming through the line in fourth, unfortunately for time only this afternoon in Marlow Regatta, followed up by Oxford Brookes, Shiplake, Durham and Edinburgh to round off the pack. We'll bring you those full results as soon as we have them. Of course, St Paul's, once we have the results confirmed, that means St Paul's will take the Grand Challenge Cup for the highest placing School 8. And now we can see on your screen the A final of the Championship 8, the blue ribboned event here at Marlow Regatta, blasting out of the blocks. We have the Grand Challenge Cup for Championship 8's club is up for grabs here. First presented in 1882 by the late General Owen Williams. The crew's racing for that. We have, yeah. And we also have a Grand Challenge Cup for University. So to go through the full lineup in this A final, the blue ribbon event, we have in lane 2, Harvard University Boat Club A. In lane 3, Oxford Brookes University A, who are racing as a club, not a university. In lane 4, London Rowing Club A. In lane 5, Oxford Brookes University C. In lane 6, Thames Rowing Club A. In lane 7, Oxford Brookes B. And in lane 8, Thames B. And obviously, only two crews here. That London crew and that Harvard crew are non-Brookes or Thames. Alex, do you think they could challenge the dominance of these clubs in Henley in recent years?
Who knows, James? Now, Harvard have been absolutely rapid at recent years. There they are. They didn't qualify for the IRA regatta. That's the national championships for American universities back in 2022. They had a bit of a sort of an athlete-led reform in that program. A lot of feedback taken by those coaches, and it's clearly working for them. Some of my teammates had the mispleasure of racing against these guys because they got absolutely sort of the floor wiped for them by this Harvard crew. They've been undefeated in their American circuit with a few Brits on board. Sort of a Kiwi, I believe, as well. They'll be looking to challenge this Brookes crew, two of which competed in pairs, I believe, at World Cup 3 for GB and as a development squad. We're looking there at Thames A, which is comprised, that's their ladies plate 8, with a new sort of last year's rule change that recent winners of the club events aren't able to compete in club events. They have to move up to intermediate. So we've got names like Felix Rawlinson, Max Deering. They've rode together at Dartmouth for a few years. Jake Brown, of course. And there's London. They were rapid in the time trial, barely finishing behind Brookes C. but is that perhaps Brooks A leading? James?
This London 8 really look quite exceptional. I got to see them a little bit in the time trial and obviously lifted the Bowstead Cup in the men's first 8, the only event in that series of cups that they were able to win over Thames. It looks like they've got their barrel ball really in the mix here. That London 8 sitting in second position, which is quite exceptional here amongst this field of extreme talent from Brooks, from Thames and from Harvard. It will be cracking to see this London 8 walk through this second and take this to the line. Obviously, their race plan must have been to put all their chips on the counter, go out as hard as they can. There's nothing to lose, but it'd be really exceptional to see if they can hold this in the second half of the race. All of those winter ergo miles might be paying off now. Got a good view here of this Thames Rowing Club B and Oxford Brooks University B crew here over in lanes 7 and 8. There's the Thames A crew. They'll be looking to stick it back to that London crew they lost in the Bowster Cup. Got Matt Moran there in the coxing seat. He'll be really egging them on and really looking to take back that victory over London. What do you see unfolding in the second half of this race, Alex?
Interesting. We've got Thames B. That's they're going to be racing the Thames Challenge Cup. I'm unsure whether the London Rowing Club boat is racing the Ladies Plate or the Thames. Now at the K, it was Brooks with a 3-second lead over London Rowing Club. We're not used to their usual. We're not seeing their usual competition here. Leander, they've chosen not to race here after those guys broke into 2-4s to race in 4s as development squad athletes for GB at the recent World Cup. There we're seeing Harvard. They're having a slightly tougher time of it on the near side to the spectators.
And just to quickly interrupt the action here with the final full results unofficially from the C final, we have King's College School Boat Club taking the win in a time of 5 minutes 48.5, with Newcastle University 5:48.6, nothing in it. London University A in third, Thames Rowing Club C in fourth, Imperial A in fifth, Molesey A in sixth, Eton College in seventh, and Latimer Upper School A in eighth. Back to the action here in the A final, and this is a really exceptional performance from this London Rowing Club crew. I cannot believe that they are almost holding on to the likes of Brooks. Brooks winning is almost a foregone conclusion in these days in British rowing, but for London Rowing Club to be holding on over there in lane 4 to this Brooks crew is quite astounding. Alex, what do you think this means for the future of the club?
This could be a bit of a turning point for their recent misfortunes. We have still got it's still all to play for though. There is contact between London and Thames Rowing Club and Harvard right behind them. Harvard's close to the fans there. It's really neck and neck for that third place between Harvard and Thames. There is that Imperious Brooks crew. They'll be racing either the Grand or the Ladies Plate. I'm unsure on that. Here they come towards the line. James, call it.
We see Brooks are mounting a cracking sprint. They're putting seats and seats into London, simply relentless as they cross the line in first. London seem to be tiring here. Can they hold on to the second place? I think they can, as the other Brooks crew and Harvard charge through them. Looks like Brooks just take third over Harvard, but we're bringing those results as soon as we have them. And both of the Thames crews rounding out the final at the end. That might be a bit of a disappointing performance for them, and possibly some questions being asked ahead of Henley next week. All to play for, and some very exciting racing sure to come here. Isn't that right, Alex?
Yes, absolutely. I think the Thames B, the Thames B crew there will be pleased with their performance in the time trial. Perhaps might just be the top sort of Henley Club designated crew in that final. And while we await results, we're underway with the B final of the champ pairs. Right, so in this champ pair B final, we've got City of Oxford A, City of Cambridge A, Latimer Upper, and Leeds Rowing Club.
Bit of a change in pace in the racing now as we move to the pairs. Obviously, it's a totally different boat class mentally and physically from the 8s. Obviously, the boat will feel a lot heavier, even in this tailwind when there's only 2 of you. You're the only athlete on your side, really kind of pushing the shell along, and mentally is a lot easier to change the momentum and really change the course of the race in a pair. Obviously, Alex, you've raced the pair a lot. Silver medal at Brit Champs in 2021, I believe. How does it feel compared to the 8?
Yeah, it's different. It's sort of a different beast mentally over the course of the season. You really have to gel with your partner. In my case, Renac Chicotti, at the beginning of our pairs sort of campaign there, we really struggled, and then sort of over the course of a few weeks, we became sort of a really proper unit, two kind of pairs merchants there. So we'll see who's sort of gelled the best together, because in this kind of boat class, it's not really about having superstars on board. It's about who can sort of row the best together and be really mentally in tune with each other, and trust each other to go all the way to the wire and continue rowing well and as a unit when they reach that stage. Now, ladies and gentlemen, well, first we've got the B final results. Unofficially, it is Leander's Gap Year 8 in a time of 5:39, pretty blistering place. Second place was St. Paul's. Then we had Bristol, Union of Bristol A, Oxford Brookes D, Teddy's A, who just edged Shiplake A. Perhaps Henley selectors watching that might take heed of that result. And then Durham A in a time of 5:48, and then last was Edinburgh Uni A.
We always have to wonder the fact that St Edwards were racing for time only in this regatta, how much the Henley stewards will look into that and whether they can. Not sure why they're racing for time only, but I'm sure we'll find out in the long run. Back to the action here in the B final of the championship pairs. Again, only 4 crews in this race, and it looks like that crew in lane 4 or in lane 5 from Latimer Upper School seem to be leading out in the front. Tell me, Alex, how does the second half of race in a pair feel different to an 8?
Absolutely, there's a lot more to play for. Even in a tailwind in a pair in the second half, you can really change the course of the race in that second half, because it's just a longer race. It's a heavier boat. You can tire a bit more. You can put on a bigger sprint. And this is what I'm talking about with that Latimer crew. They're leading out. They're sort of at the front of the pack. They're likely going to be sort of much younger athletes, probably a bit weaker, but they just row as a unit there, rowing together, sort of catching together, picking up the boat together. And there's a lot of boat speed to be found in this boat class just by being rowing as a unit. So we'll see who's going to be rowing best in that second case to eke the most time out of their strength.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, with quite some excitement, we can bring you the final official results from the A final and confirm that Oxford Brookes University Boat Club A crew have broken the all-time record at Marlow Regatta. The old record standing at 5:30.8 have posted a time of 5:30.5. That is a new record we are seeing in these blistering tailwind conditions, and the excitement here in the commentary box is palpable. Bringing up the rest of the field, we have London Rowing Club A with that stellar performance, 5:36.8. Oxford Brookes University C, 5:38.4. In fourth place, Harvard University Boat Club, 5:38.7. Fifth place, Oxford Brookes B, 5:41. And then sixth, those Thames A and B crews with 5:44, 5:47 respectively. But that is once again, ladies and gentlemen, a new course record here at Marlow Regatta. As I hand you back to Alex for the action in the pairs B final.
Fantastic stuff to see that. Also, what a performance from Harvard, coming all the way from America. They've been training from Putney Embankment on the Tideway recently, looking pretty fantastic in fourth there. Could be a top contender for the Temple Challenge Cup. Back to this B final of the champ pairs, and we have City of Cambridge with the advantage over Latimer. A bit more horsepower on board, just able to bring out a lead and advantage over Latimer. They're coming through the last 250, and it continues to be City of Cambridge with that lead over Latimer. They're in second. And then I believe it's Leeds Rowing Club in third, with City of Oxford just behind them. Although it's looking a bit tight there between City of Oxford and Leeds Rowing Club. Last few strokes here for City of Cambridge. They're going to take this B final in the champ pair, with Latimer coming in second. And then I can confirm it looks like Leeds Rowing Club will be in third place in that B final, with City of Oxford behind them. And we're already underway with this A final of the champ pair. You've got in lane 1 St Paul's, lane 2 Molesey, lane 3 Thames B, lane 4 London Rowing Club, lane 5 Cambridge University as a lightweight crew, lane 6 2 lightweights from Oxford Brookes, lane 7 a Stirling Rowing Club, Glasgow Uni Scottish combination, and in lane 8 it's St George's College Boat Club A that we're seeing right on the screen there. Now through the 500 metres, it was London with that advantage, just over Molesey, who looks pretty strong in the time trial. That lightweight crew from Cambridge, they're just a second back, and then a slightly larger margin of 3 seconds back to Thames Rowing Club.
And that lightweight crew from Cambridge, we can just see in the pair there, I believe that's Sam Taylor in the bow seat and Gianluca Vartan in the stroke seat, both from this year's winning boat race lightweight 8. We saw that they beat the lightweight 8 from Oxford University by a very strong margin of over 30 seconds. So bringing that talent here to Marlow Regatta. And what else are you seeing in this race, Alex?
Well, James, I reckon the goblets might just be wide open this year with the Olympics coming up. It's like the goblets might just be a bit less stacked than we're used to seeing it, with Olympic crews focusing on the Olympics, of course. There's Molesey. They're two pretty big, strong guys. We'll see how whether they can transfer all that muscle into boat speed. And we're seeing now official results of the B final. That was City of Cambridge Rowing Club A winning it in the time of 7:30. Then it was Latimer Upper School in second, Leeds in third, and City of Oxford in fourth. Now back to this A final. It is still London out in front. They're looking strong, but let's not forget this challenger. It's London with Adam von Bismarck on board, formerly of Westminster School. He's rowing against his old teammate in that Thames boat, which is right alongside. Charles Carter's stroking that boat with Barney Russell at bow there. And we're seeing now pictures of a quads race, perhaps the next race. But looking visually at the finish, at the coming race, it is still that London pair out ahead. But Barney Russell and Charles Cartissa from they're from Columbia University. They want to show some good pace this summer to get some better selection at their university next year. But they're doing quite well with this sprint. They're in the red boys. They've got 100 meters to go, and the London Rowing Club crew are tiring. A couple steering issues there, and the Columbia pair are absolutely flying from representing Thames here. Might Thames just get them on the line? London look tired, but they're still doing their best, doing their utmost, straining for the line. And it is London who's going to win it by roughly half a length there. Those Cambridge lightweights a little bit further back in third. And then that lightweight pair from Brookes in fourth. Looks like the lads from Molesey behind them. And then Yes, it's that Scottish combination in lane 7. Yeah. Now we've got two junior crews rounding off the field. St. Paul's there. They'll be rowing at GB France trials to try to row in the pair against France this summer. They're just J16s, those two. And St. George's College, last place in the A final there.
And we're bringing you the action now from the B final of the championship and the C final of the championship and tier 2 quad Coxless quad. Got Hinksey Sculling School A in lane 4, Tideway Scholars B in lane 5, and City of Sunderland Rowing Club in lane 6. Made quite the journey down here to be with us today at Dorney Lake. And it looks to be a 2-horse race here between the crew from Hinksey and the crew from Tideway Scholars. Alex, how's the quad different again from the pair?
Yeah, it's you've got significantly more sort of surface area of the blade that you're putting into the water. They're trying to connect sort of two big legs to. A lot of power that has to come on the catch, but it has to be done really delicately. You can lose a lot of speed in the quad by being a bit too fervent at the catch there. As he's doing well here, it looks like it is Hinksey doing quite well here. And then Tideway Scholars even ahead of them by half a length, but it is quite tight in this T final. As the 1500 meter times, you can see it's just half a second separating the crews, with Sunderland City a bit further back. And it remains to be just half a length, just about a canvas perhaps, or third of a length between these crews as they're approaching the line. Might Hinksey be able to get through here to squeeze by? And they're coming up, and it's getting pretty tight, but I think Tideway Scholars will just hold on. Yes, they will. Over the line there, and it's Hinksey just behind there with a solid road. Then we have Sunderland City A. Now we're moving on to this B final. There's some slightly faster crews. We've got Reading University E, Oddingley A, in lane 3 Henley A, in lane 4 Loughborough Students Rowing Limited, lane 5 Reading Uni C, in 6 Reading Uni D, in 7 Northwich Rowing Club B, and in 8 we've got the Windsor Boys School second quad.
So you really see Reading University with 3 crews in this B final dominating. We see them in second position here as we get some preliminary results through 500 metres. Loughborough Rowing Club Limited are leading out, and it's interesting to see them as a limited company, perhaps a profitable venture from them. But of course, Reading, that sculling bastion out on the Thames. As a university programme, they only focus on sculling with no sweep rowing at all. And it'll be interesting to see if that can pay dividends. Here we get a good shot of their C or D crew, difficult to tell here in one of the middle lanes, laying down the power there, cut across to the other Reading University Boat Club, and we've got results coming in through the 1,000 metres. Loughborough Rowing Club Limited continue to lead with a time of 3 minutes and 5 seconds, followed closely by Reading D and C. We can see, Alex, that team dynamic playing out here with those Reading crews really challenging each other for third place. What do you think?
Yeah, I think this kind of race will be pretty good for the culture of that team, of sort of top uni sculling program. We've seen throughout the years. We've seen them in the final of the Princess of Wales multiple times. There is, I believe, their E crew in the in that further lane. And now we're going to look at the official results of the Champ Pair A final. London Rowing Club took that in first place, with Thames Rowing Club B in second. Third was Cambridge University. Fourth came Oxford Brookes. Fifth, Molesey. Sixth was Stirling Rowing Club and Glasgow University. Seventh was St Paul's, and eighth came St George's College. And meanwhile, we have the ongoing B final in the Champ Quad. They're about to hit the Red Boys and whack up the rating and try to see who's going to take the win in this final. We're just awaiting a proper angle to be able to read the situation, but I believe that could be either Loughborough or Reading Uni leading off.
Yeah, certainly looks like Loughborough Students Rowing Incorporated Limited are still holding out the lead in front, with Reading, 2 or 3 of their crews chasing. There we go. It looks like Reading C have closed a little bit of that gap on the limited company and holding at them at less than a second, possibly even going to row through here, Alex. This is turning out to be a very exciting B final. Call it through the line.
Yeah, Reading have a bit of momentum here. They've got about 10 strokes to go, and Reading may be looking a tiny bit sharper. There's a bit of steering going on as well. They're getting pretty close to each other. Very exciting scenes. And up to the line, and it's still just Loughborough Students Rowing Limited going to take that take that final, with Reading C just behind.
Yeah, Loughborough really limited the damage from Reading C there to hold on to that top spot, and they'll be reinvesting their capital into their future rowing success, I'm sure. Rounding out the rest of this final, we have the other Reading crews, and just crossing the line now, we have that crew from the Windsor Boys School. Bringing you now action from the A final, the blue ribbon event for this quads here. We have across the lanes in lane 1, Reading University Boat Club B, presumably their top Agecroft Rowing Club in lane 2, London and Lee Composite in lane 3, Reading University Boat Club A in lane 4, kind of fielded 5 quads into this event. Leander Club in lane 5, big composite of Tideway Scullers and Thames Rowing Club in lane 6, and Bath University and Notts County Rowing Association in lane 7, and the Star and Arrow crew in lane 8. Alphabet soup here on the screen as we come through the 1K, and we see the pack quite spread out here, Alex. What are you seeing in front of you here?
We've got quite an interesting entry here from Star Club. We've got Sam Meyer, who looks to be stroking that boat, with Seb Devereux behind him, Dan Bradbury in 2 perhaps, and Jack Bowman might be at bow there, did I see? So that's sort of the Star and Arrow. That's sort of the offshoot of Leander Club. But it is the Leander official B boat. They're leading. They've got some good talent on board.
And just a quick shout out in that Reading University Boat Club B crew in lane 1 to Chris Thompson from the Coastal Euros quad in France last year. What an epic trip that was. Looking at the Leander Club B, we see again Miles Devereux, a lot of good talent in this boat. Seeing them really try and take control of this race and push it out from the front. But again, as we come through this 1250 meter mark, the pack looking relatively spread out as we come through 4 minutes of the race. Really is anyone's to play for as we come into the final stages. Before we wrap up this A final, just to bring you the official final results of the C final. Tideway Scullers taking the win with a time of 6 minutes 34.9, followed by, in under less than a second, Hinksey Sculling School A, and in third place, City of Sunderland Rowing Club, making the journey all the way down here in a time of 6:44 minutes 0.9. Bringing you again these final results. The official final results of the B final of the Championship in Tier 2 Coxless Quads. The Loughborough Students Rowing Incorporated Limited taking the win in a time of 6 minutes 13.7, followed by Reading University C, Ardingly in third place, Reading University D and E taking 4th and 5th, Henley Rowing Club A in 6th, Northwich Rowing Club in 7th, and the Windsor Boys School B in 8th. Back to the action, Alex, and what are you seeing here in this evolving A final?
Yeah, it wasn't long since we saw those two phenomenal Windsor boys crews, both in the final of the Forley. Their second crew coming a bit further back in that B final, but all eyes back onto this A final because is Reading just coming back onto this Leander crew? Leander still with a bit of an advantage. They've got maybe 10 strokes to go. Really whipping up the rate. It's about a length to the Leander, it looks like. And there's also a really cracking race on the far side of the course from the commentary tower. But it's Leander who's going to take that win, followed really close by Reading. Maybe we'll see a repeat of that race in the Prince of Wales at Henley. And then there's that interesting Tyree Scholars of Dutch combination. They get ahead of Agecroft there for third place. And it's a really tight race between the former GB stars of Star and Arrow against Bath University and Notts County.
Indeed, we see the shell that Star and Arrow club using with its GB stickers, possibly one of the old Stanley seat racing quads, but not enough to secure a podium finish in this A final of the Marlow Regatta Championship Coxless quads. Now, lining up on the start here, we can see we are gearing up for the next race. We're done with the quads, and we'll be moving on to, I believe, the Championship and Tier 2 Coxed Fours C final with London Rowing Club B in lane 1, Leeds Rowing Club in lane 2, Kingston Rowing Club B in lane 3, Marlow Rowing Club A in lane 4, Hereford Rowing Club A in lane 5, Imperial College C in lane 6, University of East Anglia in lane 7, and Bideford Amateur Rowing Club in 8. And as the crews come to attention, the atmosphere on the start line will really be palpable here. The crews watching out for that traffic light, listening for the horn that signifies the start of the race before their cocks can start to call the start sequence away. Let's watch it in action.
2 minutes. Race 66, Championship and Tier 2 Coxless Fours Final C.
And as we come to the last hour or so of racing, just want to make sure as people leave the course just to recognise big thank you to all the athletes who have been at the regatta today. We're here to make a great day's racing for you, but it obviously wouldn't be an event without you. So great to see you. It's been a record entry again this year, over 400 crews. Absolutely fantastic to see the racing quality that we've had today. Obviously, other thanks go to a huge raft of people, but the volunteers who give up their time freely, massive appreciation for that. The committee who worked tirelessly through the year to make it all work, and also to our sponsors who clearly make it financially viable for us to run this event as well. So huge thanks all round. Another great day. As here we've got the sun shining brightly on Dorney Lake, fantastic conditions, record-making conditions, and look forward to the last hour with James and Alex seeing the regatta home here. Thank you.
London, Leeds, Kingston, Marlow, Hereford, Imperial. As you were. London, Leeds, Kingston, Marlow, Hereford, Imperial, East Anglia, Bradford. Attention.
ranked 6 and 7. Championship and Tier 2 Cox Finals.
Right, we are away with the championship in Tier 2 Coxed 4. This is the C final of that event. But first, we have the official results of the A final of the championship and Tier 2 quads. Leander B took the win, and that means that is a win in some silverware that we're gonna look at, James. We had Reading University Boat Club A in second. Third was Highway Scholars / DSR Proteus and Thames Rowing Club, that combination. Fourth came Agecroft Rowing Club. Fifth, London and Lee combination. Sixth was Reading Uni B. And seventh was Star and Arrow Club, with Bath University and Notts County in eighth.
So the exciting silverware being awarded there is the Hugh Maddock Trophy for the Championship Quadruple Sculls, which will be awarded to that crew from... and that cup was presented in 2006 by the late Mrs. B. Maddock and very kindly sponsored by the Maddock family. So thank you again for their support. So that is the Leander quad that will be winning that. And then for the Reading B crew featuring Chris Thompson and his crewmates, they will be winning the Jubilee Cup for Tier 2 Quadruple Sculls, presented in 2002 by the Marlow Regatta Committee to celebrate the Golden Jubilee of the late Her Majesty the Queen. So again, very many congratulations to those two crews taking home some silverware. But the action continues here with the Championship in Tier 2 C final of the Cox 4. We've got a number of crews in this event. Panning across, we can see there the crew from Hereford Rowing Club. As we get some time through the 500 metres, the crew from Marlow Rowing Club over in lane 4 seems to be leading the pack, but very tightly contested. We're not quite sure who's in second place there, but Imperial also in the mix, and the rest of the pack not very far behind. Alex, how does the Cox 4 move differently compared to the quad and the pair that we talked about?
Yeah, it's much heavier. You're carrying also the your Cox there, a bit of extra weight, so you have to be sort of quite delicate with the catch, otherwise you can really tire yourself out. Even in these tailwind conditions, we can expect to be seeing some pretty back-ended strokes in these crews. Imperial there, they're stroked by Strava world champion Victor Smirnov, so that is pretty illustrious kind of talent to be having in the boat. That's Bideford we've just seen there. And at the 1K, it was Marlow A still with that lead. They were stretching out to a 5-second lead. I reckon they're going to be the ones to take home this race, ahead of Kingston in second. You see that Marlow crew really getting a good grip of the boat. They're rowing quite nicely together at the catch, picking up together, which is helping them sort of negate the heaviness of that boat. They're just really gripping up and moving it through as a unit, which does help. We're still seeing the Marlow continuing to stretch out. out ahead of Kingston and Hereford, who are a bit closer for that second place little fight there going on. Approaching the 250 to go mark, it's still Marlow leading. Marlow looking really confident here. I'm sure this will be a big boost for them in their Henley campaign. They'll be likely be entering the Brits, I imagine. Still quite a tight race in behind there. As still Kingston and Hereford vying for second spot. And they're really neck and neck, those two crews. It's going to be super tight up to the line. It's pretty tough to improve your boat speed in these fours as Marlow take the win. And it's going to be whoever does a better job of that. But it looks like it's Hereford who have actually moved through Kingston there, which is also pretty good for their confidence ahead of Henley, James.
Absolutely, two crews, both with their infamous striped liveries on their unisuits. Hereford black and white, Kingston with red and white. We see the Kingston stroke there collapses with exertion and exhaustion. But it will be Hereford that take the second place, Kingston in third, and the others bring up, and we'll bring you those official results as soon as we have them. University of East Anglia and the last crew of London Rowing Club just crossing the line there in, oh no, and we get to Bideford Amateur Rowing Club here, the last crew crossing the line in 8th place.
And the B final for the Championship and Tier 2 Cox 4s has just started. The crews in this are Lane 1, City of Bristol A, Lane 2, Mercantile Rowing Club Australia, Lane 2, Lane 3, Northwich Rowing Club, Lane 4, Upper Thames A, Lane 5, City of Oxford A, Lane 6, Thames Rowing Club B, Lane 7, Agecroft A, and Lane 8, Vesta Rowing Club. And here is the official results of that C final of the Championship and Tier 2 Cox 4s. First, Marlow Rowing Club A in a time of 6:32.9. Second, Hereford Rowing Club A. Third, Kingston Rowing Club B. Fourth, Imperial College Boat Club C. Fifth, Leeds Rowing Club. Sixth, University of East Anglia. 7, London Rowing Club B. And 8th, Bideford Amateur Rowing Club. And at the halfway point, Mercantile Rowing Club Australia were leading by 4 seconds over Northwich Rowing Club.
So while Mercantile continues to lead, this is a B final with 3 championship Cox 4s and 5 tier 2 Cox 4s, so split between the 2 categories, but nonetheless all very competitive. Mercantile's out in front, but the others are all vying for the 2nd, 3rd and 4th positions. So there's no silverware for this cup per se, but as you can see, pretty clear lead as we've now switched to the drone footage, with Mercantile in lane 2, from Northwich in lane 3, Upper Thames in lane 4, City of Bristol in lane 1. So actually City of Bristol probably still leading ahead of Upper Thames in lane 4, and then further back in the pack and dropping out of scene, the visuals, is City of Oxford in lane 5 and Thames Rowing Club B in lane 6, Agecroft in lane 7 and Vesta in lane 8.
Mercantile continue their leading by over a length now over Northwich, and City of Bristol vying for 2nd place. Looks like Northwich, followed by City of Bristol, followed by Upper Thames, and then the very tight spread for the remaining. It's a very good quality race. Right, the A final of the Championship and Tier 2 Cox 4s has just started. In lane 1, Royal Chester Rowing Club. Lane 2, Nottingham Rowing Club. Lane 3, Molesey A. Lane 4, Oxford Brooks A. Lane 5, Oxford Brooks B. Lane 6, University of London A. Lane 7, Edinburgh University. Lane 8, London Rowing Club A. In lane 1, Royal Chester, Oxford Brooks in lane 4, and University of London 6, University of Edinburgh 7, and London Rowing Club 8 are competing in the Championship 4s for the Borgness Cup, presented by Mr. Borgness in 1882 and sponsored in memory of the late Jim Thornton. We're very grateful for that sponsorship. The remaining boats are competing for the Charles Rowe Memorial Cup, presented in 1970 by Charles's family and sponsored this year by Archer Technicoat. At 1,000 metres, it would appear that Oxford Brooks A were leading Oxford Brooks B. Here is the unofficial result of the B final, which Mercantile Rowing Club Australia won in the time of 6:28.6. Second was Northwich Rowing Club. Third, City of Bristol A. Fourth, Upper Thames A. Fifth, Vesta Rowing Club. Sixth, City of Oxford A. Seventh, Thames Rowing Club B. And eighth, Agecroft A. Those results remain the same and are now official. So just confirming, Oxford Brooks were leading at 1,000 metres in a time of 3 minutes 5 seconds. Second, Oxford Brooks B, then University of London A, so Brooks are looking very good for both the championship and Tier 2 results in this A final. Brooks, of course, won the British University's Victor Ludorum, demonstrating a very real strength of Brooks rowing across British rowing at the moment. One of the things about the time trial process is it produces really well matched finals, and as people are approaching the final quarter of this race, you can see that Brooks A leading the field, leading Brooks B by nearly 6 seconds, University of London third, Rochester in fourth, and now we're now seeing an imperious row by the Cox 4 from Brooks A leading the field, but the others are really fighting for the remaining places in what's been a really good quality race, which has been a feature of, in fact, the whole of the day. The finals have been so close. So there's Brooks A coming to the end of their racing here, followed by Brooks B and University of London A finishing very fast in third position, with Worcester in lane 1 and Edinburgh in lane 7, very close to Molesey. London B followed by Nottingham. What's been a very good race. Right, the A final of the Open Schools and Junior Coxed Fours has just started. They're competing for the Friends of Marlow Regatta Trophy, which was presented in 1993 by the Friends of Marlow Regatta, and this year sponsored by Guy and Sarah Greenhouse. In lane 1, King's College School B. In lane 2, Windsor Boys School. In lane 4, King's College School A. Lane 5, Shrewsbury School A. Lane 6, Canford School. Lane 7, Eton College A. And Lane 8, Eton College B. Now I have here the results of the A final for Championship and Tier 2 Cox 4s. In first place, Oxford Brooks A, who have won the Borgness Cup for Championship Cox 4s, presented in 1882 by the late Mr. P. Borgness and sponsored in memory of the late Jim Thornton, in a time of 6 minutes 12.6 seconds. Now second was Oxford Brooks B, who have won the Charles Rowe Memorial Cup, presented in 1970 by Charles Rowe's family and sponsored this year by Archer Technico Limited. In third position, University of London A, fourth, Royal Chester Rowing Club, fifth, Edinburgh University, sixth, Molesey Boat Club A, seventh, London Rowing Club A, and eighth, Nottingham Rowing Club.
Meanwhile, back to the A final of the School Junior Cox 4s, race 69, 1,000 metres. We had King's College School leading from the other crews in a time of 3 minutes 21 to the midway marker. Next up from them was Canford in lane 6, Windsor Boys School lane 2, Royal Shrewsbury School in lane 5. And after that we had King's School B in lane 1, Eton A in lane 7 and Eton B in lane 8. So that's 1,000 metres. So again, running to broadly the seedings from the time trial, with the crews in the middle lanes leading. And at some point from the commentary tower we'll get a bird's eye view from our drone, but that crew in lane 4, King's College School A, continues to lead. Yeah. And there's no Shiplake crew in lane 3, so lane 3 is, I think, looks like it's empty. And now we've got the drone footage, and you can see that King's College School in lane 4 being pressed now a little bit by Canford, who just are in contact. There's sort of about a length in it between the two crews, and then clear water between Canford and Royal Shrewsbury. And then on the far side, the enclosure side of the lake, Windsor Boys School and King's College B are having their own tussle for the honours of 4th place. So everyone's getting competitive racing side by side here at Dorney. This fabulous sunny evening. The tailwind seems to have dropped a little, so conditions just getting better and better for these crews as we enter the last few races of today's regatta. Into the red boys now. We have the crew in lane 4, King's College School, looking to take the silverware in the School Junior Cox 4s event for the Friends of Marlow Regatta Trophy. Just over clear water between them and Canford. Last few strokes now. Lactic acid will be burning, but they won't care. Glory soon to be theirs if they keep themselves in order as they take the last few strokes. Crossing the line is King's College School, very neatly squaring their blades, or easy oars, and dropping, making it look easy. From Royal Shrewsbury, and then King's College, Royal Shrewsbury, Canford, Royal Shrewsbury, and then on the far side, Windsor Boys School, King's College School B, and then Eton A, and Eton B now still on course, taking their last few strokes to close the field for this A final of the School Junior Cox 4s. Well raced all crews. While we wait the results of that Cox 4, we're now moving to the next stage in the regatta, on to the Championship Sculls. 3 finals now for Championship Sculls, starting with the C final, which is on course. and 3 scullers on course at the moment. So this is race 71, the C final of Championship Single Sculls, with Rushton from Royal Chester Rowing Club in lane 3, Neem from Thames Rowing Club in lane 4, and Thomas of Bristol Aerial Rowing Club in lane 5. So nothing really splitting the front 2 scullers here, which are which is Rushton in lane 4 and Neem in Rushton in lane 3 and Neem in lane 4. Time to the 500 metre mark is 1 minute 55. Thomas from Bristol Aerial about a length and a bit behind them. Approaching the 1,000 metre mark, Rushton and Neem remaining very much in contact with each other, racing a race, staying in contact with the sculls, knowing that each one playing a game of cat and mouse to know when to make their move and lose contact with each other to try and take the win. It's not like a bigger crude boat where you have momentum. You can quickly accelerate and decelerate in sculls, and you want to make sure that when you put your push in, you can really take the race away from your competitor. And it looks like Neem is starting to do that. He's putting in a push now into the 3rd quarter of the race, trying to make sure that he's promoting himself as a racer who can take the lactic acid, take the pain, and keep pressing, and hoping that his competitors will lose heart and not try to stay with him. So maybe the camera angle and those on the side of the lake may contradict what I'm seeing, but it would seem that Neem in lane 4, following to form of the time trial, is beginning to edge ahead of his competitor scullers in this C final of Championship Sculls. And for those on the TV channel, you'll now see the sculls hovering into view from the static camera above me in the finishing tower. And here we have the drone footage. So here, as I said, it was the camera angle that we saw. Rushton continues to lead over Neem. So Royal Chester's sculler is now a length or so ahead. So it really was the angle of the camera that was foxing me somewhat. And we're at around the 1,500 metre mark from where the drone is showing you, just between the 15 and 1750 marker. Rushton continues to lead by now about a length and 3/4, getting on for 2 lengths over Neem. So here we have Thomas Rushton from Royal Chester, sculling in sight there, with in view on the YouTube channel. This is good sculling as we enter the Red Buoys. That will be a very welcome sight to a sculler. It's a long course for anyone, but it's particularly long course for a single sculler at the end of the day, a long day waiting around for this race. So pressing home, and Rushton does seem to be tiring somewhat, or Harry Neem putting in a final push to see if he can press him all the way to the finishing line. It's still going to feel like a long 100 metres now to the end of the race. Harry Neem has increased the rate of striking. He's reduced his deficit to about 3/4 of a length. I just wonder whether he's left his push a bit too late, and that Thomas Rushton has managed to time his race to perfection and continues to hold Harry Neem at bay as he's got the last few strokes. Neem is really pushing him, and he's crossing the line just around 1/3 to 1/2 a length ahead of Neem. We'll wait for the white flag and the official results, but that would appear to give victory in the C final to Rushton over Neem, and then some clear water behind Chris Thomas from Bristol Ariel.
The B final of the championship double is just about to start. It is between Sean Bath Taylor of Upper Thames in lane 1, Bo Hughes of Cardiff University lane 2, Sam Chard, City of Cambridge lane 3, Lucas Salmon Hernandez, Nottingham University lane 4, David McNeil, York City Rowing Club, Ollie Owen, lane 6 of Leeds University Boat Club, lane 7 James Scott of Waikato Rowing Club New Zealand in lane 7, and finally William Reeford of Southampton Coal Porters in lane 8.
Cambridge 99 has D7 on their advice instead of E7 and E2. Thank you.
Put your fingers below the buttons and just press it. You go.
Okay.
Sorry, can you just repeat the Cambridge 99 one? Was that E7? Cambridge 99 has Delta 7. Leander C has Delta 2 instead of E7 and E2. Okay, I got that. Thank you. Now.
Still got time. It says attention. Red light. Yes. That's the red light.
So attention.
Yeah. And then when you're ready, just take one puff. Fill on shore.
Marshall, this is 100. Go ahead.
I believe our last three crews are coming towards you now.
Upper Thames, Cardiff University, City of Cambridge, Nottingham University, York City, Leeds University.
the B final has just started.
Race 73. Championship single sculls, final A. Leander, A, lane 1. Moncton Coombe, lane 4. Lee, lane 5. Clydesdale, lane 6.
So here is the official result of the C final in the single sculls. First, Royal Chester, Thomas Rushton of Royal Chester in the time of 7 minutes 50.5. Second, Harry Neem of Thames Rowing Club B in 7:51.2. And third, Chris Thomas of Bristol Aerial Rowing Club in time of 8 minutes 12.1.
And while the B final progresses down the course, that's race 72, I can bring you the official results of race 69, which was the A final of the Open Schools Junior Coxed Fours, which was won by King's College School Boat Club in a time of 6 minutes 46. And they win the Friends of Marlow Regatta Trophy, presented in 1993 and sponsored today by Guy and Sarah Greenhouse. So many congratulations to them. Second was Canford School. Third, Royal Shrewsbury School. Fourth, Windsor Boys School. Fifth, King's College School B. Sixth, Eton College Club A. And 7, Eton College Boat Club B. I'll pass you back to Richard for the race on the course, race 72.
The scullers have just passed the first 500 metre point, and Ollie Owen of Leeds University is leading by 2 seconds over David McNeil of York, and a further 2 seconds from Lucas Salmon Hernandez of Nottingham University. So a very good time of 1:46 for Ollie Owen of Leeds in this B final. So we can see from the commentary tower that the scullers are all quite closely together, particularly over on the enclosure side. But Ollie Owen of Leeds has a clear lead over the field as they're approaching the 1,000 metre point. And Ollie Owen continues to lead, this time by 2.5 seconds over Sam Chard of City of Cambridge and Lucas Salmon Hernandez of Nottingham University and David McNeil over York. So Owen of Leeds University leading by over 2 seconds and able to look at the field in really quite useful conditions here at the end of the regatta at Dorney. Ollie Owen of Leeds is still leading the field, as we now see a drone shot, but Sam Chard of City of Cambridge is pressing him now, and it's a matter of holding one's nerve and steering. But at the moment Owen seems to be dominating the field. So the competitors are now entering the last 250 metres, and Ollie Owen of Leeds continues to lead. And there's been a change now as we start to be able to see the crews. Sam Chard of City of Cambridge is now leading Lucas Salmon Hernandez of Nottingham, with Ollie Owen on the commentary tower. So but we're now seeing Chard of Cambridge going through, followed by Salmon Hernandez and Owen of Leeds in a very well run race. The penultimate race of a great day's racing here at Marlow Regatta at Dorney. And the final competitors coming in include James Scott of Waikato, who's just finished, followed by William Reeford of Southampton Coal Porters B.
As we await the official results of the B final, the championship sculls, the A final is now on the course, and this of course is for the silverware, which is the Weatherhead Sculling Challenge Cup, which is a long-standing cup here, presented in 1882, and sponsored today by Mr. A. Weatherhead, for which many thanks. On the course we have Daniel Jones from Leander Club in lane 1, George Stadden in Leander Club in lane 2, then we have Hamish Harding of Australia National University in lane 3, Cameron Buchan from Moncton Combe School Boat Club, lane 4, Max Raymond Barker, Lee Rowing Club, lane 5, Ben Parsonage in Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club, lane 6, Ben Mead from Cambridge 99 Rowing Club in lane 7, and Jackson Harden from Oxford University Boat Club in lane 8. We also now have the 500 metre splits in for this A final and the last race of today, the championship sculls. And the sculler from Clydesdale, Ben Parsonage, was first to the 500 metre mark in a time of 1 minute 43. You won't be surprised to know that he's closely followed by a number of other scullers, with Stadden from Leander closely following him. And at the 1,000 metre mark, the order had changed somewhat. We now have Cameron Buchan from Moncton Combe, who set the pace in the time trial. He's in the seeded lane of lane 4, and he seems to have established himself as out front at 1,000 metres in a time of 3 minutes 30. Hamish Hardin is second, and Parsonage has now slipped back to third position. I'll just pass you back to Richard for the official results of the B final.
First, City of Cambridge in a time of 7:28. Sam Chard there. Second, Lucas Salmon Hernandez of Nottingham University Boat Club. Third, Ollie Owen of Leeds University. Fourth, Bo Hughes of Cardiff University Boat Club. Fifth, David McNeil of York City Rowing Club. 5th, Sam Bath Taylor of Upper Thames Rowing Club. 7th, James Scott of Waikato Rowing Club, and William Reeford of Southampton Co-Porters in 8th place.
Thanks, Richard. Back to the course now, and the last race of the day, the A final of Championship Sculls, which is approaching the last quarter of its race, with lead continues to be in the centre of the course. In lane 4, it's Buchan from Monkton Combe, closely chased down by Raymond Barker from Lee. So there's been a slight change of order there since the 1,000 metre mark, with Raymond Barker pushing through the pack. And so they really now have established themselves out in front. So the challenge between these two for the silverware. None of the other scullers look like they're going to catch them now. So it's between Buchan in lane 4 and Raymond Barker in lane 5. The Monkton Combe and Lee scullers now. So Buchan, last few strokes, holding off its challenger from lane 5's Raymond Barker. Great sculling for this excellent last race, and Buchan crossing the line, superb, just over a length ahead of Raymond Barker. And now in lane 6 we have Ben Parsonage, and across from the other side of the park we have Jones from Staden, Harding, Mead from Nines, and then Oxford University's Hardin in lane 8. Yeah, so just to be clear, we had a Harding in lane 3 and a Hardin in lane 8 in that A final of Championships Sculls. We await the official results of that. And once again, huge thank you to everyone here. Looking across the lake, I can see crews picking up silverware and medals. That's fantastic. And many congratulations to them. And a huge thanks to everyone involved in today, whether it be umpires, volunteers, the committee, crews, coaches, spectators, and of course sponsors. We are deeply grateful to a very successful day. We've absolutely loved seeing you, loved being part of it, and look forward to booking you in this time next year. But as I say, you'll still hear from either me or Richard shortly to get the official results of that last race. And up on screen now for those still watching on the YouTube channel, and for those here, we have the official results are that Cameron Buchan from Monkton Combe School won the championship sculls for the Weatherid Sculling Challenge Cup in a time of 7 minutes 3, followed by Max Raymond Barker from Lee Rowing Club, Ben Parsonage from Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club, Daniel Jones from Leander, George Staden from Leander, Hamish Harding from the Australian National University Boat Club, Canberra, Ben Mead from Cambridge 99 Rowing Club, and Jackson Hardin from Oxford University Boat Club. Many congratulations to our winner, but also to all athletes there for a fantastic race. We have thoroughly enjoyed today's racing. As I see the lake and crew boating areas empty out from what we've had, thousands of athletes, 400 plus crews. What a great day. See you all very soon. And for those of you going on to regattas further upstream the river from here on Henley in the next couple of weeks, very best of luck. Good night.